we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay, okay.
Rob is maybe a little bit of a nerd, right? Like he really
That's crazy.
he dives into details, right? And I think it's actually super nice to have a guy like that wants to dive into all the details. One thing is like you want to try and optimize the way that you're playing. Obviously, he's also doing a lot of optimization in his own gameplay, but I think he's also just helping the team to be more comfortable. And he brings so much experience and so much knowledge from his past teams.
And you're never counting Rops and Zaiwu out of a clutch. 2v4, 2v5, you know you're going to be sitting there being like, oh, this feels doable.
I feel like something we use as a bit of an insult to players, mostly IGLs, is when they have IGL brain, where they just have to, where they feel like they have to run in just because, like, I have a timing or something like that. But Rops actually does it on lurks without being the IGL and without shooting like an IGL. He's shooting way better. He's taking all the space that he's allowed to take, and he's doing it in the flow of the game. It's like they have 3 guys on the team, maybe even 4 if you include Mezzi, who are always thinking about the macro implications of everything they're doing.
We get to see the maps rolling in. Of course, this is the 7th head-to-head this year alone of these 2 squads. So kind of anything goes in terms of the maps. I feel like, you know, the permabans, they're understandable. They come in. Any surprises in terms of the picks so far?
I guess the one thing here is that in the second phase, Vitality bans Nuke.
Yo, what's up?
What they picked yesterday versus
What's
Na'Vi
up?
looked pretty good, but I don't know if that worried them at all, that they thought that their form
No,
on it was a
OG,
little bit
I'm
worse,
not.
but I'm almost a little surprised they let it go to Train for that reason, just because I thought they would have wanted to maybe just like move Train away from this veto.
I'm not even sure we're going to go to a third. That's probably my concern, right?
Wait, Vitality banned their Nuke? What?
But you got to prepare for the worst.
Oh, I hope we get Train. Oh my god, I've been wanting to watch Train.
I actually looked at Mousewort as being quite a comfortable team on Train, and I always thought that Vitality hasn't looked that comfortable. Then they just turned everything around. Now I actually feel like they're probably the best Train team up there.
I was going to say, their map pool's so deep. Like, if you want to talk about if the Na'Vi lost some confidence in that match, it's like, I don't know, where do you feel is best against this opposition that you've played 6 times already? Where do you want to take this? Because it's like, again, it's really cool hearing these Vitality guys, because it's obviously a mantra that this team has just been repeating for the last 24, 36 hours. It's a major. Match history doesn't matter. It's a whole new day, a whole new kind of game when you get to a major. So, but you're still going to look at the kind of sequences and the maps you've chosen and played against them to try and do some mind games in the veto process.
I guess concerning the first picks there, Mao's actually sticking with their Mirage also, even though they lost in that multi-overtime game to Spirit, understanding that they had great strategies. They had great team play up until the last 10 seconds of every round, where they just choked off some of those.
Lost every clutch.
But I also like that Vitality just go right for the throat with Inferno too, because that's what they 13-0'd them on back at Lisbon, and that was just, I mean, that's the most dominant game I've seen this entire season.
Let's talk a little bit about Apex coming into this situation, because you know, he has the opportunity to get his 3rd major title here in Austin. You obviously played under the leader himself. Can you kind of classify him, right? Because from the outside, he's very flamboyant, he's very emotional, obviously sometimes getting a little bit of the better of him. What was it like actually playing alongside him?
I feel like it's like a classic French, right? He has a temper. And he likes wine, and he likes food, so he's like a classic French, right?
Cheese, wine,
I think that Avis has gone through such a development throughout his career, you know, picking up from being an entry fragger, then coming to become an IGL, and I think that Apex obviously is a guy that has a lot of emotions, and I think over the time, especially when he started becoming an in-game leader, I think he's like learned how to control that a little bit more. Maybe they're also just the way that they're winning so much now makes it a little bit easier for him. But he's a great captain, and I think that is that's what stands out to me. You know, he's a guy that takes a lot of responsibility. He takes a lot of like initiative in terms of how you want to play. Like, he has this open conversation constantly with his coach, like, how are we actually doing in terms of the progress? Are we what are we lacking? What do we need to change? And he's just a hardworking guy. And another thing is that he's really good at understanding what he can do for his own players. And specifically in this case, I'm always gonna go prone into what I play with him. You know, I played the kind of the soldier role that Flames has now picked up, and he's really good at allowing the players to also explore and come up with what they need, you know, like Flames is kind of a player that needs to go out and be aggressive, needs to get flashed in somewhere, you know, and he just allows his players to come to him and say, Dan, I want to have this in my playbook as well. And then he also is really good at balancing out, when can we actually do this because it's actually needed in the game plan, but it's also when do we not have to do it because we're actually rolling in the ball here.
Great record for Apex coming into this major. Maui, you have quite the record in a higher or lower game, though. I hear you've gone 4 for 4, I guess. Somebody's keeping the maths. Apex, 25.5 over the first 2 maps. Higher or lower?
Ooh.
You've been putting up some crap.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Okay. I'm
gonna be a little bit cautious here. I'm gonna go lower.
Oh.
I'm gonna go lower.
Okay. Is this the first CS2 tourney I followed closely? No, I actually watched the first CS2 major. I co-streamed it a bit.
Don't tell him I said this.
It's amazing.
Again. Okay. I mean,
I've been really enjoying this event though.
Okay, I'm not looking for them when it comes to kills. If you added flash,
What's up, King Kai? I've been doing well, doing well.
You don't agree with that sentiment?
I think Apex is going to be up.
Yeah.
I think Apex is going to. Apex can frag.
Becoming a fragging game.
Apex can frag.
He shouldn't have to necessarily when you look at some of the names around him, but it's nice to see.
I love seeing it. It's one of
Oh,
the most
appreciate
fun
you,
games
Kempthar.
Apex is
Honestly,
on.
it's been amazing.
It doesn't
The
feel
community has
like
been like super welcoming. I love it.
He definitely has had a better year. Like, he actually put up his stats quite a lot. You know, when I got to play with him.
What did change in CS compared to 50 years ago? The nades are significantly different. Obviously, shooting holes in smokes, shit like that. Smokes are significantly different. I think there's a lot that's different. Like when you play the game, you feel the differences. It's how the players move, how the nades throw. Even the map layouts are slightly different. I still haven't seen a train game. Like I can't wait to see it if this goes 3. I want it to go 3 so bad.
Watching him on Vertigo A-Ramp was like excruciating how he's just like wants to always peek over the smoke or anything.
Even better example.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you've been inside the practice room.
Was there ever a time where you had
I'm gonna call Mark again.
Like, because we talk about emotions, right? And it's better out than in, you know, better than letting it out than bowling up. But when you're in the middle of a game and somebody's molding off next to you, was that ever an issue for you?
Hello?
Back in the day?
It was difficult for me when.
Yo, what's good?
I was always sitting next to him, so
Are you live?
Like,
Yeah, I just went live.
like, look, what are you doing?
Who do you got today?
Oh, you didn't cover me. And, you know, he still does that. He still does
Well,
that. It's more about that you're trying to.
For
I
real
find
and
it
your bets.
hard to pick against Vitality against Mouse.
It is very hard. It's hard to pick anyone against Vitality. No, who the fuck would you pick against? Who would you pick going up against Vitality? No one, bro.
You don't even think it will get to a
Maybe Spirit. I like. I think Spirit has the best chance in my head, but like I still wouldn't. pick them.
Legacy. I see what you did. Yeah, in my pick on my Loki had Spirit making the finals. I thought maybe they could have done it, but yeah,
Dude, they like
Mouse
They
got a
have-
puncher's chance.
Donk is no question the best fragger on the planet to me. Like he just he crashes out, and I feel like they lose games because they
You
like
think
lose
so?
their like if you watch them in matches.
Bro, Eastern Euros they'll always crash out. Like that's just how they are. They win anyway. You saw the side by side with Electronic and Nats, right? You saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Bro.
I think that Vitality have a certain electricity.
Dude, Apex's interview yesterday was just straight aura.
Well structured. In the
Or was
sense
that-
I think from
that was-
roles,
yeah, that was
Vitality
yesterday.
is a team that
I
kinda
think.
took a step back,
Bro, it's all a blur.
made a roster that makes sense on paper, made one of the most exciting roster moves of the year,
Uh,
and have put that into just the perfect application.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
For anybody coming back to the game, you need
This
to know Zywo.
Pain
Zywo
Mongols
is somebody who has flown under the
semifinal
radar
match
because
is
as an
crazy to
individual
me.
outside of the server, he's not as flashy.
Like the sides of this
He is,
bracket
however,
are crazy. Man.
undeniably
It's Mouse Vitality and then
Yeah.
Pain Mongols on the other side. Like the two
You have to
best
look at
teams
the
and then the
duo
two
that
teams
is
that probably
Zywo
shouldn't be
and
there
now
right now.
Rops.
Yeah.
Rops somebody who comes from FaZe Clan. You
Bro, there's all these people that are saying like Vitality are gonna have this unchallenged run to the finals, and I just like disagree. I think like their route is pretty fucking hard.
You know, a lot of people say you put on the FaZe Clan
Like having to be
win.
Navi and then Mouse and then play the finals as well. I mean, they can't control what happens on the other side of the fucking bracket. That's not their problem.
Story of Vitality is one
Yeah,
where you
unchallenged is a weird way
Yeah.
to put it.
was a year that they let
I was reading a lot of salty ass comments.
capitalizing on all the playoff opportunities that they had.
Imagine Mouse versus Pain in a final. Oh, bro.
Apex, who chased
That's a
that
horrible
for
shot of
10
Apex.
years.
Dude, I've become a Pain fan this tournament. They're awesome. I love that guy Snow. He's like the
I'm not sure.
He's like the skinny looking guy, and he's like the most hype one on the team, and he's like the smallest
Snow-
guy on the
dude.
team. I don't know.
Yeah, Snow is legit.
He's awesome.
And I think it's one that they understand they need.
I don't know, bro. I love the fucking aura Apex brought to that post game interview.
What did he
Obviously,
say? I don't even.
wait, what?
I
You
don't
didn't say?
even know
Hold
what
up.
you're referring to.
I'll pull it up in a second. Actually, I'll just pull it up now during the break. Oh my god, my computer's like shitting out. What the fuck? I almost crashed for a second there. Yeah, I got the clip. I got the clip. Ready? You know how the crowd was booing him?
Yeah.
It is. Bro, this is amazing.
Names, what do you want to say to them? And Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Fuck you, Apex.
Listen, they might say that, but you see the signs there. Love you, Apex. Maybe Apex isn't a bad guy. That's their true feelings.
Yeah, that's okay. They can say whatever they want. I don't give a fuck once again.
It's just all over.
Do whatever you have to do. I don't give a fuck once again.
That's so base.
It doesn't matter to you guys. What does matter is, I guess, how you react in the server. And I want to ask.
Bro, to look into a crowd of thousands of people and just say fuck you and just taunt them is crazy.
Yeah, that takes some balls.
What happened to Valo? Oh, what an edit. So the TLDR is that even way before I released the video, I had an activation in Toronto that was oddly canceled. They never reached out with co-stream rights, and I don't want to get strikes on my channels. I would rather co-stream CS2. I think the way Riot handled it is abysmal. I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I had to make that video was because I brought the info to the developer of the game May 7th. Continually asked for updates on the investigation. Nothing was happening. So, yeah. Fuck it. There's a lot I could say in that realm. There's a lot.
These teams a welcome. Only then can we welcome to the arena. So let's go. Get ready for your very first semifinal match.
I really hope that Mavs do win this.
Let's see. I don't know how to change the game on YouTube. I'm trying to figure it out. Bro, I want to see Train so bad.
I don't think you're gonna get it. I just don't want to see Inferno. That is Resident Sleeper Inferno, dude.
Corzy's so goated, bro. No, you don't have to apologize for bringing it up. Like, I totally get it. You're bringing it up because that's what my content has been, and when I sink into stuff, I go like all in, and it's just very disappointing to support the scene as much as I have, to bring something like that to the developers on May 7th. And if you know what I know, it would blow your mind. I'll say that. Did I know that this would happen when I released that video? Yes. Did I feel like I had to do it? Yes. Holy, the booze. Holy.
I hope that when Apex stops playing, that he gets into like the broadcast and stuff and is on the best. Because I feel like he would immediately go from hated to loved if he was like no longer playing.
Bro, anyone that has that kind of energy, so like, say 70% of the scene hates him, 30% will fucking die hard, die for this guy, just because they feel like the rest of the community is just doing him so dirty, because they kind of are. So, like, he has a probably diehard fan base. Because he's done, honestly, nothing wrong. He's done nothing too wrong. He's a fucking entertainer. Man, I love play. That's hilarious, bro. I don't think he's actually hit it too.
Vitality. Though the match streak may be over, there's only one prize in their minds, the major trophy.
Vitality, the kryptonite of MONGOLZ in every single head-to-head throughout
What's up, Jonathan?
2025. We're talking about 6 clashes prior to this one, every single one falling in the favor of Vitality. But talk about a stage to change that narrative on today, Jake.
If there ever was a time for MONGOLZ to beat Vitality, if there ever was one game, you know, that would mean the world to them to win against Vitality, it would be this one. It is kind of funny in the sense that after all these games, I feel like MONGOLZ have had a couple of ones where you could make the case that they're getting closer and closer. They're chasing Vitality, maybe getting more competitive. But at this tournament so far, it's arguably the worst we've seen MONGOLZ ever play. So if they were to do it today, Maui, it wouldn't make any sense.
That's why I'm glad to see that MONGOLZ has been powering up. From going 0-2 at the beginning of Stage 3, winning 3 consecutive BO3s, having the longest game we've had in the playoffs in that opener versus Spirit. I mean, I'll say this, they're battle tested. The MONGOLZ are ready right now. And so many teams right now, they talk about, oh, we didn't have enough games, or it's been too long.
What is he writing down?
Between the last time we played. MONGOLZ,
does he make notes and like keep notes about what he wants to do during the game? That's actually, that's a great idea. I've never seen it. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. I actually still have notebooks.
I've never seen you with the notepad out writing stuff down.
Because I would always have it written down before. But here's what, since he played a game yesterday and he's coming into a game today, he doesn't know for a fact what the other team's going to pick, what the third map is going to be. And so he's probably writing down like round sequences for like a map just so he can remember them really easily. Like, he already has like all the plays in their playbook known, so do his teammates, but like which ones are going to work in a particular environment or like on a map, you know, like you can save that to like the last second as the IGL. And he's probably just like, all right, piss around, I want to do this. Second round, I want to do that. Third round, if we lose second round, I want to do this. If we win second round, I want to do this. Like, he's writing out like probably flows of the game.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Maybe like little anti-strats, shit like that.
I used to, on my keyboard, whenever I was going to 1.6 lands all the time, on the back underside of my keyboard, I had like all of my config commands written, like the no force commands.
Shit,
like,
that's smart.
All of my stuff, like in Sharpie on the bottom of my keyboard.
Probably PRX, Katie. Oh yeah, there's a bracket, yeah. So in CS, VLR came from this website, hltv.org. So this is like where VLR came from back in the day. And you can follow the tournaments here. Setting the star will do like big matches. Here's the 2 semi games for today. It literally operates very similarly. So here's our bracket. We're in the semis. Winner of this makes finals. Winner of the next game obviously makes finals. One more day.
Goon. Interesting choice of words there.
What's up?
This guy said,
oh, bro, you're like 2 seconds ahead of me. I was like, what are you talking? I want him to goon on him. I was like, wait, what? Goon.
I mean, to be completely honest, I think it's more so about Roland as well. Roland this tournament so far has been a little bit lackluster, so I want to see Roland step it up, win some of those entry duels, go head-to-head versus Apex. We got to see that happen.
I think those live odds, obviously, you know, siding in the favor of Vitality. I think MOUs have more of a shot than this, though, Maui.
Tired goons. Drastic.
Tired goons.
Tired goons. Favorites in this one, but MOUs, they have more than a puncher's chance to take Mirage.
Well, the team of 2025 with their eyes set on the ultimate prize, but MOUs, they are hungrier than ever. Let's get this semi-final underway.
Let's do exactly that, Freya. World number 1 taking on world number 2 in this semi-final in Austin. I think these guys are ready.
Dude.
We know the teams are ready. Vitality, are they ready? 6 trophies in a row coming into this
yes,
major.
the gym
fab
meme.
Nothing less than the world's best, and MONGOLZ have been headhunting them all year long. It's time to see if these challengers can take down the final boss.
Yeah, we got the top 2 teams in the world going blow for blow. On any other day, we'd call this a grand final. This is a long-running rivalry. A perfect season on the line for Vitality.
Scronders final.
Right there for the taking.
You might be right.
This is the match you came to see.
MONGOLZ have to start
Flash
strong.
round.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. With
It's all
a follow-up
timing.
next, Mirage is a must.
Ball spot at 3.
Side. Rob's up close ramp. Some say the greatest addition.
These two are on an island, bro. I think MOUZ win this pistol. We got.
Rob's with the
This is a good setup for MOUZ.
We saw a pace in the group stage.
It looks pretty good, yeah.
MOUZ
Robs is gonna have to get like 5 kills.
That's a good trade.
Straight away. And Vitality have to start scrambling.
They got to kill this ticket guy right now. Oh, what a great flash. They got it. Good flash. Beautiful flash.
And ZywOo won't last long either. Only flames left in this, and he's taken one of the dome at the first time he's played.
Okay.
MOUZ.
Okay. Let's
come in
go.
swinging to open up Mirage, open up their pick in this semi-final.
Torshi getting hyped in the pistol is a good spirit level for MOUZ. He's been fairly quiet actually in the major so far, but he stepped up on the stage against Team Spirit on this very map, dropping a nuke and sending MOUZ through in a 2-1 game. Vitality, they've got the ego to force. No doubt about it. A little bit of everything sprinkled in.
Vitality clears. Bet.
MOUZ
Bet.
to make it happen in the middle.
Bet. Bait setup. Hiding.
Lower, though.
Flash out. It's kind of spicy.
Now ZywOo to tee him up with this flash. He's
Oh.
quite get the spot though, and Apex ends up in
Oh.
hot water. Pinched between.
Get the fuck out of here.
Lower push.
Yo, bro got caught out there.
Vitality lose the mid control. This whole area goes dark.
No, but the majors are single limb playoffs. The devs just really like the single limb best of 3 playoffs. Honestly, I kind of fuck with it. All the other tournaments are like best of 3. Oh.
ZywOo doesn't care. Scout
shot.
shot up short. Will MOUZ change their plan? They do. They bail. They don't like what they see, and they avoid the
Good
stack
call.
entirely. Spinks has that rotation cut off, and Vitality, if they want to risk everything in this round, they have to go through spawn. Robs, this is a death sentence. Jimmy's even got the flank. He gets the
Oh,
in.
no.
He goes down. Does that open up the round?
This force buy for Vitality suddenly is a reason to go for the retake. Robs though has to try.
Robs is so aware, bro.
Path in through the murder hole. The flashes are good. They learn about Spinks here now as well. He's trying to put distance between himself and Vitality.
Fuck. It's a good plan.
Trying to buy as much as he can. Brolin set
This
up over the
flash
wall
from
ramp.
Spinks needs to connect for
To be the
Brolin.
guy to clutch this out if needed. The captain of MOUZ out with that swing.
Oh, beautiful.
Softens Vitality up. And a sigh of relief for MOUZ
Well
as
done.
their captain
Well
proves
done,
to be a
Brolin.
safe
Really good
pair of
round from him.
hands.
No 1 in 14 Brawl in this game.
Dude, Brolin is actually so skilled. I can't believe he's become like a good
Very
IGL.
capable captains in the server today. 2 very strong individuals leading their teams. For Brolin, it was just as a solution.
That's true, Deluxe. That's
The
true.
issue of removing Shui for Apex.
How you been,
It
Deluxe?
was about rewriting
The
his
edits
story.
of these rounds are so sick.
Big
I
round
love
for
like
Brolin to
the
keep this
zoom
going
in on
for
the
MOUZ. They're gonna
ragdoll
get
of
a
the body of
freebie
the
here
slow
as
mo.
Vitality have to take a breather.
Honestly,
ZywOo's got an
production's
AK
really
though. You
cooking.
never doubt this guy.
I'm so impressed. I feel like I've glazed Blast production so much.
He's taking that gun over towards B
All
though,
right.
so ZywOo won't be.
So they're double mid smoking chat, so you can't see through there, you can't see through there. Puts a lot of pressure on this guy. They're trying to draw people into mid and out of A.
On this A bomb site and
Not
so
really working, but
just the 5-7s to break
just an
through.
eco.
ZywOo beginning that rotate over now. It's the AK that's the intrigue in this round. Pistols dealt with cleanly.
Beautiful take.
ZywOo's
Okay.
already running away.
Drill dash round right there by MOUZ. Both smokes mid, 3 smokes A.
A
All
semi-final
5.
does feel like a perfect storm for an upset, doesn't it?
Oh, okay.
Oh. That was insane.
At the same time, this is at least the map we've seen MONGOLZ take over Vitality. They are 15-3 this year in maps taken, 6-0 in series. Mirage twice taken by MONGOLZ. That's it. So if they were ever going to steal this game away today, it has to come off the back of winning this first map. That Vitality Inferno, even though they were felt in Legacy, it does feel almost impenetrable. MONGOLZ know they need a strong T side. MONGOLZ know they need Mirage. And right now, it's a pretty damn good start.
I was playing who's the best fragging IGL.
So cool, dude. I love how they like have the bomb explosion with the coordinated with the lights in the stadium.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, even Val was doing that. Like, that is like a dope addition, though. All that stuff is so cool.
Austin, what do you think about Apex?
Oh my god.
Well, Vitality have been the villains all the
What?
way.
They're trying to get. Oh my goodness, dude! That Messi shot is insane.
It's up to MONGOLZ.
That actually is insane, bro.
Buy round now. Oh dear.
That's awkward. Miss Smoke.
He's only 23? Bro, Roland's only 23. This guy's been playing forever. I remember when he's a star fragger.
ZywOo open sightlines. That's not the guy you want. Be able to pick and choose his battles out here in mid.
He won't go for them. I mean, he doesn't see them as Smoke. He doesn't know. He thinks MOUZ want that fight.
As he's the go anchoring B.
Ow. Where MOUZ congregate.
Ouch.
4 out of 5 moving in. Smoked off by Mezzi. He was an absolute monster yesterday.
ZywOo rotating.
Kept Vitality in it.
Up
against Na'Vi, up against the wall. He's got to do it again on his own.
The pace of this is kind of making Vitality doubt it. They've nested 3 in A. Rop's on Cat. They could hit this.
A ways away from being able to help out.
Feels like they're going to.
Roland's going underpass.
So Mezzi
Roland might smoke top con from underpass.
Have the full weight of this round on his shoulders.
He doesn't get. Messi doesn't get volleyed. He's probably good for one here.
With this Faye being sold out in mid, that's going to keep Rob's
Oh,
there
it's an island.
Mezzi is operating entirely alone. Rob's only just peeling over now.
This guy's too good.
And he's unwavering, unfaltering.
Not committing. He's so good.
Eventually, Torchy gets
as I fucking jinxed him.
But Mezzi bought more than enough time for these bodies to rotate over. Torchy's got waves to break through.
He was spotted, yeah.
Just missed that timing on the close side player. Torchy
good
is
calm.
a dead man. Apex outmaneuvers him.
That was sick. The jump spot market.
Apex gets cheeky behind the site.
That was sick.
And that spacing from MOUZ is anything but perfect as they come out of the B apartments, able to isolate 2 kills from the solo anchor. Mezzi holds strong, and Vitality get on the board.
Seems like Mezzi.
He likes to pick
Oh, that's how Zershin died.
So yeah, I love that.
That was really
I
clean.
love that difference, or that part of CS2, the dynamic smokes.
It is really sick.
The smokes themselves are super powerful. Like, they're incredibly disorienting, and like you just can't go through them really. But
I like watching all these teamwork plays at the top level right now with people like spamming the fringes of them and shit. Watching Donk like just shoot like 1 and 2 bullets like on Dust 2 through random smokes to know if like people are pushing, say like Xbox mid. I was watching him closely, dude. It's actually so impressive. Like people clear shit out really well. Like you don't have to blow it up like that.
Berlin's been having a patrol lower, watching for these drops at the start of the.
It's so insane that when the observer observes Apex, the crowd boos.
Molotov lobbed in from Apex, just denying the lower walkout, and that's going to lend Flames the timing to go and fight mid.
Oh my god.
To respond by battling through that Molotov in lower. And that's a decision they'll come to regret, but this comes from a place of desperation.
That was an insane setup.
What a crunch for Vitality. They just block those players down under, and Flames is able to isolate every
He didn't do any damage this round.
Bit by bit, MOUZ torn out of this round. 2v5, the Deagle doesn't connect. Exertion getting hounded down, and Flames looks for the ace.
I think they're sending him to go get it.
Yeah. Get him activated. This is the guy you want on a map like Mirage.
Yeah, I remember that
video. Very quiet in that quarterfinal, but this is a different day. This is a different Flames.
Wow.
Lights up MOUZ and takes the ace.
That was just very well orchestrated from Vitality, right? Even the fact that that was like a play around kind of the second or third Molotov down into lower. You've gotten so used to seeing them come in, it felt like it was just to block the walkout. And so when Flames takes that top mid fight, no one's ready for it.
Vitality were unconcerned with an aggressive look. They knew that was full mid. Lands flat on its face.
It's a pre-molly ramp. Very deep molly so you can cross without getting picked. Really smoke palace. Allows them 3 up on mid. You can see the islands just playing deep, spotting.
Slow round for Maus.
Standard rush shit.
To talk things over. Brolin's not moving a muscle. Maus came into this feeling good, right? They won the pistol, stuck the landing on the conversions. Nothing went wrong there, but you don't want to feel like you've immediately given Vitality a way back in. It's about to be a tie game. Coming into this map, you were saying, you know, this is the one that Maus have to pick up. If they want to win this semi-final, they've got to find some success on Mirage. This is the most consistent map they've had in these head-to-heads versus Vitality throughout this year.
And I think one good thing, even though Maus don't want
to go down, that's kind of crazy.
Is we know this team has resilience. It's something we attributed to FaZe for the longest time. Any game's winnable from any score. Maus have proven that, man. They've had an incredible run at the major. They went 0-2 in stage 3, came all the way back through.
Yeah, they're just kind of talking it through.
Down in the third map to make it to the playoffs. They still won it.
So there's double value in teams like running slow rounds like this, right? One is that they're probably talking things out and, you know, creating solutions moving forward. 2, you kind of see how the other team is like the pattern of their util if nothing happens, right? Like you see if they're jump spotting for info first or if they're pre-smoking on timing, right? Sometimes teams will smoke on like timing rather than spot. Those are often pretty bad teams. Teams like Vitality often are like reactively using their util. Also, util costs money. So the longer the round goes on, the more inclined they are to like throw a smoke, throw a nade, throw a fucking molly. And that's a light win too. Because econ is super, oh my god, this shit again. So stupid, bro.
New meta.
New meta, bro. Oh my god. What's up, Sinking?
Maus have had a lot of time to think about how they wanted to approach this rifle round, right? They spent that eco talking about it. They had a timeout after the fact. It's all been building up to this breakthrough round.
Decisive. Didn't like that mid control.
This guy's on an island. Zywoo rotating.
Back to something more
Zywoo have a nade. Zywoo does have a nade to blow up a smoke.
Inside of the site.
Yeah, he's going to find himself alone.
Apex might throw
Flames
smoke
just
out there.
Steals himself away for a later fight. He's had 1 ace in this game already.
Oh shit.
Might need to be another big multi-kill from Flames. Nothing comes through. Only a one and done for Apex. It's a set piece into this A site. That's the conclusion that Maus arrived at after all these timeouts. They break on through, they play tight.
Let Zywoo get a pick here.
Now Vitality lagging behind.
Oh, I didn't see him up there.
Retake.
Oh fuck!
Trapped in, but he's just not throwing anything up here. It's gonna take many.
Oh my god, he got that kill!
Wow!
Instead, it's Robson and Zywoo. Don't count out these two. This is
they don't know where the two are.
Such a threat.
They're so scared of a flank.
This is the duo that makes any round
All they know now.
Ooh.
Okay, let's go. Sphinx and Torsi are good.
Sphinx and Torsi go on and match them.
And that is the perfect head-to-head. Those are the closers that we see on Maus. Sphinx never slowing down in those post plants. The sheer amount of 2v5s that Maus lost, but also won off the back of this guy on Tetris against Spirit.
That was a surprising entry, I'm not gonna lie.
A very close try for Vitality.
What a shot.
They get goaded into losing their guns.
Oh my god. That guy's so fire,
so
bro.
Maus win it off of that A execute.
What's the crowd doing right now?
I mean, at a time where it feels like, you know, all these top squads have a sort of power duo at their core.
Game calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
Spinks.
That's all you can say.
Torshi able to match up.
Fuck you, Apex.
In their first little 2v4 attempt, and there's going to be a couple more of them before the semi-final is all said and done.
It's too good.
I think they like, you were asking like about how that trophy weighs so much. I think they did that specifically because the Paris major trophy was so like hated. Nobody liked it.
Oh, that's a nice kill. Yeah, dude, people hated. Oh my god, that nade. This guy's getting like 55 HP nades left and right.
Troubles as well, softening him up on the extremities. Mouse have control over middle. Even that feels tenuous on this smoke fade.
That's a big even up right there.
Gonna find a way back in.
It's a traumatizing entry.
2-2 islands now.
Around entirely. The question is, where
2A,
are those
2B.
Vitality players in the A site? Robs has taken space.
4v2.
Play late. Flames is committed. And now's bring the bomb right back to join up with Zershan.
He's leaning.
The clock is not a
problem. It's a good rotate.
But the quieter it is, the more Vitality wander, the more information Mezzy
he has to watch window.
The B site. Flames gets out in
wow. That's a great kill.
It is.
Because there's no trade on that.
Yeah.
This is impossible.
Flames is the info now.
Oh my god, timing lurk.
Learns about the player up through Con, gets the spot on these guys.
Wow.
Ramside and Flames still
oh my god, dude.
Holy shit.
Perfect positioning. Gets everybody in a one-on-one while they're
all
like working around him.
I even like how he didn't swing default. He climbed it with that flash. Bro, that guy was there. He was definitely getting the fourth.
At full force, it's just Flames.
What an insane round.
And now even the creep on round, this AWP is dropped.
Flames on fire. I see what you did there.
Disastrous miss smoke there for MONGOLZ. I don't even know if that's meant to be top con or jungle. It was neither. Zershan tries to walk through it, can't find a window kill, goes back through the smoke, and that starts the roll for Flames.
What do I think of the skill difference between CS pros and Val pros? I think, what the fuck? That's crazy. It's a different skill set for sure. Because it's a lot of knowledge about rotations and shit that Val players don't really need to think about. Val players also have to like 180 and shit a lot more because of some of the abilities. They have to move their crosshair a lot more, but there's a lot more like bullshit spam kills because the lanes of the map are like tiny. And it feels like the player models take up large percentages of like the actual movable areas. So you see a lot of spam kills in Val. A lot of like util type kills. So that eases things as well. It's just a totally different skill set. I'm not going to lie. It's CS, the kills are harder to get, truthfully. Like, I feel like in Val, I can play like old man YMCA post up, like shoot a 3 type. Oh, fuck. In CS, you have to fucking like grind out your kills.
On this T side, and every time it's feeling consequential. Wow. Apex destroys this A push, and it's only Spinks left standing. 1v5, he'll get iced out. Vitality take the lead.
What do you think about the difference in skill between Val and CS?
I think it's so much harder to shoot in Counter-Strike than it is in Valorant. Like it
definitely is. It's easier to get an off-angle kill in Valorant. In CS, like the swinging and shit, it makes it very difficult, in my opinion. Like, you get flashed off of a line and, like, you're cooked.
Yes.
So, you kind of have to know how to play with your teammates a little bit better.
It's like in CS, the peek in CS, the way you peek a corner is the first person runs wide, and then the second person peeks close. But in Valorant, that doesn't work because the first person that swings wide just gets tapped.
Chance at their dream, it's ended up being a nightmare. Vitality picked them apart on this B play, and it's another.
Yeah, you can't rush me against them, bro.
Yeah, 4 kills for Robs. You are not shy of individuals putting on multi-kills in this game for Team Vitality.
It's just he's going CAD every round. He hears all that stomping. He's going to throw a 50 HP nade on you. Your movement speed plummets. It's fucking over. Look. You're fucking over, bro. These pro teams that have like double up spots, by the way, they do that shit where they like nade you and then they molly you or vice versa, and it just ruins your movement speed. You just get fucked. Like there's no way you can run through that.
Good amount of work countering ZywOo. He keeps walking into Molotovs, keeps getting pushed off angles, but it's not even the AWPer that MONGOLZ need to worry about right now. It's its rifling pack.
Vitality are playing so confident now.
They are. They know they have him.
He's holding left side top mid. Oh. Big kill. That's a big open.
Kill one more. They know we're bumped.
Big fight for Sphinx. Oh
no.
God.
Robs has held on to this A play, denied that lurk out through the ramp. It's going to put more onus on these players out in mid making a move, and that's going to draw them into this crossfire. Flames and Mezzi between Connector and Short rip this round from MOUZ's hands.
Middle is
Flames has been good, bro.
Back around the world for Jimmy. Started his round off over in Palace. Having to come back in a mid now. 1 versus 3. And no safe place to hide for Jimmy.
Dude.
3 more kills for Flames in case he hasn't had enough in this map
Apex
already.
is hype, dude.
This is just a
He's so hype. That's fucking awesome to see. A team as successful as them, and he, for as long as Apex has played, he's still at hype. I love that shit.
Go and get that opening. You know, you have someone like an Exertion run out, take a bunch of space, find a 5v4. It doesn't necessarily matter versus this Vitality squad. There's so much multi-kill potential.
Yeah.
In these last few rounds, it's just been different individuals stepping up and having their time in the limelight.
MOUZZ haven't been able to create any chaos, right? Vitality have been able to slow these rounds down really well. The util's been solid. And the trades certainly have not for MOUZZ. So even when they've had these entries, these 5v4s,
Yeah, Apex IGL role is fucking fire, I'm not gonna lie.
Still hunkered down. Looking like a
he has really grown as a player.
Vitality, if they can finish what they started. MOUZZ only
What a leader.
converted the pistol and took 1 gun round. This is their last chance at the T side.
Spread out default.
Yeah,
got the palace control, ramp control. 3 top
doesn't
mid.
feel like enough for MOUZZ. Let's see if they
Position
can
holding
break
up for
through
B.
in round 12, the final on the half. They take the pace out of it. Very slow in towards top mid. This time Flames traded places with Robs, responsible for Connector. Flames takes up this ramp control.
This is a kill for sure.
So he's going to find himself in the right place at the right time. When you're 15 and 5, that's often the case. They just can't find a way of dodging Flames.
They immediately know it's like heavy mid, so they're rotating into
Through the
mid.
connector now.
Bro, they just move around the map so well. ZywOo has the deep upper B line. Right? So they really are focused mid.
Instead, it's Robs taking up this position. And he's got teammates nearby.
Swing off contact. Next guy swings. Here we go. Next guy swings. Holy shit, bro. I can just predict everything Vitality is going to do because it's perfect.
Oh.
From MOUZZ. All their success coming off the pistols unless Jimmy at 19 HP can clutch up.
Hit him for 1.
Shot gives him a second chance, but he's fast running out of time. Things are not looking good for Jimpa. And there's the nade that seals the deal. Vitality and the runaway success story on this first half. 8-4, they blow out MOUZZ.
It was 4-0, right?
Side.
Or
3-0, and then they got like 1 middle of the half gun round, I think. That A hit.
That was a dominant half.
That was
yeah,
fucking
I feel like
ridiculous.
MOUZZ just have like this.
Fine wine has aged well.
I feel like they're good enough to beat Vitality. Personally, like I think they have the skill.
Oh no, bro.
No, not like today, but
like
not, but
in a different world somewhere.
I think they have like a block. Like they just, it's like a monkey on their back that they can't get off.
The last round. We're talking overtime on Nuke.
But maybe I'm like, maybe that's disrespectful to Vitality. I don't know.
Oh, good guy, Greg.
I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players. Yes. This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Sphinx.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know.
There's a lot of discussion, by the way, about like max rounds and shit and how long the games are in CS, I kind of fuck with these 12-round halves. I'm not gonna lie, MR12 like old school days.
Yeah, I don't mind MR12.
It makes the OT feel weird when you play like 6 rounds of OT and it's 1/4 of the game, you know? That's weird.
That is kind of weird, but I like that OT way more than
I
MR1.
do too.
MR1 is not what I want.
Yeah, because Counter-Strike is more of an economy game, and it's a lot deeper than just like winning the round on skill. You don't have to worry about ults and shit. I like the 3-round OT, so it's weird. I also, after having been in Valorant for a long time, and this is something Dan and I gave the devs really early on as advice, to be honest, like when we were on broadcast, it is very hard to storytell in Valorant as a caster because of the barriers and the ults. You know, like, unlike CS where you spawn in the same place across the map from CTs or Ts, in Valorant you could be like all on the C barrier or all on the A barrier, or you could have like neon ult going fucking B and like you're planting in like 10 seconds, you know? And thus the storytelling from a casting perspective, like the ebbs and flows of how you tell the story of the game, it almost feels like you're always redlining it. And that makes it feel like a group stage game in Valorant is the same as a grand final, in my opinion. And that hurts the game a lot. In my, like, this is something Dan and I said like 5 years ago. That's something that people don't understand because they're not casters and they don't tell the story of the game. But that is something that hurts the game a little bit, in my opinion. Like in CS, you could have like the casters like breathe. They can like tell jokes in the round because they're kind of long, they're kind of drawn out. There's eco rounds where you can kind of like focus on other things, like macro perspective of the entire tournament. You know, like you can zoom out and take a breath. And from a storytelling perspective, that's very important. Whereas in Valorant, those eco rounds are always winnable because of like a jet blade storm or fucking some crazy shit.
Out of the way, A execute in this pistol round. Exertion, the only one here.
We blocked it.
And look at winning the pistol. That's going to put Vitality so close to the win. They can almost feel it, and so it's so important the MOUZ are able to hold on, but things have not started off well. Torshi tapped out first, bomb getting planted. MOUZ on the back foot in this retake already. Exertion sees ahead there, but didn't attempt it. Doesn't want to get caught falling first over the stairs.
What the fuck?
He's waiting for his teammates to get set up back in CT.
Why fucking do that, chat?
Exertion's crept
Why they
up,
do that
crept
shit?
in. And now his team try and hit the go button. One on the board for Exertion, but here's the backstab. Flames has players with their backs turned.
Come on.
And it's too easy for Vitality.
They're dead.
I mean, that's so entrenched, a man up, desperate times, calling for desperate measures out of this MOUZ team. It's smoke pushes, and it lets them down.
Yeah, it's a brutal plan for Vitality. Usually you see a player pop through that smoke into CT with a flashbang. They break the smoke with a nade before they even flash. MOUZ get exposed in the open to all of Vitality. Exposed on the stage. A MOUZ team who leveled up this year, who showed they could with the addition of Spinks, picking up their first trophy in the first event with this roster change.
Holy fuck, bro.
Studio Merchants no more. But stage or not, Vitality are that final boss.
Yeah, and I think it just speaks to kind of the difference in where, you know, the gap between world number 1 and world number 2 is right now. Vitality leaps and bounds ahead of the competition. It feels like their ambitions at this major is kind of nothing shy of winning the trophy. That is the expectation.
You don't even want to know what I just Googled.
Meanwhile, for MOUZ, it's all about breaking through this damn rivalry. A rivalry I don't even think Vitality are that concerned about.
They don't even know him, little bro.
They don't even know. They don't even know.
Getting convincingly put to rest. 2 kills to the goal ready for Vitality as they move back into this A play. They're going to dodge the stack. They're on to double digits.
Double ramp entry just fed to Robs. Vitality look to walk it over the line, akin to Mouse on their
This mouse
clean,
got cooked,
easy,
bro.
Maybe not.
Why they do that to that mouse?
Back. Vitality just pick up pace.
What's up, Mark?
They're going for this round.
Mark, you should Google mouse inside of a beehive.
Gun picked up. Zertion tries to play.
I mean, we're already watching it, so it's just a different version of it, you know?
Okay, I see.
So at least going to leave him with something to try and do damage in this next round. But yeah,
a major in Cali? What, in CS?
If they want to recover their Mirage. And one map that's been good to them in this rivalry.
If you mean in CS, what do you mean in CS?
Falling apart at the worst possible time. Right as Vitality power up, it's not even had to really be, you know, the ZywOo show in any capacity right now. It's Flames and Rob.
So I'm actually at the point with my girls, by the way, where like I'm okay with traveling. I don't mind traveling at this point. It's not a problem now that they're a lot older and they're more like self-sufficient. They're both in like, you know, they're both in some kind of schooling, basically, and it's just a lot easier on us as parents. So I don't mind traveling. It's a lot easier to work. Things got a lot better in that regard. The reason why I didn't go to this major, I actually had an offer to go to the Blast major. I just felt like, one, I got some threats coming my way after the Val shit, which made me kind of uncomfortable. And then two, I've gotten offered several CS opportunities over these years, but I just think it's disrespectful to the scene. I can't even put it into words. As someone that's like been in CS for like a long time, I find it, I would be upset if someone did that to me. And if I stayed in CS and some other, ooh, nice boost. Good round.
Very good round. Come on, Mouse.
Get this shit. Get this shit. Oh. Beautiful. Oh my God, what a spray.
Oof.
Oof. I can't tell if you're trolling, sorta. You fucker. You're actually a fucker. That's crazy by you. That's crazy. We call that a chat spray right there. You know what CS needs to bring back, Mark? Custom in-game sprays. A little dangerous in the Big 25, but imagine the opportunity. Do you remember custom sprays in like 1.5, bro?
I remember, of course.
The porn sprays, the fucking fake ladders, the fake head stacks, the fucking fake boxes. Bro, there was some...
the porn sprays.
You don't remember the porn sprays, bro.
I do now. Now I do.
My childhood self... Never mind.
Yesterday, popping out of Palace, Apex catches Roland off guard, and maybe there's still hope here for Mouse, but Apex has other ideas.
Appreciate you a lot.
Still don't know about Exertion. Concealed himself.
CS sprays for my introduction to porn is crazy. Oh no. 2v2. This is everything.
One-man band of this round, done everything, got the opening.
Wow.
Messi and ZywOo there to close.
Quick as you like. Mouse try jump through off that plant, try and join the chaos. Vitality faked them out perfectly. There was a
Vitality have Messi, but boy are they clean, Mark. Back to you on the desk.
I guess you're right, Sean. They have certainly. I got nothing. I got nothing, Sean. I can't follow that.
For the firepower of this squad, for the form of Vitality.
How do you make a pun off of ZywOo?
It's important to remember, even though we keep saying when.
Probably something that rhymes with poo, like poo. Probably using poo.
Still never happened.
So you had to use the word poo in some kind of way.
No, the thing that's scary
or
is,
stew.
Vitality are approaching this date with Destiny.
You gotta talk about stew. Ty Lue would work too.
Their wins are looking to get stronger and stronger. This semi off to a more dominant start.
Must win.
Their quarterfinal yesterday. It's a Vitality leveling up. This is the extra buy round that MONGOLZ are able to afford thanks to that win off of the pistols. This was the lifeline they gave themselves.
Horn sprays would get Jimmy sent back to T2 is insane. That's insane, bro.
They planned their year perfectly to peak for the major. They
Bro,
ran through that major. Sure,
I missed the fucking
but you can't say the same
vernacular in Counter-Strike. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Close game v Na'Vi.
Y'all are funny as
Number 2 in
fuck.
the world of MOUZ.
My old man
Vitality
brain.
with 6 trophies in a row, storming for a 7th. This could be over before it begins. A B-pop attempted. They've lost the lurk.
It's a good pickup from Exertion. But now it's
Gotta
about
get this,
uncovering the
bro.
truth
He's
behind
gotta
this
get this
round.
shit.
It feels like MOUZ are one step ahead. They've brought 3 players over towards this B site. Spinks
Jimmy hiding in a corner, gooning.
Exertion floating around nearby. A remolly in the apartments. Vitality are going to come through.
Holding his little MP9.
Final second play into B. MOUZ have the read. Torshi even moving over now as well.
Oh!
Here. And Exertion refuses to let Vitality in.
Double
3 kills
trades.
deep on the round.
Just get this kill, make it easy. Come on. Yeah, there
There's
we go.
the support from Spinks. And finally, something to smile about for MOUZ. That is a corker of a round from Exertion.
But doesn't make you feel good to realize
that was at least an
rifle
average
MOUZ have won in this
MP9.
game.
At least.
Take out that force buy.
I honestly think it's because his hands are so big, you know?
Nice shots for Exertion.
On any other model, I think that MP9 looks gigantic.
I think around like that, there's a lot to make you feel a bit better, though. You had the read. You outplayed, you outmaneuvered the IGL to open up the round down in mid. It was finally one of your star players with a multi-kill.
Roland pulling one of Zywoo's moves to block this window smoke so he can
Do you guys
climb
have
up
skin
ahead
on your
of it.
MP9?
Can just see into middle. It's a position that may not be expected.
Apex is walking on him, though, down through lower.
Oh my god.
Roland gonna make out like a
I've never seen someone
Takes his
step in
one and
front of that
leaves.
smoke like that. That's pretty
It's
sick.
Exertion hanging around here.
Ollie under?
Could fall prey to these players in lower. He's aware of that, though. It's already backed up now.
Winning that gun round at such an important time has allowed this game to potentially close up. Vitality, Deagle force buy into an eco. Suddenly we'll be looking at a much closer affair.
The out of control combo, bro. What have I done?
They can't let this one slip. They can't even let it get expensive.
You have 4 skins on your MP9. That's crazy. That's a crazy amount of skins you have.
Like they want to join up with Robs over on Cat. Gonna go back and grab this bomb. Means they're walking right into Spinks. Fitting the
What?
meets his replacement head on. In that cat fight and takes it off with the
No.
skill.
No.
This can't be where it falls
No.
down for MOUZ. Trying to pick
That's
up
such
the
a brave
pieces
jump
of
through
this
that was
round,
needed.
trying to recover it.
Okay, nice shot, Dorsey. 2v1.
No, no.
Now left to
Oh!
will deliver.
No idea.
And this is the Vitality duo that makes this team so terrifying. The
Okay.
Ooh, get the op, get the op.
reels in that power duo for Vitality. A very close round, very thin margins, but MOUZ still hold on.
Dude, any round is winnable with Vitality right now. MOUZ will take it, they'll take the victory, but they know it comes at a cost, and they know it tempts even Vitality to continue to fight, to keep the pressure on. That would be crazy. They should take a breather. But every single one of these rounds, a possibility for Vitality. Stop
That
at
would have
the
been an
final
insane round by Robs, bro.
Just Eagles now. MOUZ breathe a sigh of relief.
Starting to build to something though, right? You're in control
How is
of
his
the money
scout so
all of a
good?
sudden.
I don't know.
Issue is,
He had
as soon
such
as
nice
Vitality get
patience
that
on that
12,
guy who peeked from
MOUZ
the
are
kitchen.
broke.
Yeah.
He like didn't just shoot
Same
immediately,
rules
waited
apply.
for the
Keep it
headshot and
clean.
just fucking owned him.
Was it you that linked me that decoy he threw on Nuke?
Yes, dude.
That
where
shit was
he-
crazy. Do you still have that link?
On, it's in our chat. You have to scroll up to find it. I can scroll
Fuck.
if you want.
We talk too
One
much.
of these in that first
Yeah,
half
we don't
is
gotta
the
worry about
chance to talk things over. The longer you take, the more you tell your opponent's waste as well. And every penny
I've heard
counts
that. I
this
just
late in
searched
the
the
game.
chat
Oh,
for
Apex,
Robs.
sorta?
Exertion going to get the spot that everyone's out here in mid. Just don't fall down to the Glocks.
Don't need these fights, MONGOLZ. Let them come to you. Jittery.
I'll show you guys. You don't have to open it, chat. I'll show you in a sec.
Weirdly tense, considering they're only up against these
Obviously, this
pistols,
shit in my co-streams.
Jimmy going to alleviate some pressure, swings out for the fight. The rest of Mao's in behind him.
Let's go.
All right, watching the clip.
To further increase your win rate with these pro tricks, you will sure. Rops used a decoy in such a brilliant way that you won't believe it. He created a lineup from spawn that has a high chance of hitting a T, causing 1 damage. But then you might ask me, does only 1 damage make a difference? Yes, because the M4 needs 4 shots to finish. With 99 HP, it will only need 3. And also many times that HS gets 99, which would be enough if he was hit by the decoy at the beginning of the.
Rops might be Rain Man.
Left relying on the gunfights now, don't get me wrong, that's been good for Vitality. Flames,
what?
Especially. No! What is happening?
Dude, what is this round?
Is it spam too?
Yes, it's so lucky.
That's 2 kills from him out in mid. MOUZ have no idea. But Spinks and Exertion.
That's not luck, Mark. You make your own luck. Everyone knows that you make your own luck in the game of Counter-Strike.
It's informed luck, but like still.
Torshi gonna catch one back.
Fucking lucky bitch.
All the way through A. They are in the spawn of MOUZ. Torshi holds on to the cross, but there's a smoke down.
God, I can't believe it ends like this, bro.
Likes not to take the shot, and this might just be a save and a necessity for MOUZ. A double kill from Flames.
Yeah, but do we have faith in them to win 4 straight? Fuck
no, but
fuck
I mean,
no.
Intuition on the smoke spam. The guy 18 and 12. The runaway success story over the first map of this semi-final has put Vitality onto map point.
Yeah, he had the opposite game yesterday against Na'Vi. He had like 3 kills towards the end of the map. Apex said, hey, it doesn't matter, Shahar, that you whiffed. We still love you. He goes on to find the 2 multi-kill entry rounds on Mirage to end that game against Na'Vi. From bottom of the board, saved that series. But even here, he's doing it from the top.
That's dope.
Unstoppable entries, sets his countrymen ablaze. And Vitality sit on map point on MOUZ's pick. The must win.
No, but seriously, I wonder what my HOA would do if I got one of those blast inflatables and put it in my front yard.
I think they would find you. Or tell you to take it down and then find you if you don't.
Do you think they would be scared, though, because it's a giant terrorist with a gun? I mean, like, wait a second. We'll mail him something. How about that? Let's mail him something. It might take weeks.
Yeah, they might actually call the cops for that one.
I feel like that's
It might not even fuck with it. This is police matter.
Ain't no Karen gonna fucking come to my door. Oh. Oh my god, he got that? Holy shit, that was ballsy. That was so ballsy.
Brings us back into a 4-on-4.
Oh my god, I think Mez is gonna spam this like 4.
Vitality still have a trump card left to play. Rops stacking the deck more and more in Vitality's favor. 4 versus 3.
I don't want to talk about my pick'ems. No, I didn't. I did not do pick'ems.
Be the guy to stop it. No.
Face silver. It's over, bro. Fuck.
And in this final round, that terrifying twosome, that duo that strikes fear into the core of every roster. Wow. Before Vitality. They have a day with destiny. A perfect season in the rearview mirror and a victory on MOUZ's must-win Mirage. Vitality are now just 1 map away from the grand finals in Austin.
Yeah, even though they come into every game as favorites, they're still taking on some of the top teams in the world. Vitality have absolutely run over all their opponents. This is a Vitality who look for a legacy, who look for an era, who look for yet another trophy in the cabinet. 6 in a row, crowning it with a major, and they sit within reach of that.
7th clash here for Vitality and MOUZ.
Oh yeah, the interviews are back.
Man of what could be said the first map of Mirage. In your own words, how did Mirage go?
Well, it went well for us, individually for me, and it helped because we won key rounds in this match, and we did damage on the ecos, so it was tough for them to build the economy and get back into the game. Overall, it was a good map for us.
So tell me about going into Inferno. You're in a semi-final here at the BLASTTV Austin Major. Tell me how Vitality goes to close this out.
Well, we need to play our game. We have good preparation against them. We're confident, and we just need to stick to our game.
Okay, it's Inferno next. Boo. I don't like it. So, the thing I don't like about MR12 is that all the saves that the CTs have to do, because like it's so devastating to lose a buy round and get reset to low money that like you're just never willing to do it really.
Oh, Inferno CT? The retakes?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Inferno CT is the most. Like,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
I was saying because of MR12. Like,
oh, I see. Yeah, MR12 is super punishing with
in
CT.
MR15, you'd be willing to do a double save, right? Like you'd take a chance on a round that's like maybe 50-50 because you have more rounds to give and stuff, but you're not going to do that in MR12.
Flamesy took a little while to warm up into the game, but as soon as that happened, it felt like we're back to normal. We're back to Vitality being significantly better than
I don't think Flamesy took very long to warm up in this game. He was kind of missing that last Mirage game, but I feel like he owned this one. Fuck, dude. Ops 21 and 12.
Last game has happened as well, and the way they lost this one, Mouse, I feel like I've seen it transpire before. So a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is.
We got to hear from man of the
What
match.
is my box score?
Flamesy there in a couple of winning words after that Mirage. Let's dive into a round where he had so much impact because he had that A site on lockdown, Jacob.
Yes, and I want to give context to people who didn't watch the quarterfinal yesterday. Navi played well against Vitality, and Flamesy was being exposed on this A bomb side, sitting a lot behind, not getting a lot of stuff done. Today, proactive, finding the fights, you know, moving around, constantly being proactive, constantly looking for a fight, winning the duel on towards ramp, again securing a man advantage for Vitality. Once again out here, looking for another fight, winning the fight as well. Whereas for yesterday, he was very static in his position. So I'm
that Flames round was so good.
It was insane, dude. Such good peaks.
22, wow.
You need to be a little bit more proactive. You need to put yourself out there,
no, that was
trust your aim,
Navi.
trust your instincts.
Yeah.
Can't wait for you to be baiting.
That was over a whole series, though, I think.
Play a bit more passive
right?
Yesterday, and you could see the clear difference.
Oh, wow.
Flamesy had so much
pretty sure. That's like his whole series.
Yeah.
Vitality got back into the game.
I mean, also, on the round where he had that great pop-off towards A, unsung hero, Joker player, and Rob.
Are you an A4 or do you use silence?
Allows him to take those fights with so much
I use
conviction.
silence
So much
too.
of
I can't. I'm not an
Flamesy
A4
is
player.
predicated on what he does himself. Don't get me wrong, but when
it's because even when I was like playing, I feel like the A4 is insane for multi-fragging. But often with like the A1, I feel like if I just like off angle or like play ratty, because I was like a ratty IGL, I was just playing like off angs and supporting, I was like always good for my one. You know?
Yeah.
And I focused a lot on support. But I think if I played like for myself more, I would have equipped the A4. I want to say, so the major where Hiko had the Hiko, are you kidding me? Where I diffused or whatever with the Scar. The auto sniper. I want to say in that group stage, I had the A4 equipped. That was probably one of the only tournaments that I didn't main IGL. I let Semphis do it because the team was just so cooked, dude. I was getting very frustrated with how things were going.
That doesn't sound like a recipe for success where you're not IGL and at Semphis instead.
No, if you look at the stats, I was like one of the top players in the group stage. Like, I actually went insane.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I played for myself a lot more that tournament. And because the team wanted to scrim more, to be honest. Like, they wanted to, like, Corey would call a lot of, like, pop flashes through smokes and shit. And I was like, I just had a little bit of a different mentality than I have now, where I wanted everything, like, perfect. These days, I think of things, and I say this a lot to the Val players, is I think of everything like a bell curve in my whole life. Like, when I'm calling mainly like in the center of the bell curve, but I also now think that there's rounds over here where you should use no util and like contact out, and there's rounds over here where you should use all your util on an exec. Most of the rounds you should run a default, but I feel like at that time of my career as an IGL, I wasn't utilizing like this left side of the bell curve, like low util. And the team wanted to just play a lot more scrappy. And we were really successful. We had a lot of skill. Like, our team was stacked with skill. So I was cool with that because I could mid-round a lot and focus on myself. And, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Communicating that this round I'm going to play it in this way. I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more laid back. But he's giving the information to the teammates so they always know where he is, whereas for the opponents, they can never figure him out.
Let's look at some of the details from the T side then for Vitality. We got round 16 coming in. What's the story of this one for you, Maui?
Well, this one felt like it was getting pretty scrappy. You know, there was a body block on the stairs smoke. It felt like Exertion's opening kill was going to lock down this bomb site. But Apex throws a molly onto balcony. Then
dude, there's actually stuff that, like, I forgot. Like, Shroud watched my match fix video or whatever, and he knows how few times I've called people cheaters in my career. Like, I can't even count it on my hand. I don't remember any. I'm not going to say I never did, because honestly, I've played games for so long that I probably have, and I just don't remember. But I think it's, like, sacrilegious to be doing that in a pro team. I think it absolutely fucks up your growth as a team.
Yeah,
and
it's a crutch, right? It's like,
yeah, it's like, it's a loser cope tool. But I was so certain, and I still am, that that guy had some kind of assistance, whether it be like a live feed leak or whatever. And that's why I made that video. But he was like, yeah, Sean has never, ever done this. And he proved it because there was this guy on, I think it was Epsilon, maybe, named SMN in our boot camp. And we scrimmed this team. It was like SF and SMN. And Semphis would always say, people are cheating or scrimming. And I'd be like, dude, stop. Stop with the bullshit excuses. Like, I don't care. I don't care if they're doing these things. We still need to play our game and play our fundamentals right. I don't care if they're doing these things. And it turned out Shroud and Semphis were right. Like, that guy actually got VAC banned like 2 weeks later, right before the major. He was really
so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, he got banned. It was insane. And they were like, bro, we fucking told you. And I was like, whatever.
You're so pissed. Like,
I was so mad that they were right because then
it wasn't the point.
Yeah, it's like, bro, god damn it, Valve. The one time that you call someone out on cheating like this publicly is like the one guy that my teammates tell me is cheating, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Like, stop using these. It like then gives them an open door to do it again.
Down to Torzy for me. Even though we do want to see more from this guy, like, Brolin had a really hard time getting into rounds from the A ramp. I mean, we had Yimpat, who was barely contributing as well, and I really wanted to see him pull something off. But it was, to me, it's just one guy. It was mostly just exertion for me.
That's true, and to me, that's the scary part as well. You just saw Cyber's rating here as well. His KD, true KD, 14 kills, 7 deaths. You look at the scoreboard, you think that's nice. Only 58 ADR for Cyber, not necessarily having too much impact in this game. And when he's not fired on all cylinders, and Vitality is still significantly better.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Now, this is a controversial take. This one right here is a little bit controversial. I think after being in Valorant and being on a kernel level anti-cheat, I almost think that, like, so VAC definitely isn't good right now. There's a lot of cheats that beat VAC.
Yeah, the whole top of the ladder is cheaters.
Yeah, a kernel level anti-cheat isn't as good as what people think it is. Based on all of the shit that I've looked into since that video, I know, like, a lot of workarounds. I've seen crazy shit, like absolutely insane shit, and I almost want to make videos about it. There are insane amounts of cheats in a game like Valorant. So basically, not many companies get kernel level access to your PC. Like, not even like banking softwares do, I'm pretty sure. And just to give that amount of power to anyone when you don't have, like, insight into, like, how that info is truly used is a little sketchy, in my opinion. I don't know. There's a lot of things about Vanguard that are, like, kind of spook me out a little bit. I always wonder if, like, remember when both of our PCs died? I wonder if, like, Vanguard had anything to do with that, because all these people that started using it in League started having, like, their PCs fry. But I have no idea if that's true or not. Like, I just know that there's a lot of conflicting shit with that program. Yeah, Because to operate at the kernel level is pretty insane. Well, yeah, that's what like ESEA and like Faceit are. I'm pretty sure. Oh, ESEA, that's like ESEA was Bitcoin mining.
I know.
Yeah.
I remember when Larry had all those PCs that were sent in his warehouse. I don't think any of those PCs ever went back. I'm gonna be honest. They're probably still in that warehouse.
Who's on Fnatic Hype? Yeah, I think same here, JWax. But it's like, what are you gonna do? You know? Yeah, pretty much every anti-cheat that you can think of works at the kernel level, but also at this point, those anti-cheats are just cooked. Like, they don't work anymore. Because what I've seen in the cheat realm, which is like, this is what I became fascinated in, by the way. This is a lot of like what I was looking at during my break, my like little hiatus. Obviously, I spent a lot of time with my family, but I also learned a fuck ton about the anti-cheat relationship. And like, I learned a lot about how to cheat and the types of cheats and where people get them, what they are, how to bypass a kernel level anti-cheat, how easy it truly is for these people. I learned about like AI cheats, which are fucking crazy. And I think there needs to be like an AI anti-cheat, which apparently Valve is working on, but who knows? I've actually only cheated like 1 or 2 times ever in Counter-Strike. And it was like 1.3 maybe. It was like a 3 versus 3 on Aztec and Dust 2. Because I remember going up to the B wall on Dust 2, and some guy on the other team was cheating, and I nodded my head at him, and he nodded back. And I was like, bro, what the fuck? This guy's cheating with me? Like, this is insane. And then Aztec, I just remember trying to spam people through the door. But that was like, yeah, 1.3. That was so long ago.
Banana. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the last match that they played against each other at Dallas. It first starts off with Mezzi. He clears the top of Banana. He
I don't even know
slightly,
the circumstances of it, to be honest. It was so long ago.
This is not a bad thing, because Vitality know that with this Molotov, it slightly signals the fact that they could actually be going for the retake nades. They might actually retake it. So here's how the setup looks. Vitality, they end up boosting up here towards that half-wall position. And ZywOo, he takes a very particular spot here towards the area. It's because he actually goes on top of the half-wall position, and by going on top of the half-wall, the first thing that happens here is that you'll see that part of his head is actually covered from this roof. Now the second thing, more importantly, is the fact that this roof actually covers the most common flash that the CGs like to throw. It's from that spool side. If you try this in a practice server, you'll see that when you throw this flash, you won't actually get blinded. This is pretty good tech. You won't actually get blinded from it. And the reason why is because it covers it. If you crouch, you'll actually get blinded from it. So that's the first thing. They set up ZywOo to actually play on top of that half-wall position, while Apex and Mezzi, they go here towards that left side. Now, when they go here towards that left side, notice that they play anti-flash. By playing anti-flash, the idea is that if ZywOo gets hit by uncommon flash, then both Mezzi and Apex will be able to swing around and catch it right away. You'll see here that MONGOLZ, they walk right into the trap. They end up throwing the deep retake nades, which signal that's going to be a retake. And as soon as the flash comes in, you'll see how it unfolds.
Dude,
from ZywOo's point of view, he does not get hit by the flash, not even a little bit. This allows him to catch exertion. He gets traded for Mezzi and Apex.
So, how many rounds do we think Mouse is going to get? Because they're definitely not winning this map, bro.
they know for sure there has to be a third player, and that's because with the flash and the timing of the peak,
I hope they win the map. I really like this to go
7? Do we set the over/under at 7?
Only looking towards that left side. They don't even
I
bother
would
with
take the
CT.
over.
As soon as they find
You would
that
take the over?
I think they probably get 8.
And you'll see that from the CT's point of view, from Sphinx's point of view, as he
You
comes
made
in,
it sound like you were
rapid
gonna give them
insertion,
fucking 10, you
no chance
bitch.
against Zywoo here
You
playing
give
that
them one more round?
with that spot,
Yeah.
such a powerful
Well,
one. And for
yeah.
Sphinx,
7 I
even
think is
though
too
he gets a
low.
trade,
8
he
is
gets
the
taken
right
down
over.
right away. So that's why Vitality were able to beat MONGOLZ last time,
Dude.
because they were able to control that banana side so well.
Mahone's
We'll have
own
to see if it changes
rocks,
this time.
bro. He's crushing these segments. That was an amazing breakdown.
There's going to be many changes coming into this one, Danny. We know Inferno is such a solid ground for the side of Vitality. Right now, Jason, it's just feeling like it's written in the stars that ground.
No, we're gonna send back. We're gonna send back this bread.
It's there for the taking.
We're doing a new bread.
Map you'd want to be playing if you're Vitality with the grand finals on the line. Incredible record on it. They've been extremely dominant. Although let's just put it out there, their last loss came to Legacy in the group stage in the best of 1, which is a little bit crazy to think about. But I mean, Vitality, we just saw a map where Zywoo just played kind of like average for Zywoo, and they still handled business, and it's all good in the Vitality camp.
Vitality's looking strong, you know. If I'm on the mouse side, you know, I'll be looking worried because everyone on the Vitality side has been showing, you know. We've seen, especially Flames, they had a really good showing coming into Mirage. And we know, like, coming into Inferno, that Banana is going to be such an instrumental way.
All right.
That's the key
That's
object
the
that
line
we
has been
want to
set by
find.
chat.
We especially know the dynamic duo of Apex and Flames is going to be going there, so it's going to be a brawl. Everyone's going to go for their fight, but
The line is set.
Vitality is looking that sharp, and they can grasp
7.5 rounds over under in my chat.
Oh, I'm taking the over.
That's the thing that
All
Miles
my
has
points.
to get at going in the start of this map is if Flamesy has the map 1 that he did, and then he's also going to be in Banana, such a critical point. You've got to slow him down and cool him off really, really early. That has to be a point of preference for them in their game plan. I'm saying, and the first 3-4
What's the
times we
true
go
line,
Banana,
Mark?
we
Do
must win this
you have any real bets today? Forgot to ask.
Yeah, I have player bets.
How's it
I
looking?
didn't bet on the actual game. I need Mezzy to get 28 combined kills. I think he got like 15 on the first map, so.
Yeah, I know Robson Flamesy had. He was probably middle of the pack, right? I think he was middle of the pack. How many do you need to overall?
He needs 28.
Okay, you're there. You're heading there. He's 15 on map 1.
Yeah, yeah.
For those of you in chat that haven't heard Mark talk before, Mark, I live through his bets. Mark tells me what his bets are, and I root for him. That's
We don't. The thing is that we don't win very often.
Why are you saying we?
Well, just because you were saying that you root to, but really, it's
I do.
I don't win at all.
No, you really don't. But when you do, it's
Sometimes.
fucking epic. Like that one, the Navi one that went to like 1 million OTs, and you got the over in the first map. That was crazy. Dude, in CS, betting player overs and then seeing the first map go to OT must be euphoric.
It's an amazing thing. Yeah, it's the best.
It's literally an out of body experience when that shit goes to like triple OT. I have ascended. Please, David, please. I gotta get my fucking premier rank back. I still need like 5 more fucking wins. I was so mad when we played last night, dude, and I signed on. We couldn't even play premier because Paul's rank was like too high, and I don't have one yet.
Oh wow! Oh
yeah, so we had to play competitive or whatever, like old school. Bro, dude, the birds aren't real sign is insane.
That means I probably can't play either.
No,
I
adrenaline.
don't have a
Do you remember adrenaline, J-Wax?
Happening one more time, and that's the voice they have to fight over, you know, to start this map, to get them in the right place.
And they're going to be starting fighting on that CT side of things. That is a mouse. Let's see how the odds are stacking up. It was pretty handily in the side of Vitality. Damn, okay, not favoring Mouse in this one. Is it over? Is this the end of the line for Mouse?
Wow, those are the odds for Mouse.
That's
8-1 for Mouse to. Oh, is that the series or is that just this map?
Is
probably. That's probably
Surely
the
that's
series,
not the map.
right?
Surely that's not the map.
That's got to be the series. If it was the map, it's like I might have taken that real quick. 8-1.
Bro, they're the second ranked team in the world. Like, that's crazy.
I know.
That's so disrespectful.
That just means no one is betting on Mouse.
Yeah, does indeed mean that.
Austin, you've been a great crowd, but Vitality are one map away from
Chat says it's the map, Mark.
They say everything's bigger
It's too, well, number one, it's too late, but that's crazy. I hope they win, and I hope someone in the chat puts them first.
Holy fuck, bro.
A legacy on the line here for Vitality. Never been closer to the silverware. 6 months of Counter-Strike this season has led up to exactly this. A grand final in sight. One map to get them there, the go-to map for Team Vitality.
Dude, chat is split on the over-under. Bro, we set a good line, chat. It's such a good line.
Still don't shake on their setup.
Yo, what's up, Lazy? I appreciate you.
Battered, bruised.
Hell yeah, dude. I swear this is something I want to do. Ooh. I'm using like, oh my god, let's go. Oh! How did he hit that, bro? He killed him so fast.
Brings us back into a 4-on-4.
With like the nade fucking up his sound and shit.
That's my guy.
It's gonna send Vitality back into an A play. Jimmy down in the pit.
Jimmy gooning in the pit.
Has Torshi nearby to lend a helping hand, and between the two of them,
that's my guy.
They're gonna melt this play up through short.
Felt like Mezzi saved the round. All he did was delay MOUZ from the inevitable.
Whoops, didn't mean to do that.
Taking that pistol yet again, just as they started Mirage.
Okay, T-side pistol's big.
And a brief moment.
I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to get excited about this because we were here last.
Definitely am intrigued by the match just because Vitality
the 3-0
slow to this major and was stalled out by Legacy 13-3, a dominant victory. But you can't really expect that again,
pause?
can you?
No, usually I wouldn't try and read too much into that. Right? How deep the Vitality win streak was, the fact that it was the first time they played a BO1, and that was what broke the streak. That kind of leads you to believe, okay, maybe it was just a slow start, kind of a quiet day. They ran into Legacy, who were red hot all the way from stage 1, not even supposed to be here, right? But then they went on to never touch Inferno again on the remainder of their run to get to the semi-finals.
Saving it for playoffs?
I am hoping that's the that's why we see them bring it out now.
Question if MOUZ could garner anything from that demo, whether they could learn, whether they could use some things against Vitality.
What? This guy's got the beer helmet?
Certainly stolen the pistol. And Vitality offer a rare bit of respect.
That always makes me think of The Water Boy.
Oh yeah. Dude, that movie's so good.
Some respite for MOUZ. We'll get to dance over this eco.
Or just has hands off keyboard. Looking for it.
Tell us how you really feel.
This is good. We're pre-recording the sounds for tomorrow's game.
Little mid pop.
Recording the sounds for tomorrow's.
No one's sure how to feel. Let's see how this top mid play goes.
Yeah.
From Torshi. Stat
power.
Oh fuck.
You like that, Austin? Enjoy it where you can.
Austin does like that.
Nice clean 5 alive for MOUZ. That's a relief, given how Mirage went. Now Vitality look to come in and take that first buy. Flames and Banana on this T side. That's who I'm looking for. That's who the desk we're talking about. Red hot on Mirage. So many multi-kills. So much impact early in the game as well. Didn't take till the final hour like it did against Na'Vi. So Flames has got to kick this one off again.
Respectful stuff over towards Banana so they can dodge that initial volley of nades. How's wanting to take some real estate here in their first rifle round.
Let's
It's
go,
aggression
Banana control.
down through Banana.
Just.
So they'll get the SMGs up close.
No! I can break these cuffs.
He is committed right now. It does come down. Brolin getting peppered. Smoke, nade, spam, everything lands. Exertion looks like he wants to commit in this position. He doesn't have to. Takes his chance.
Flames is actually leaning over towards the apartments right now with Robs.
That's been going on in CS for so fucking long, bro.
Yeah, them trying to tell them that they're seeing someone through the wall.
No, the woo is like totally different, I think. It's just random people wooing.
No, they do that when like they're like on somebody through the smoke.
Yeah, the flusha thing, like where they just hover their crosshair over.
Yes.
Finally, Mouse set up in the site, and that's exactly what Vitality wanted. Despite that, Mouse still keep a strong.
Yeah, they do that shit when nothing's happening. I swear. No, they used to do that shit.
That's what it started as.
Vitality to make this work.
We smoke down on long, but look at this. Spinks tries to make a play through it.
Don't go through it.
Don't do it. Don't do
He's
it.
ready
Don't
to
do
come through and backstab.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, Mezzi's got eyes on
Don't
the
go
prize,
through
though.
it.
Smoke held.
Jamie Gooning in the pit. Oh.
Torchy, never far away, but they will get
No,
overrun.
impossible. 2v2. It's over.
Gotta save it.
You gotta save this. Yeah.
That's the Inferno way, bro. Just save it up.
Yeah, just save.
2v2, no way we can retake.
Let's keep Econ up. Fuck it.
Back up, play for the long game down here in the pit.
2v2, 11 HP on Zaiwu save. IMO save.
Thus far, Mavs have actually been good at breaking through
Oh,
this
go for it.
duo.
Okay.
But that's got to keep up now if they want to save themselves in this semi-final. Molly going to force Robs out into the open. It's walking the line, and Zaiwu regain control.
So close, dude. Good damage. Good damage.
And Vitality's duo too strong in their first 2v4 of Inferno. That's how Vitality get on the board.
Crowd needs to buzz, dude.
In the 2v4, and no fear for Vitality.
This is a nice second
Swinging
kill.
out, trading contact, playing it perfectly. Mouse tried to hold off on giving them the info as long as they could, but they had to start running, and Zaiwu sets up perfectly with Robs to win that round. Torchy's Orb, no hesitation, no armor either. Gonna try force these opening kills.
Come on,
Vitality
get
dodge
that.
death. It's a bit of info going early in the round, maybe forcing a reposition for Torchy. He wants to take it back to Banana. Vitality this time, a little more eager to take this space, less utility for Mouse. It's being held for the bomb site.
They'll play through exertion.
Full blind.
Play got accelerated.
Okay, good trade. Good trade. Doable. Doable.
Torchy
Oh, how'd that
is a
miss?
sequence
I think he
here.
hit him.
Actually landed two in that
I think
first
it was
bullet.
before he hit him.
Damage done onto Zaiwu as well. Locked in at the top of Banana. Vitality
I'm still
were keen
way
to
back
pick
in
up the pace
spawn.
there, but that open, the smoke down is thwarted.
They're not hitting this.
Torchy going to reposition.
Pop's gonna come in with bomb now, though.
And if Vitality just stick to
Please
their
peek
guns,
mid.
if
Please
they
push
go back
mid.
to this B play, it's
Please
only
push
Brolin
mid.
there.
Please push mid. Go quick.
Ready to come in. 45
Oh, it's
seconds,
over, bro.
One man hold. He's got nothing but an MP9 cowering behind the boxes. He's going to need multiple kills.
Flash,
to even
please.
make this
No
interesting.
flash.
Brolin springs the trap,
One more.
isolates one.
Oh, MP9's goated.
Takes
Reload.
two of them. Vitality charging him down, but Brolin's got more to say. Robs and Apex now, their chance to dance in the post plan.
Oh,
They're not gonna
it's a
get
big
this one
kill.
down. They're getting hounded by Mouse.
Smart for Spinks not to
chases
swing
his
that.
former captain
My
and
goat.
finishes the job. Mouse respond swiftly. That's a high impact round.
MP9 is so goated.
That puts Vitality back on their knees.
I'm looking for fuck.
And it started on such dire straits as well. Even the misread, leaving Brolin alone at the B side of the map, but he was able to pull his punches, gets out with a double kill. Keeps Mouse looking pretty. Vitality just back down to pistols. So lead looking to get widened here.
Definitely don't want to jump the gun, but this would just be you know, unbelievable for MONGOLZ to win this map, a map they've never beat Vitality on. Not exactly a go-to map for MONGOLZ. One that Vitality have played over and over this year. Picked.
No, I mean, this was the map they got 13-0'd on in Lisbon.
Exactly.
Got 13-0'd on this shit.
T-side.
13-0. Wow.
God damn.
Slowed the roll of Vitality. MOUZ keep up that momentum. This round should be simple.
Wait, he didn't say that it should be simple, right?
Yeah, he did. It's kind of. Why did he pause too?
Why did he do that to our code? Does that mean that it's good or bad right now? I don't know what that means.
He said should be simple, as in like simple should be playing this game.
What does he mean by that?
All right, the Pistols have managed to
That's a good peek with that flash.
The initial volley, but here we go. The cleanup for MOUZ.
Damn, nice hold.
A flawless round. This CT side feeling pretty.
Look, if anything was ever going to happen in this game, it's a perfect storm now for MOUZ. They're winning these rounds. They reset Vitality. They take clean anti-ecos. They build economy. And as Flames even
That's what happened last map. Don't get it twisted.
We were making them close. We were stopping MOUZ from ever really getting back in that game. It was a false cosmetic comeback. Well, this is a strong start for MOUZ. This is a different game.
No, and you felt that, right? Even once MOUZ
started
to streak together some rounds, they instantly.
I've signed people's heads before.
They're broke, and that's it. Comeback kind of dies.
You ever signed a baby?
Here, they've got.
No, I don't think I would do that at this point in my life. Maybe in my early days I would have.
Finally finding success in the rifle rounds.
Not with a Sharpie,
they couldn't accomplish on their map pick.
With what?
A baby safe marker.
That's crazy.
So Vitality take it keenly.
I've signed dollar bills, I've signed phones, I've signed shoes, faces, signed chests.
Chest. That's how you say it.
Unflashed, but all dead.
I've signed a container of Vegemite.
No.
No. 4v2. Hit this, hit this, hit this. Oh, beautiful. Oh.
In the end, it's the pistol whip for Torchi. And make no mistake, this is a different MOUZ to the one that opened in this semi-final.
I just couldn't even see a world where this was going to happen after that first map, because we're not even on an AWPers map, are we? And that was a rifling game back on Mirage. No AWP moments for either squad. Zywoo barely even fielded it. Riflers doing the heavy lifting for Vitality.
What the fuck?
Torchi's 8-1 now. MOUZ have other ideas on this CT side, seizing the opportunity at a slow start from world number 1.
Bad news, chat. I got no videos of mice fucking up bees. I'm looking everywhere for one right now. I can't find shit.
Is this just a flash in the pan, or is there
birds eating bees, bees eating bees,
5-1 lead,
bees eating mice.
Vitality.
Mice don't kill shit, maybe. Pacifists. It's over.
Vitality still feeling the burn at this slow start. On that one round in there, and then an instant reset.
This is looking good.
And they're still kind of showing the
Famous
scars
last
from
words.
it. Once again, they lose that
Well, I
last
mean, like,
round. It's straight down to
if
pistols
they win
and
this
armor.
round, that would be bad.
I feel like the CS community doesn't believe in jinxes like the Val community. Val community gets mad as fuck when I say a team's gonna win.
They're gonna come through this.
No.
Waiting in it, Vitality get flashed through. Play it
this game
fast,
isn't as
up into
random.
the Torchi.
Ooh, nice shot. Oh, he's clean, bro. He just like me.
Yeah.
He's just like me, bro.
3 kills from the MOUZ AWP on the long side.
20 fucking hours ago, maybe last night.
Only leads to a faster demise. Vitality locked out.
I see a lot of me in
Torchi
him.
getting fired up.
Wait, not like that though. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's
And he's got to dig deep on this one now because Vitality are facing.
That didn't come out right.
For MONGOLZ, another flawless round, an empty T side, a red hot.
That was what I looked like last night when I was playing.
Sitting 11-1 for MONGOLZ. B-site has been impenetrable for Vitality.
Just,
a bit different with Torshi too. He's not going
I'm just digging a hole. It's just over. Just can't. I can't get out of this.
Muted considering he's 11-1, 3 kill sequence over on long to keep this scoreline real good. I've seen Torshi scream the house down for far less. But I don't think he wants to.
They've done this reclear. They've seen this shit on the eco. I don't feel like it's gonna work, bro.
On this second map of the semi-final, 11.
It might force someone in towards his crosshair though for a kill.
Where this orb can be put to work.
Just keep this control again.
Shit.
And again, that reflash is a big
missed.
problem here though. Torshi's orb comes into position. Vitality cower in the corner. They're blocked. Molly forces that peak exertion, just loses the angle. Torshi Dink, this is getting wrong.
Okay.
Exertion saves him. Bails out
That was
his
close,
orb.
bro.
The whole time this was happening.
No rotate from A is fire. Oh, what?
And that kill rolls out the red carpet for this A play to come through. Brolin stealing himself away.
Beautiful.
And support from Spinks on the cross.
Oh!
And he'll get back to long in time. Just Mezzi left for Vitality. Reduced to
dude.
dust.
Bro, they're looking good as fuck right now. Torshi's insane.
And again, these repeats with Torshi.
This is a really good CT side. Oh, what is he drinking? What is that?
We need a drug test probably though. No?
What player is that? Flames? Flames secret sauce?
Rock solid holds on both bomb sites, time after time, gun round after gun round. Where has this MOUZ been?
Dude, I mean, at the kind of dawn of this rivalry for Vitality earlier in the year, Apex had a lot to say to Spinks on the other side. He wasn't too nice to him in these head-to-heads. He'd often call
They
him
already
a
had
faker,
8? No.
say that he's hiding, try and get in his head to make him play different. Well, Spinks is starting to feel like a bit of a defining character on this second map, and that was a high-impact sequence from him over on Moto.
Well, this is definitely the scariest
I don't know about
head-to-head for
that.
Spinks, not just because it's the best team in the world, but because it's the team he was formerly in, but he has been
We're still
the
under,
piece
chat.
that has
We're still
leveled up
under.
this MOUZ squad ever since his addition. An immediate trophy on a stage at Cluj since Spinks joined. And they've gone from strength to strength.
My go-to drink of choice? Are you talking normal drink or alcohol?
But to now do it.
Normal drink? Give me my pre-workout. My pre-workout is my go-to drink of choice.
Since your departure,
Next in line,
and it tastes sweet
probably like an Olipop because I'm a boomer and I want that fiber in my drink, and they're good. They're just too expensive. Fuck.
You know, after both orbs took a holiday on map 1, relieving to see Torshi come into Inferno.
It's my favorite lift.
Giving you
Johnny's
this much
mom.
faith in a MOUZ comeback. Another round where Torshi will find himself in the right place, but a missed opening. He goes back in. Risky move on the orb, but Torshi makes it work. Keeps this in MOUZ's favor.
Olipop is so good. Oh! Bro, he is on one. 14 and 1. Ooh, that would have been fucking ridiculous.
Pulls out this Tech 9, but he's got support.
I want a Dragon Lore. Mark, buy me a Dragon Lore.
No.
The strength comes from the
Buy me a
team.
Dragon Lore. Don't you got like some stickers or something?
Slinking out and 0-9.
You got some stuff on there. You open that. Give me that shitty knife that you opened.
Oh, the stress is setting in now for Vitality. This is not a. They haven't
I think you're fading out. I can't hear you anymore.
That's what I thought.
Check your internet connection or something. You're cutting out.
Torshi is dancing over their grave.
And this is where, like, the one thing you could not put against Vitality at all coming into this major at any point was just recent form.
We do got a
like,
game.
With the win streak they have.
Bro, the old school CS shirt goes crazy.
There's no doubting the form of these individuals. But
With the terrorist with the hostage. That's based.
On the first day of stage 3. This is the first time we've seen them play this map since then at the major. And you're feeling very, very rusty right now if you're Vitality. And MOUZ have had a lot of time now to get warmed up and acclimatized. Prepared for the task that lays ahead at 8-1.
Favorite lift? Johnny's mom.
Their brains have started thinking about a map 3. about this series going the distance.
Yeah, it's red hot. When you look on the other side, it's Flames 1-9, Apex 0-9. Where is that?
That's wild, dude.
Where is that star power for Vitality that they needed on this T side? It might get worse before it gets better. Apex stand down through that smoke.
We can play that.
Vitality cordoned on both sides. Go back to Banana. This AWP retreats. And blocked at 50 seconds. MOUZ continue to keep Vitality out. And this set up Vitality.
Chat, do they close it out? This should be a gimme. This should be a gimme. Do they close it out? You got 5 minutes.
Wrapping round the
just
world.
Going to be an aim map battle.
Down in the pit.
Like 2 players down in the pit, 3 guys fighting them from the long side, but it's suddenly all falls on a Jimmy and Brolin. They're not ready for Brolin.
Ooh.
He gets away with a lot of damage.
Big hole.
And Jimmy might be trapped in this little cage, sure.
Little cage.
It's Vitality's problem
Mouse
to
in a
deal
cage,
with.
bro.
The longer he stays alive, the more of a nuisance
He's aware.
he becomes.
Oh, nice kill.
More output left in him. ZywOo has to be the solution. 1v3. And there's the contact. Toshi's off.
Bro, 9-1.
Unfathomable. 9-1 scoreline. Jimmy gets his flowers, and Apex is looking cooked. Sneaks into the pit player he knows is alive.
Oh my, he's 0-10.
After the cleanest Mirage you could have asked for Vitality, they were never in a position where they were going to lose that map. And now on Inferno, they just can't break through.
Boxer shirt.
Best case scenario,
Sheesh.
that feels unrealistic.
If MOUZ win this round, it's the most dominant half they've ever had against Vitality. And at the most important time as well. Hot on the heels of a comeback at MOUZ. And the task now falls to Vitality.
Dude, the Apex 0-13.
That's not
That's
good.
peak. Some would say that's the Apex.
The set piece into this B site. 3 strong though.
Come on, let's get around here right now. Let's make this a map.
Brolin's made sure they've got the manpower, they've got the firepower. They'll swing out together. Things start to stall. ZywOo and Robs come in with kills to propel Vitality.
Pepe laugh, they don't know. Pepe laugh. Pepe laugh, they don't know.
The safety net, the insurance policy, swinging out a little bit later. He'll stop that bomb in its tracks. Vitality now split up. And divide and conquer proven to be the answer for MOUZ. 2 strong out.
This is just over.
And MOUZ.
Wow, bro.
Leaps and bounds. The best half they've had.
So I won the prediction, right?
At 10-1. It doesn't.
Bro, I told you, bro. MOUZ's run is so crazy.
What do you mean you told me? You were just saying how they don't get more than 7 rounds.
But that's why I set the other narrative like yesterday, so I could play the middle and play both sides.
Yeah, I'm playing both sides so that I can
come
out on top no matter what.
Exactly. They're so battle tested. They're 0-2. They battle back. Every best of 3 is 3 maps. Come on. They can't lose. They got the aura. Pain versus MOUZ finals. Here it is.
On a silver platter.
I mean, dude, if you're Vitality here, you win Mirage, you feel like you're almost in the final. That
What's the Blast
must have been
Bowl?
the feeling. This is such a proven
What is the
matchup
Blast
for you.
Bowl?
You're always going to have respect for MOUZ as, you know, the second best team in the world. But
Dude blasted a pole on Apex getting a kill. That's crazy.
Paul Apex a butler. He's just bringing them rounds right now. MOUZ chowing down. Looking for 11-1.
Oh, that hurts, Apex. Fuck.
They sneak through the smoke. That's a surprise, but the flash gives it away.
Bro, he has ice on him? His ice on him.
Oh my god, Apex.
That one gap lends Apex the room for an opening.
They can still save it. Up and over.
Gonna rely on this boost. Spins once more. Gonna have to bail out MOUZ. Throw it into the spot to succeed, but he can't find a thing.
Good nade.
Nade does good damage. Plant in for Vitality. It's been a long time since they've had to play one of these post plants. More nades.
I thought he was gonna die to that.
Lay damage on Thick.
Low HP.
No round has felt at all safe for Vitality at any
Surely
point in
that's
this game,
high.
so it's
Oh,
fitting that
ZywOo
round 12,
fell.
as everyone is wounded,
This is
everyone's
doable.
hurting.
This is doable. They're gonna single out this kill in flames.
Now, might as well save it for next half.
Jimmy playing it
nice.
first.
Oh no.
Bro.
Okay, there's flames. That's the kill for flames.
No,
Rob.
Oh god.
Aim shaky. He's now left in this all alone. 1v2 laid out in front of Robs. He's got to get them off this bomb. Time is running out.
Robs.
No.
Oh my god. What was that?
On Inferno, and redemption awaits.
What was that? Brother, ooh. Oh, Jason Lake.
The boss of North
Jay
America
Lake.
right now.
He looks the exact same, bro.
Jason,
I
we've got
love
North
him. He's got
American
the same
major.
outfit on.
You're back here watching it all go down. Just tell me the feeling you have when you see all this.
You know, I was talking to my son a minute ago. It's really hard to put your finger on what I'm feeling because Texas was kind of the birthplace of global Counter-Strike. To be back here from
CPL,
this hotel ballroom,
the DoubleTree.
this amazing
I was
venue
there.
with this amazing crowd.
Same as these.
It warms an old man's heart. It's an amazing event. I'm really grateful.
They still owe me money for
BLASTTV
that CPL
partners,
2007.
you know, for coming back
never
to
paid
Texas.
us.
How important is it that we're not just to Texas, but
Kick the
to
tires and
America
light the
overall
fires,
to have
bitch.
more events and see this? Because it seems to me the fans are really loving it, and I feel like it could potentially inspire more players to come to the game and to grow, which NA wants and needs.
Yeah, Americans love Counter-Strike. We've always loved Counter-Strike. We haven't performed as well as we would like in the past years. That's
Bro sounded like a politician
not a
out
secret
here.
to anyone, but this crowd has been fantastic. The passion they bring is as good as any other crowd I've seen around the world. I'm very proud of them. Just walking around the facility and having people stop me and talking about their love for North American Counter-Strike and the efforts that we're putting in with the NA Revival Series and
You're
with the
God,
Farm and
Albert.
Mythic League. They're really resonating with people. So we're doing what we can to try to bolster our region, and having a major here really means
Dear
the
God.
world to us, even in the very hot hot months of summer here in Texas. But we're really grateful to have the major, and I'm very proud of all the fans here.
And I want to just ask this of you on the spot. Is there some inspiring words you can say to future hopeful professional players in North American Counter-Strike?
He's talking to me here.
You know, things in our lives come out of our heart, and our passions come out of our heart.
I'm taking
and
it
life
in.
hands you some serious ups and serious downs.
Thank you,
And
Jason.
all I can say is that the business people like me will continue to try to foster a place for you to grow. I think if you look across different video games, Counter-Strike has proven itself, in my opinion, to be the world's best esport ever. So there are other great
Actual
games
facts.
you can play, but if you're a talented gamer, you want a global future with one of the world's most passionate fan bases, there is no second best to Counter-Strike.
We're here doing it since the very beginning. That's why we love Jason. That's why
Bro, I'm running through a fucking wall for this, man. I'm going full Kool-Aid, man.
He's awesome, dude. He's always been my favorite.
He's so fucking awesome.
That complexity team with Storm and Fraud.
Oh, that team was so good. Storm, Fraud, Warden.
Yeah, Storm.
The one with
Fraud,
Jordan?
Warden. No, that was like EG afterwards, right? I'm talking
was
about
that?
the one with like.
The other two, I don't remember. Fuck, I can't remember.
They
I
had
can't pull it.
Sunman on the team, and they had.
MONGOLZ set Inferno ablaze
I actually can't pull
in the
this
best
this
half
player.
they've ever had against
Trip.
Team Vitality.
Trip, thank
with
you.
their backs against the
yeah,
wall,
someone
they
in chat
fight
got
out of
me.
this hole and look to send us all the way into a 3-map series. It's not just a strong half.
Sunman
It's
was
looking
my
like the most
favorite
dominant game they're ever going to have against this super team.
And K-Sharp.
Pulled out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround's been staggering. Torshi lights out on the AWP. Jimmy a rock over towards Pit. And Spinks always a nuisance. Always a part of those triple B setups in that first half. Brolin doing a good job of making sure MOUZ were in position to succeed.
Wine stack.
And if they win this pistol, that spot in the grand final is still open to MOUZ.
Horsey 16-2 is fucking wild, bro.
This
Yeah,
round
he's
is
having an
everything.
insane map.
They were going to try and pull off an 11-1 down comeback. It's got to start here. It's got to start now. And it might just have to start with Zywoo. 3 kills under his belt.
This next kill.
Now the only man left
Yes.
eventually will get overrun.
Doable now.
And at any other time of day, as I
Not planning?
would be enough.
Going A?
Like
Oh, wait. Wait. We just saw complexity. We literally did this against Very Games, bro. We literally did this against the French team.
Vitality have no idea.
If you know, you know. 2013.
So good. MONGOLZ get the plan. They get the time to pick their positions. Pick wisely. A major final is on the line.
Last round against Very Games is how we beat them.
You very rarely see Vitality feeling this uncertain and this fearful in these types of rounds.
Come on.
They get their first tidbit of info now, and that's going to galvanize the push in. Vitality have control over the site. Brolin swinging on out. Will knock out that first player, but it's going to come down to a clutch. Mezzi versus Exertion. And Exertion caught on the push back out. This is going to be real close. Mezzi hasn't got it. No time.
Oh, no.
Open opportunities to save themselves in this semi-final.
They're actually going to fucking do it, bro. I cannot believe it.
They have as many chances as you could ever hope for to lay this map to rest.
I thought they had a kid in the site.
After winning out that 2v2, it's almost game, set, and match that this one's going the distance.
We want Train as well, and we might
It's
just
the last
get it.
hole.
We want Train.
Oh, jeez, man.
Austin, are you ready for a third map?
Such go.
See if MOUZ give the people what they want. They'll go slow into this.
Bro, I've never seen a tree yet. I'm so stoked.
First and potentially
I've watched
the
YouTube
last
videos
round
about
of
it.
the play.
Like how certain teams play. I'm fucking.
If any team can come back from 12-1, it's Vitality. Just saying. Don't count them out yet.
Apex with a Mag 7, Flames and Mezzi nearby to help him. But there's been no output for anyone not named ZywOo.
What?
Apex suddenly has his moment. Jumping at Mag 7. Oh my God.
Wait, no, he's got 3. He's gonna pie.
Apex up close.
One more.
Pie.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, he got it. Wow.
Apex has wings. 3 kills from Vitality's captain.
That's not normally.
And a wild way for this round to go. MOUZ have not had to run into that one before. 2v3 now, and they slow it down still. They'll leave Jimmy to watch Banana, but what do you even do here? Apex has just ruined your entire first gun round.
Satanic gun.
Are they still going to try this? Smoke for Jimmy, it's just time is so low.
It's the best odds, just walking in. Contact the whole
I'm gonna
way.
tell my.
Smoke on the site. MOUZ want to get weird with 12 seconds. Plan coming in, fake to force the spray. Mezzi gives away his position. MOUZ now need to stick if they want a chance in this post spawn. It does go down, just about. And low health on MOUZ, but don't count him out.
Possible.
Thought Apex had done enough here. Both these players are low, but Vitality still feeling shaky. It's ZywOo on the push out that looks to secure it. The one guy
Pity round, no?
right now for Vitality.
Vitality moves.
It's the 2 Frenchmen that keep the
So that Apex shotgun round might
final
just be the
comeback,
little
which
boost
I'm
they
really
need.
hesitant to call it alive. It's a second round.
It can be
for
hard to win
Vitality.
literally
They stop
every
this from being
round.
a total embarrassment, and it's only going to be a minor one.
They might go like they might get a couple
potentially.
here.
But I don't think MOUZ are in a position to worry right now with the
Oh
game
my
they're
God.
having. With Torshi and Spinks firing off. You can ride
He
off
literally like got
It's a wild sequence, though. I think it's gonna.
he like sat back in his
hype
chair
up Apex.
quickly. He was like, "What the fuck?
He
Shotgun."
needs anything he can get to get him smiling right now.
Just to light you up before that third map, because Vitality, this would be devastating to go into that last game of Train, getting humiliated on your home map, on a map MOUZ have never beat you on in 18 maps between these teams this year.
The map that broke their win streak, that they didn't play again throughout the rest of the major.
To be honest, that felt like a positive, them losing their win streak. A bit of pressure off this team, not thinking about every single series in stage 3. But here in the playoffs, there's no second chances. It's now or it's never.
Hail Mary abs pop, out they come. ZywOo gonna light him up, and he's got support now. Kept that pit player alive for long enough. Robs gets in a position.
When do we get scared?
You can't doubt ZywOo.
12-9.
Like you said, he's the only guy
we got till 12-9 to get scared.
There's a reason Vitality's Vitality.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like it's fucking over right now for some reason.
You know, you shouldn't be. It's 12-3.
12-9 is where I get scared. Because 12-9 is the moment where like Mouse starts feeling like it's in question. Like they get nervous at 12-9.
Right.
Before we get there.
And that when that happens, it's fucking over. Like they just need to be lucky as fuck at 12-9 if they want to win.
That last round.
I'm scared.
Yeah, Torshi.
Gonna be the hardest to get.
He's trying to get the crowd pumped up for the play.
I like that.
Yeah, that's what we
Yeah, he's smiling. Bro's working it. That's a good shot.
Yeah,
that's fire, bro. He's smiling.
This is good.
This ain't his alias.
This is the rifle round coming up next for MOUZ. This was their chance to calm the nerves, talk things over, interact with the players, watching in the crowd a little bit.
Into the boo on Apex, bro.
Made that shit. Oh, you missed the name.
Oh, God.
No, stop.
No. No one's going to lose this round. Not Vitality, not the best team in the world.
Everyone wins the round, Mark?
It's fine. ZywOo, very safe pair of
Dude,
hands.
they just are walking into ZywOo.
This is a guy who said he was pissed when he
twice
found
in a
out he
row,
was
they're
number
like,
3
let's
in the
just
world.
go right to ZywOo.
Gotta get him that over, bro.
And that absolutely lit a fire underneath him. ZywOo straight
What
to
ZywOo's
straight this
over?
year
Like
alone.
100 kills?
Like 40 something.
Yeah.
41.
Yeah.
Just an
Or like
individual,
39. It's a lot.
but in the very team he's in. So 4-piece in middle as MOUZ come back in with the buy.
ZywOo's juggled both an AWP and an M4 over towards long, so he's got options open in this round. Him and Rob's left responsible for this A site. It's just two-man hold.
You like that?
That's going to let Vitality play with extra resources over there towards B.
Yeah. They hit A
Gun for
early.
ZywOo. Even hearing the two different sound cues is misinfo for MOUZ if he fires that M4.
They got good pace on A. He's pushing back B. This is a fire kill. 2 on B still. Oh my god. They're hitting A. Oh, please don't.
Still, it is this A play wrapping around over on long. It's
Leg.
just a tag from the ZywOo AWP.
We'll take that.
Spinks will make it past.
Oh no.
Oh!
He goes right into the trap. Rob steals himself away, but this is a battle he has to win. A battle the whole war depends upon.
Oh, he's fucked now.
Apex trying to hit this timing out through long, right as their attention is on Robs. Advantage starting to dwindle. MOUZ still get out with a plant, but it's not done yet. Jimmy tagged up, pulled down
Low HP on Robs. 542.
MOUZ have the advantage.
What?
They hold the cards. They're in this post plant. But they're losing bodies. Torshi trying to provide. Spots out this
Let's go.
And it's on Torshi. And this one gets closed. MOUZ and that signature resilience remaining a factor in this semi-final. And Train looming up in the distance.
Train time.
A dominant map
Wow.
win for MOUZ.
I actually want to hear what the interviews on the desk say about this shit.
A miracle for MOUZ to do it in that way, that dominantly on a map that Vitality absolutely love. It is a beautiful game of Counter-Strike for
MOUZ,
MOUZ.
I just want to remind everybody, MOUZ were 8-1 to win this map.
You should have taken that bet, bro. You called it.
Dude,
Indeed,
great.
it's one of the best performances we've seen out of MOUZ versus Vitality ever. Where did that come from?
Yeah, we said during the first map, this crowd was a bit too quiet. Of course, they don't want Vitality to win, so we said we have to get a third map and give some rounds for this crowd to enjoy.
Is the belief
I'm just playing the crowd. That's smart.
that you can beat them?
I don't know. We'll see. We are confident on train, and yeah, we have a good chance.
I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
I like that he said they're confident on train.
I like that too.
We have a good chance. Like, for someone that's as humble as he was just now, I feel like that's a powerful sentence or two right there. I'm feeling good.
And Dupree, it could not have come at a more opportune moment for them. We have a semi-final on our hands.
I don't know what made the thing that changed,
Fuck.
what flipped the switch.
Fuck.
I just hope this switch stays on for
Fuck.
this map, because this was a completely different looking mouse from what we saw on Mirage.
Oh.
I think Space
Fuck.
maybe it was a little bit too quiet.
Apologies for swear words. Let's keep it clean. Family show.
Might have some kind of a mental blockade towards.
Fuck.
I think that the way Mouse was played this game was a lot better in the terms of mostly their multi-kills. I think they were, whenever
totally
they
about
found themselves
that,
in a
dude.
position where they had to get they got them. That's what they
There's
did.
so much shit from CS that I've honestly forgot
And
about.
overall, I think you talked on the torches one. The guy had.
Yeah.
Bro, dude with the glasses is back.
That's probably the switch right there. That's the one that was flipped. Was Torji came in that
Same
CT
guy.
with the op. And like Inferno's map, Device always showed us how you could dominate the map.
Dedicated, dude. Is he not? He's not even watching the matches. He's just standing out there
moving
the
around
whole
the map, grabbing your one
time.
kill here, changing position, grabbing
Bro,
another
I
kill
know.
here. He was an absolute beast, and I mean, he made it so difficult for Apex and Vitality to read where the weakness on the map is.
No, he was just an absolute menace in the server, particularly considering, you know, the slow start, the lackluster approach that he had on map number 1. I was asking you about it, Dupree. It can be
Good narrative.
so tough when you're put under pressure in these situations, but you sold me on it. You know, MOUZ, they have thrived in these situations where they have been in the deficit position, and Torzi, man, it's just so beautiful to
16-2 first half. Goated.
I kind of feel bad for letting Mouse force down and saying that I didn't believe that I could actually win. So I feel kind of bad about this.
Don't feel bad. You're fine.
Device once told me that what creates a great athlete and a great and true professional Counter-Strike player
That's
is
for the
that
map
the
shot.
ability of bouncing back, and that is what has stuck to my mind
Inferno.
ever since playing alongside him. You know, he
Where's
told
he
me this multiple
goated,
times.
bro?
I think that Torch
That's what they're showing right here.
He's had a very inconsistent tournament. Let's be honest. Like he has not been looking like himself, but he did have cases like this one before where he just decided to, you know, just
weird
show
map for
what he's
Flames after
capable
that
of. And
map
I think
1.
we talked about, he's like a little bit of a CT side merchant, and you know the fact that they got to start on the CT side maybe was also instrumental for Torch to have such a good game.
And it also helps if you get 11 rounds on that CT side, and then you don't have to play too much of a T side as well. Those are the nice games to just go easy. It's cool too because you talk about that conversation with Device in the context of Torji, but it's the same in the context of MOUZ. If you look at their entire tournament run, it's been like punched in the face, went 0-2 on day 1, bounced back and went on their rattle of best of 3s to get all the way to the playoffs. And now you're looking at them get stumped here and respond as well. And so, I mean, we kind of touched on it in the stages where this was happening of like, this could be a turning point for MOUZ. This gauntlet they've had to run could make them sharper come the playoffs. I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now.
When they've got their backs pushed against the wall, weirdly, it seems like that's when they're in the most comfortable position, right? Obviously, we had our eyes on Torzi for good reason coming into this map. Banana was also another position that we had to keep looking at. And one of these teams was not like the other in this particular area.
It's almost like you can't spill Banana on it. Like you can't spill Inferno without Banana. It's like Banana is always going to be like this thing that always has such many key duels, so many key fights, and it just keeps going back and forth. You see Mouse was
Dupree's really good, yeah.
You know, he's
so good on the desk, I agree.
Like want to go for the aggressive thing, or you want to like work on the retakes. That's where you have to put in your effort. And I think that Mousebot did this really well. You know, they took their time. They tried to figure out. Maybe they had a lot of, you know, they have been playing Inferno against Vitality multiple times. You know, they've been trying to go back, look back. What have we actually been doing good? What have we been doing bad? You know, what can we come up with? And I think that the approach they had, being very aggressive, at least when they've gotten
Be right back
the
1 second. I'll
but actually having the numbers, that's what stood out to me.
I think it helps too that, I mean, we could just say Vitality played an awful game as individuals. I think Flamesy and Apex at one point were both 0-8, which is like, I don't care. Like even ZywOo cannot hard carry you to 2 players like that.
We'll get over the negative side of the coin soon.
Okay, we're still on the
Don't you
positives.
worry. I want to
bad.
stay on the hype train.
I was
I want to
excited.
hear the hype from the side of MOUZ after a litany of CT rounds. So let's check in with them at the end of that first half.
One is really low. I have 2 flash. Enough smoke. I'm just gonna pick range a bit. Yeah, Adam has a smoke for Banana. I'm picking range, guys. Do it. Yeah. One dark. Guys, listen.
Should be 2 dark, maybe 1 pool. 2 dark, maybe 1 pool.
Can you flash dark for me?
Yeah, flashing dark. Flash.
Flash a pillar.
Boom.
Close that dark pillar.
Pillar.
Advantage should be Robs. Up. In the smoke.
I'm blind. Did I kill?
Yes, banana. Banana. Adam, them here, hold it. This one. No! Nice, guys. Nice job. Let's go, man. I'm gonna fucking see it, bro. I got you.
Mouse hype moments are fast becoming some of my favorite, Peter, and there was a lot to be celebrating after just the absolute decimation on that C2 side.
That was a very classic TeamSpeak snippet of what happened inside a server and things is getting very hectic. You know,
it sounded chaotic.
It is always a little bit chaotic, but I want to actually look at the clip and then I want to point out Spinks what he does just before the execute actually happens. He takes like a small breather and he's like, guys, listen, there should be multiple player dogs or one maybe pool. Like he's, instead of just, you know, yapping out what he's going to do, whatever, he actually goes into the conversation, trying to get a little bit more calm and actually addresses what does the situation actually look like. And he's actually the guy that goes in and takes charge. And this is the charge that I think he likes to have inside of Mousesports. That he's a guy that can go in with experience and have this cool-headed thing, visualize thing and say, this is how it looks, guys, this is how we approach it. And it was, you know, that takes a lot of effort to do that in that specific moment.
And you love having a guy like that as a teammate. And I mean, I remember it was one of the things as a coach when I was with Liquid too. It was like, we'd go into certain situations and it would look okay, but you have no one actually quarterbacking it. Like everyone kind of knows you're going for a retake, but no one's organizing and no one's coordinating what everyone's going to be doing. So having someone come take over in that situation, especially when you're already up 10-1 at that point, like it could be easy to just sit the round out and be like, whatever, it's over, we got it.
And this is something that we worked a lot with back in the day, especially when we came into Vitality, you know, setting up the retake, you know, who actually has the overview, who has the utility, who can do what for everyone. So that was really great to see that he stuck with it and then actually transitioned that into Mousesports.
Moses, this is your time to shine. We've done the good.
Perfect.
Let's skip the bad and just go straight to the goddamn ugly. Flamesy, to begin with, obviously singing his praises on map number 1. It took him 9 rounds to even post a single kill on this map. That's dire.
Yeah, and I mean, especially, again, because we emphasize Banana so much on Inferno, and we've always talked about it plays out the way Middle does on most other maps. Like, you just have to be able to control it. Yeah, like, that's your B defense. Apex, I mean, that's your B attack as well. Apex is over there doing some work. I mean, this is just really rough to have a map 1 like this, not able to carry it forward, but then just struggle to have any kind of impact, and no one else on the team is able to kind of pick up the slack. This was, I mean, one of those games that was very well played from MOUZ, very strong individually from MOUZ, and very poor individually from Vitality. Like, when those two coincide, that's how you get blowouts like this.
I also think that is one of the reasons why the map was so one-sided, actually, because we're so used to seeing Vitality being so well-drilled, and whenever they don't get the openings, whenever Apex and Flames is not out there creating the openings, if Saiwu and Rups doesn't do it, then you kind of lack the space that is the space that Saiwu and Rups actually thrives so much in.
Yes.
And this was actually the case for Banana this time. Like they wouldn't get the openings. MOUZ was always getting ahead. They were always finding the openings, and that made Saiwu and Rups feel like, guys, we're in a position where this is not familiar territory. I don't remember the last time. Maybe we go all the way back to the Legacy game. This is like one of the ass kickings that we've seen Vitality has been going for.
Yeah, and I think too, like with this Inferno win as well, I think it's obviously massive for MOUZ, not only to extend the series, but we've kind of marketed Mirage as like a must-win map for MOUZ. So the fact that you've come in and just dumpstered Vitality on their own pick, that's a swing of confidence.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this is also what Spink said in the interviews. Well, he wanted to give it to a third. You know, he wanted. Maybe they were not too proud of the first map from Mirage. You know, they wanted to show that we can actually do better than this, guys. This is a major semifinal. We're here to play counter. We're not here to just sleep.
Yeah, it might look like dire straits for Vitality right at this very moment, but there is a third map awaiting. And Apex, he had some thoughts about looking onwards to map number 3 during halftime of Inferno.
Guys, it is the pressure as well.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. Fuck it. Okay, it's live. What happened is live.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
No, let's try to make it competitive. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try to come back to the game. I don't care to lose this map. We can focus on trying. I don't give a fuck. What I want right now is to go back on the game. Okay, all together.
Yeah.
It's gonna be important, buddy.
Is that what you want to be hearing in a situation like this, Dupree? You know what? Let's just throw Inferno out of the window. All hope is lost. Let's just focus on Train.
I mean, this is again showcase how good of a captain that Apex is. You know, he addresses the situation. He takes responsibility, saying that I don't care how we're gonna. I don't care if we bounce back. I don't care if we lose this map. I just want to focus on next because this one is looking really bad for us. The most important thing is that we just try and go back into the game. And I've found myself in this situation multiple times where, whether that being the first or the second map, that you're not really getting to a point, you're not playing that well, then you just have to focus on the positive. You need to find some kind of positive inside the negative, and that is just getting back into the game because they know the third map is going to be the most important one.
And I think what's cool about it too is I like the way, it's kind of like the best way I've heard like a leader distill kind of the idea of one round at a time, right? You make that goal, you shrink that goal down from winning the map to like, let's just make it, let's have competitive rounds. Let's start working ourselves back in, and you make that goal a little bit smaller so you have at least something positive to latch onto. Like, yeah, we did go on a little streak of 3 or 4 rounds. We picked it up, but man, if that first half was a disaster, whatever, forget it, now train. It was almost like he started like the between map conversation just early.
Well, Miles, they are biting back hard, which means we do need to decide who will be our first grand finalist on Train. Tell me a little bit about this map and, yeah, exactly what you think is going to be.
All right, let's go. What's up, bad teammate? Thank you. Being friends with Jesus is crazy. What are my thoughts on the game so far? I'm not sure if you're still here, Alvins, but I'm fucking loving it. I watched the first CS2 major. I even was playing a bit around that time, which I've said a lot about. I played quite a bit around that time. But then I got cheated a couple times, stopped playing, and honestly, the Val circuit, when it picks up, is just like a lot because there's multiple regions going on at the same time. And so there's really no time to like split attention if you're like fully immersed in Val, like the esports scene. But man, I am loving this shit. I'm not gonna lie, like seeing the NA crowd is incredible. I didn't think that I wasn't expecting that actually. Like when I chose to watch party this, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting production to be so amazing. Like everything has blown me away. I really enjoy playing. I played last night with some friends. Yeah, I'm honestly not confident enough to play on stream. It's not like I'm even like throwing nades and shit. I'm just running around having fun right now. But holy fuck, it is hella exciting. Like I still know what I'm watching and could break it all down. But when it comes to knowing the nades in the game, I don't know the nades in the game. Which, so truthfully, I could use like one of those like YouTube videos or accounts on Twitter, and I follow a lot of them with all the nade lineups. I've even shown people some in the stream throughout this co-stream. But the way I want to get better, again, is by playing the game and taking a lot of fights. You know, like kind of like how someone would come up naturally. I think if I fall into the trap of being like learning util first, I won't learn how to take fights right.
I don't banana peels.
Bro, that's a thing. Eating bananas, bro. That potassium up.
I'm a little bit surprised because I think we've seen Mouse play Dust 2 at this tournament at a high level. We saw their CT side be extremely strong earlier in the tournament. We've seen improvements on the map of Dust 2 as well. So I personally thought that they would lean towards Dust 2. Because matter of the fact is they
I haven't played this stream.
And
it always gets banned.
In fact, Vitality is the only team that's ever beaten Mouse on Train. So
I'm stoked right now. I watched like YouTube videos about it to like watch how teams approach it.
To also allow this to just be
but I'm actually really excited about this.
And Dust 2. But either way, I think Vitality are looking.
No, I haven't even played it in Premiere.
Pim said they're smiling about this kind of map 3.
My stacks in Premiere normally play a lot of Anubis and Ancient, which has been really helpful for me. Like low key, at first I fucking hated it. I was like, bro, why are we playing the maps that I don't know? But now I'm like, okay, I fuck with these maps actually. It's like I've completely switched my mental on those maps. From playing, not even from watching. I do enjoy watching those maps. I think I enjoy Anubis more than Ancient. But I think they're both pretty fucking good. What's up, Fanny? What's up, Matty? Choo-choo.
We have of all time.
Has Kira done the thing yet?
Really what people say he is and what he has proven to be. He will be a difference maker here on map 3. He'll will Vitality to the grand finals.
And I think Vitality are feeling comfortable. I think they're feeling confident coming into Train as well. A lot of people are
It
questioning
failed.
Train.
Oh
Are you
no.
that good on the map? There's been a
I felt
couple of
bad.
close
Are you
games, but if
serious?
you look throughout history, they played the map 9 times.
Well, at
ever
least she
since it got
tried.
introduced, and they won 8 of those games. A couple of times against MONGOLZ. The only ever loss was against Falcons in a game where Falcons and m0NESY popped off completely. Apart from that,
I'm sorry to hear that.
consistently playing Train at a very high level. As a matter of fact, when you look at the win scores as well, most of those wins are single digits. Most of those games are not even remotely close for you. So I think if you're speaking to Apex, if you're speaking to Vitality right now, they feel super, super comfortable knowing that
At least
Train
she tried.
is the map that will
Closure.
decide their fate.
And speaking of Vitality, they've chosen to start on the CT side of the equation. What do we expect in terms of the setups here, Maui?
Well, one thing that I'm a little worried about, if there was any sort of gap in the defense that I think MOUZ needs to focus on, it's Mezzi actually at Ivy. He was really great in map 1. He's been great in this tournament in general, but I feel like sometimes the choices he makes, the decisions when he's between pivoting for Ivy, pivoting to help towards A, that's when he gets lost in the confusion of the round of what needs to come next. And so if I'm MOUZ, I'm targeting that space on the map. And Mezzi's been one of the worst players in the 2 maps that they've played in the pass on Train 2 for Vitality.
The cool thing about Train is that there's one position that is so key where it's normally just one guy defending it. Rob's on the small bomb side, on the inner bomb side, so to speak. He's fantastic at doing so, but if he's having a game off, if MOUZ all of a sudden gets a feeling that, listen, we can attack both bomb sides, not one of them is closed down by Robs, that's going to open up the playing field a lot more, especially considering that Ivy is a point of contention for MOUZ. So I think Robs needs to have a great game for Vitality in order to steer MOUZ towards the outer bomb side, and that's when we get to see Messi and Cyber activate.
There's a few teams that, you know, when you've been absolutely dunked on, that I would be worried coming into a third map. Vitality is not one of those, right? So how do you read this going down?
Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the finals with Wolves.
Right now, we have
Over in
this
Toronto.
established dominance coming out from Vitality. As they've shown, you can have consistency and really just run the table in terms of the victories that they're finding. MOUZ, they're trying to bring us back into an
Damn,
age
the
of
odds
parity,
of
but I don't think
hella
that Vitality is
shifted.
willing to let their era slide here.
Live also sliding with Vitality. Jacob, are you agreeing with that note?
It's hard to disagree. There's absolutely nothing that points in that direction of MOUZ. We can't find any stats, we can't find any reasoning, and that's exactly why it may happen right here. I think MOUZ have a chance.
One more map will decide our first grand finalist here in Austin. It's all going down on Train.
All right, Austin, you guys have been awesome. You mind if we have one more map in this semi-final? Hell yeah. MOUZ have torn up the script. This one's up in the air. It's off the tracks. We go to Train, a map that never should have appeared in this series. Vitality stopped at the door, and we're going to have to see if they can close it out for the final.
Texas Joe hot dogs.
Number 1, both these squads worthy of lifting a major trophy. Both these teams have given their all across this season, but
dude, those inflatables look so cool. They look like actual like stone sculptures.
They look so cool. That was a cool addition, I'm not gonna lie.
On Train, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna continue to pick Vitality.
That's a first stop on this train yard.
I gotta get the pred up.
Trophy at the tip of the stage. Both teams' eyes on it. MOUZ in a match they shouldn't even
5 minute
be
shot.
here in.
Why do we still got music on?
Vitality.
Yeah, it's
trying
from this.
to bounce back.
Pushing through. Oh my God! Take us. Oh.
Oh, that's a weird spot.
Big kill.
Dude.
That's Messi's aggression.
Yeah,
Dealt with
Goosh.
to open
No?
up this pistol. And so Vitality come in after getting dominated on Inferno. Trying to be the one setting
Holy
the tone.
fuck.
They come through with aggressive moves.
Good smoke.
Moves that get punished. Moves that
Aye,
Zymo
aye,
and
aye.
Apex are going to make up for. And 4-on-3 bestowed to
Inner control
Vitality,
those
that
Sphinx.
bomb retrieved. And that's because
Oh,
Sphinx,
what a
look
lurk.
at the room he's
What a
found on his
lurk.
lurk over at B.
Is Rob's aware of this shit?
Extremity, and
What?
somehow wins that out. All the advantage for Sphinx. Rob swings in. 2v4 in this post part. Torshi's got to thin the herd. He's got to do it quick. His teammates already fallen. Torshi has no room to move. And Vitality take that pistol. Back to their winning ways. It's been a while.
Who's this? Bro, my monitor couldn't even read that. What did that say? My monitor couldn't even fucking. It's like blurry. Something about Apex. I don't know if this is my digital vibrance, but it was like fucked up.
Both times and not really getting a chance to play their T side with the momentum of Inferno.
That spam kill fucked them up, and then that.
But a big pistol pickup for Vitality to put that under question.
Attack or some shit?
Yeah, that's fair.
Rip, yeah. Yep. Oh, okay. It's so quiet.
All right, a force buy back up for MONGOLZ. I don't want to sit
With
back.
the Galil.
The eco right off the top, that plant, giving them some extra money. Already, that's a gnarly
fuck.
and the nade.
That's crazy.
With it. Brolin's round ends in the worst of ways before it even begins. Apex taking fight after fight on these players over in main. He's got teammates here to back him up, and this outside yard is closed. Vitality send a bit of a message up against this force buy. They'll take it flawlessly.
Yeah.
Coming in with aggression.
And domination.
It's a good return to form for Vitality.
What a sick way to start that round. ZywOo just wall banging out Brolin in pop.
That was
Old
insane.
school.
Yeah.
Vitality come in with a bit of vigor.
Dude, you can see into like mid main from top. That top, I guess it used to be 5, but top of that red train.
Now, if you're shot at the 2000
Big push out. It's pretty dope.
MOUZ need it. They're broke.
Like, see that top? How there's a gap up there? Oh, might see it right now. Yeah, he's doing it. He's jumping it. He's jumping to see.
He wanted to get out of. That was something to show for, but no kills. Means Vitality get to build up one hell of an early bank account here, just to help hold up this CT side of map 3.
Seems so much more open, like for fights.
What, outside?
Just like the whole map in general.
There's more spots to like hide because I don't know. I don't think outside is as open because like there's not clear lanes in all 3 lanes anymore outside, right? Like,
yeah, true. The lanes are blocked. I see what you mean.
This B site is under scrutiny. Rops and ZywOo couldn't ask for a better tag team to stop this bomb plant.
I know util, so he's gonna dry fight this.
Re-smoked at 30 seconds. Gonna have to go
This is
through
not
that
looking
if you're
good.
MOUZ. Vitality have forced their hand, put them in an awkward position. And so the pistols should get dealt with cleanly. There's ZywOo to make it happen.
Makes up for it.
Bro. That guy is so blasted.
And now we have to see what MOUZ are cooking.
It's just all over.
I want a beer count for his entire week.
They had that choice. A map of Dust 2 that they beat Vitality on before, albeit close. They go for Train instead. They change up this veto. Let's see why.
This was your gamble. This was your curveball.
Nice flash, quick drop.
Trying to get their prep in.
Final control. Double peek. Oh, fuck. This is a good stack.
Apex with a boost. My God. Run up over the top of this. Is
Oh,
being
fuck.
held, but not accounted for yet. Spinks
Trade that shit.
eventually going to knock that player off the top. Robs makes it out of there, but for how much
Oh,
longer?
my God.
Spinks was going to come through. Ends in an awkward sort of stalemate over here towards B.
Spinks is using his broccoli head powers.
Things even in the downtime. MOUZ might now look.
That was a little terrifying, though.
Use
Not gonna lie.
We've been waiting to go in May.
They're going outer here. Top control.
Position, making
Main
the smoke
control.
play. There's going to be no one's on yard
Pushing
right now. There's a
Ivy.
huge chasm in the map. MOUZ can just walk in, and even though one player can go
Bro,
for
I think a
break,
double
surely
push
you're
here
getting
is
both.
really good.
That is so much resources here for Vitality. The timing looks good right now, though. MOUZ have barely recognized the gap they have. They start
Jimmy
to
has the
take
bomb.
it.
He's the one still back in main, the one that's vulnerable, most vulnerable to
this is not looking good, bro.
Starts off into the site now.
Yeah.
So Mezzi won't be able to find him in time. It's a kill through the smoke. Here's that backstab showing up. As long as Mezzi's here,
big kill.
We're interested, but he's dead after one. Flames out with the swing. Quelled, it's Spinks to lock Vitality out of this retake.
Yeah, this ain't happening.
Nice round.
MONGOLZ on the board, even though Vitality had the info.
Yo, Sliggy with the raid again. God damn.
So risky for
Welcome, Slugs. Welcome.
Just disappear at any point behind the corners.
Yo, Sliggy, this is my first time watching the new train. This is crazy.
Going around on this T side. And as I was saying, coming into this one,
Hope you had a good stream, brother.
Fleshed out T side from MONGOLZ, the opportunity to play a full half on the T side against the best team in the world.
What game is this? Where the Asian team's at? Actually, unironically, after this series, MONGOLZ is in the next series. They're the first Asian team to make a top 4 in the majors. And low-key, they're probably favored in that series. Pretty big. They'll be crowd favorites. It'll be dope. Right now, we are watching map 3.
Our first grand finalist.
Yep. So this is the semis of the major. We're watching Vitality versus MOUZ, and after this, MONGOLZ is playing Pain. Oh shit, what a push. That's a sick flash push.
Flash out on upper, Apex, and Flames getting aggressive. They'll meet MOUZ out in main. Lights end even.
Just need this next kill.
ZywOo now flanking, Mezzi left out
2v2.
on the road in front of him. And ZywOo gets that spot on Jimmy.
Still, Torshi slipped.
Oh no, turn.
Comes away from him here. Might have a chance to find Mezzi in the back lines. They've got no idea where Torshi's gotten to.
I'm trolling.
Only thing he has on his side is the element of surprise. And even then, with each passing second, Torshi doesn't creep up. Vitality consider more and more options.
Crazy good movement by Vitality. That awareness is wild.
Torshi is making no effort to go get that bomb. He's playing for the kills here.
They don't know they have the bomb.
They know they can't play in the middle of the open.
Can Torshi deal with it? No. Sneaks
Wow,
right in as
they're
ZywOo
cooked, dude. They're
delivers that
cooked.
kill.
They're actually cooked.
So a failure to launch in that 1v2 out of Torshi.
Crowd is so quiet now, bro.
On the angle.
That's such a good flash push.
It all started with that little aggressive move, dealing with Spinks as well, who's been a bit of a nuisance over here towards B.
So much of the early game on train is setting that precedent of will we push B, will we come and crunch you and pop, is there counter util, are the T's nading the ramp every round? Seeing what you can get away with, Vitality testing the limits on their T on their
So
CT
sick
side.
head stacks, he top red.
By sending Robs straight up the stairs. We need
They're doing the opposite peak, Mark.
just to stay standing. MOUZ have a boost for the top of red.
That's fucking, that's sick, dude.
No one tempted by this top angle. MOUZ's move for that opener.
I feel like ZywOo up in this Ivy line, he's gonna get bored, ask someone else to push it, because he's getting no pressure.
Vitality sit back. They let MOUZ take that real estate. Pop isn't a threat.
ZywOo holding Ivy line, like I'm saying.
Walls are contained by MOUZ, but
Double setup inner. This guy's holding lower. This guy's gonna hold upper.
Jimmy late lurk. And MOUZ grouping now.
They just molly in ladder room to clear it.
What is Apex looking at?
He's just info spotting upper. He'll drop and then probably throw a flash or molly upper.
This could be one way to get an early warning system.
This is fucking cooked, bro. It's a good setup.
Gets away with a lot of damage. That's Brolin squeezed out from Pop. Gonna try and run it out into the yard. ZywOo's AWP is on the line.
What? Wow. What?
Oh my god.
3 kills deep, but why stop there? As long as MOUZ still draw breath, there's hope in the round, and so ZywOo's looking to get rid of it. Mezzi offering up assistance. And Spinks left to save. Watched his team get decimated from the safety of Pop Dog.
We're back to the mousetrap. It's over, bro. It's fucking over. They baited us on Inferno, but it's fucking over.
Spinks, will he die after time? That is a punishing hunt.
Wow.
Dude.
And so it's the sequence from ZywOo, the hunt for maximum damage done to MOUZ.
That's why ZywOo's. Honestly, that's the versatility of him. He's been so insane rifling like this whole series, and now he's just offing on this map and destroying with it.
That was a pretty electric 3K, I'm not gonna lie. And he dominated the other outside round too. Bro, shotgunning a beer in that.
It's like really just him and Simple when you think about like all-time greats that can do both the rifling and the offing.
Yeah, honestly, someone on Twitter, fucking Twitter analyst, actually basically showed me like the head-to-head with these two, like before CS2 even in CS:GO, and ZywOo was actually ahead of Simple, but I think because Simple has such an insane brand and he's so, as like a player, he's so. Wait.
We are doing fucking great season so far, guys. We can do it this fucking semi-final, huh?
I think just because Simple's so electric as a player, and he's on such like a weird team. Like, he just dominated, dude.
Doesn't know they're close. They are further ahead than Messi was ready for, but ZywOo's here to help him out.
ZywOo's taking over the fucking game. It's 10-1.
Yeah, they just pop B now because this AWP's on A and they want nothing to do with it. Pistols, desperation, and at least no one close could facilitate a bomb plant here for MOUZ. That would be a win.
Device is the fucking GOAT. He's got the rings. As an IGL, I'm still blown away by what that Astralis team did. 2018.
Allows Vitality to shift into the site. That bomb plant.
Someone in chat, what's the streak for Vitality's series right now? It's like 45, 44 or some shit.
Just been so much time to get set up here if you're Vitality and the map's so quiet.
Was it a series they lost?
You know exactly what's coming your way. And so Robs,
are you happy with the train that you're getting?
Meant to be nice and easy for him. That's one kill back out of exertion.
I mean, dude, the rounds seem weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, MOUZ can't do anything.
Just very tidy for Vitality. They're leaving nothing a chance. No one overplaying their flames.
First date, kind of nervous.
He peeks on his teammate. Keeps it as clean as can
Bro,
be
sitting
right now.
arms crossed. It's not a good sign, Mark. It's not a good sign.
It feels rough, right? Like Torshi was full control over Inferno. Felt like he couldn't miss a beat. But here, a map where your AWP can dominate, the conversation is all on ZywOo. Well, Torshi's finally pulled out another one. And he does have a good spawn. Torshi's going to try his hand at an early fight. Knows the fight that ZywOo wants to take, but ZywOo has other ideas.
Yeah, her sign was great, but it's not a good sign, you know what I'm saying?
Smoked off immediately. MOUZ's pressure on Ivy, hoping to give them that engagement.
Immediately smoke it off. They're looking for the jewels.
Jewels.
Time wasted. Utility squandered. Vitality remain patient.
Well, at least I was not here. They got that going for them. We got a nice inner exec without that guy. Fuck yeah.
Jimmy on the lurk.
Some Ivy pressure
With a sight in mind.
from Jimmy. Info spotting upper from Apex. We get to see what he's going to do.
His teammates actually gain ground
He's
here.
got a flash.
ZywOo's now starting to get activated on this push up through Pop. He's even bringing a friend along. He's got flames.
Smoked.
Weird.
Ripping through the back line with
hang out and just sit in it,
concealed in this smoke.
Okay,
and this is MOUZ's own smoke lobbed in.
Oh, he got him.
For the first. They're not ready for Apex. Same place, same problem. And this hole getting dug
Shit's over.
deep for MOUZ.
This is.
I mean, that lurk is irrelevant for Jimmy. I thought he was
MOUZ should not be
Ivy.
number 2 in the world.
Depends on his team's success, but he
Back
can't
it
even
up.
stop that flank from coming in. This was, this was the big gamble. This was MOUZ trying to throw a curveball the way of Vitality, having Train as the decider. And I respect it, trying to switch this one up, trying to catch them off guard. Clearly, they were ready on Inferno when we thought this was a one-map series. But they are meeting their maker on this T side of Train.
Mark, do you believe in the MOUZ magic? They're unbeatable.
No, not right now. MOUZ is unbeatable.
And it's not going to stop.
Doesn't look like it right now, but It seems like every time they look beatable at the major, they just win.
They have 3 players.
We're ignoring that.
Lead extended. Spinks has been getting bullied over towards his B side of the map. Also been the one guy with any output right now. It's Torshi, Brolin, and Jimmy with 1 kill each. Individuals just aren't there for MOUZ. And with how they've been trying to play, right, running a lot of these sort of split T sides, Jimmy lurking Ivy, 2 players taking pop, 2 players taking main. You need those individuals looking good. It can't be a one-man army on this T side of Train.
Yeah. Even with how resilient MOUZ have been throughout
MOUZ
this
has
year,
like
throughout this
nothing,
tournament
bro.
especially.
They're just getting
I won't
torn
count
up in the
out
early
even a
round.
Down bad scoreline, but
I do respect how
it just shows
aggressive Vitality's
in a
been, though.
championship form that they can get.
Like, even on that pistol, they did the Ivy push, you know?
An entirely different
Every
team.
round, they were aggressing.
Same goal in mind as MOUZ hit this outer side.
That was a nice opening shot. Exertion's taking it 1 step further, but this is the guy that's been blocking them every step of the way. This is the guy that they just can't get past. Nades rain out from Apex as well.
What?
Zywoo gets his help right as he needs it. And a 3v2 looking to crumble away from MOUZ, a sign of the times. Jimmy can't find a thing. And now that smoke fades. The odds of Jimmy winning this just went down even lower. Missed timing on Zywoo.
Motherfucker.
And they make this a painful lost clutch. They're trying to kill him after time. Zywoo wants this to hurt.
That is after time. That's no more money made. That's 2 players who have dealt with that. And, you know, you got to feel for Jimmy in some of these late round situations on Mirage. He was stuck in so many unwinnable moments.
He needs the timeout to goon.
I don't think I've seen Jimmy close out a round in this series on the stage. He is struggling.
The goon out.
On Inferno, 1 multi-kill and Pits.
It's a fucking
really
pretty good
across
nade.
3 maps here, he has not been the guy that MOUZ need desperately to win these clutches.
Devastated.
To pick up a late round scenario. That was Spinks in the Spirit game.
That's after, you know, coming into this, you've just had your best map ever against Vitality. You're meant to be feeling elated, like it's all opened back up again.
We thought we were elated, but we were
crazy
debated.
Curveball of the Train decider. And you get destroyed.
Yo, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for a B fucking kicking a MOUZ's ass.
And make no mistake, MOUZ have had no purchase in this game.
Only the second ult for Torshi as well, I feel, in this T side.
And with 2 deaths after time, it feels like even with this maximum loss bonus, even with every way to make money open to them, they're still coming through with these broke buys.
They haven't had a plant in the last 5 rounds, so another boost up. Tricking the trade here. And they're fine in this corner. They can even bail. That run boost is spotted. Zywoo not double scoped. Sees the AWP cross over, and he doesn't need to take this fight.
Man,
no way.
Zywoo's a pussy, no? Simple peaks that.
Just contains Vitality. Every now and then, a little play out of spawn. But
Bro's always playing the numbers. Come on now.
Vitality are so aware of the mindset MOUZ are in and kind of the ebb and flow of this game. Like,
I got nothing.
You still have full belt of util on like 3 players short.
Bro,
Now they're
util's
starting to
so
use
good.
a bunch of it to clear this pop control. But they know the pace that MOUZ are going to run. And so as this round continues to tick down,
There's a chance.
in the late round, that will prove to be important.
As he doesn't know
skirmish. Ends in a stalemate, and Spinks is allowed to pull back.
That chance is
Pull back into
gone.
what? They don't have any control anywhere else. And so Spinks decides to recommit. In fact, he's even called for Xerxon to come around and join him.
This is ice cold for Mezzi to not flank at any point in the round. Spinks has to consider it. Mezzi starting to move. Perfect timing, no. Spinks stops him.
So
That
weird.
opens up options. You know it's 1-1 right now.
Going to split the defense.
Yeah, they know one's
Apex, his footsteps coming his way.
it's gonna be very hard to get this kill on Apex without
Vitality's
dying.
captain looks to deal a killing blow to MOUZ.
Oh
Their
god.
first time at trying to stick the landing on one of these 2v4s. Well, there's Apex to make them eat those words. Backstab in.
Crowd doesn't know what to do. They're like, wait, if we boo him, we're gonna be on the wrong side of this shit.
CT side keeps racking up.
Yeah, captain says F you, Austin, because he's going for that trophy. He is going for the gold. No crowd keeps him down. Humiliation on Inferno, now stepping up massive here on Train. Joint second in the server. Vitality an incredible reset. An unstoppable CT side. I wanted MONGOLZ to have the chance to play this T half, and they have. They've been blown out of the map.
Oh, good.
Tied to the tracks.
Horsey was 16-2 first half last map.
No
He's
one's
1-10 this half. That's rough.
I mean, that's kind of, you know, the thing that's really sucked here for MONGOLZ is, you know, what does Brolin even say? He doesn't feel like he can rely on anyone right now. Outside of exertion, and Spinks nearly clawing back that 2v4. That's the closest they've
Bro, if
come.
I'm Brolin, I'm telling my teammates they suck.
First half to turning
I'm just kidding.
back in their favor.
Yeah, they got the first
You gotta throw someone else under the bus. This is CS.
Torshi Zorp hasn't been hitting. Jimmy on these lurks hasn't been able to find anything.
We're doing the CSGO exec.
No one's having any issue for Vitality.
Oh, great position from Flame.
Great counter smoke. Oh my god, they're so lucky that missed.
Swing and a miss, and that's given them some room to get out
That's
through
really
main. This is just a five-man hit, something a bit more basic from MOUZ. No longer trying to split this side of the map. They play it group, they play it together. Can that be their salvation? No! Robs and Zywoo have other ideas.
Yeah.
And so another round where just Jimmy remains. And impossible odds leveled against him. Jimmy, first kill found, but there's that instant swing. No good deed going unpunished.
That was sick because Zywoo threw that smoke like after he threw the smoke, missed the op shot, and then who was it that ran up? Who the fuck was that? Flames? I think it was Flames.
Yeah.
He ran up with that smoke to peek pop. Like the timing of it all was amazing. Like he covered that ground so quick. You can tell they've done that shit a lot. I'm actually surprised I only got one.
Final ditch attempt.
Yeah, straight out, straight into this A site. Screw it, try and throw bodies at the problem. Hopes that solves it for MOUZ. They will nail these trades. Brolin double opener. Once more though, it's this duo, this damn duo of Zywoo and Robs. And even though they dealt with it, it's Zywoo on that swing that Spinks had to convert.
What do you mean? Why are you laughing?
What do you think the chances are of what are my chances not good, like 1 out of 100?
I'd say more like 1 out of a million.
The Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
And unlocking.
There's a chance, Chad. There's definitely a chance. Do you believe?
First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They
what
won.
Is that?
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018?
That could be Nuke or Inferno. This is a trick question.
I know. I think it's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
Nuke, they had a massive win streak.
I think it was Nuke.
Yeah.
But their Inferno was also like fucking insane.
Which team won the first CS2 major?
Their Inferno and their Nuke is what made them insane.
Not a Swincer.
There we go.
Not a Swincer, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Oh, that's so easy.
Markelov? I don't know.
On Cash? Wait, on Cash?
On me,
Is that simple? Yeah, it's simple.
On Cash.
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
He talks about himself in third person?
You got it correct.
Bro, give the full
Which
name.
team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
Yeah.
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, I will just leave like this.
Which player got vac banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
Ah, that's Indian guy?
Yep, what was his name?
Oh yeah, what the fuck?
Forsaken.
Forsaken, that's what it was. Yeah.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Word.exe.
Yes, that's the one.
Bro, imagine
Which
you get vac
organisation
banned in
was
front of a
once
live
banned
audience.
From all
Holy fuck.
majors due to a coaching bug.
I'm running.
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know. I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a good pull.
Ah, see?
CIS, simple should know that.
I shouldn't help you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
Oh, appreciate you, Jakey.
This is no rivalry. This is Vitality.
That's
beating up
crazy.
On MONGOLZ. 2 of the 3 maps. They may have disappeared on Inferno, but none of that matters. When you check the score sheet, 10-2 on Train. That is all you remember. Team Vitality seeking silverware, seeking a trophy, and a major grand final is just rounds away.
That's all you can say.
This is after the perfect season from Vitality.
Listen, they might say that, but you see the
records as they do so.
I love that clip, bro.
And the only trophy left to pick up, the only trophy left
Wait,
to
we're so back.
This one here in Austin.
Okay.
His pistol rounds, anything to
Of course
go
he
by.
smiled. I honestly wasn't sure if his mouth could do that anymore.
More stuff from exertion. 3 kills deep in the pistol round.
If
We're
nothing
so
else,
back.
MOUZ have now been given a chance.
Who's we?
Stop Mezzi.
The fuck?
And Jimmy will. It's a step in the right direction, but this is a marathon game for MOUZ.
Korshaw's had both.
That's the start with that pistol round. And then never stop. There is no margin for error at this
I mean, they had the
scoreline.
best util. They set the precedent for like all these other teams to focus util. Their HEs were so incredible. No one used the HE. HEs like
And if we just go off of history,
like
right,
earlier
the 2 maps we've
Shawless.
seen between these teams
That's
on
why they were
Train,
so
where
special.
Vitality have played that T side. They found 7 rounds both times. They had no problems. Everything points.
This CT shit's easy, no?
What they started back on Mirage, albeit a little
It
later in the
is
day.
CT side. Oh, I didn't know there was that animation of the
But a victory that
gravel
will
being
remain
dumped.
undeniable.
Vitality, going Ivy.
Can lightning strike twice for MOUZ? 2 miracles, back-to-back maps. I don't think Vitality are worried.
Dude, I don't know if you know this, Mark, but there was like a patch in CS, maybe 1.5, where you would prime an HE nade crouching, and your hitbox would just get ruined. Like, and so I vividly remember calling, just for fucking shits and giggles, like pulling out nades and walking up Ivy, and the person playing Ivy would peek, and their whole clip would just go through your entire team, and then you just pull out your gun. It was so busted for like a short amount of time.
We're going to get answers to one of these questions tonight. And so it's clean stuff here up against the pistols. But this next one, this is the true test for MOUZ. First rifle round for Vitality.
Vitality respected their opponents today. I mean, we talk about the veto of
The
MOUZ.
Gucci ad right there.
I was just
The
as
hell?
surprised when Vitality second ban nuke. Bit of respect given to a
Oh,
team. that
3
is only
Ivy?
gonna
We
take
didn't see
you
this at all at a
close,
mouse.
But closer than anyone, closer than everyone.
So they pre-mollies, that way no one can push them.
In a near spotless year for Vitality. 6 trophies in a row.
Smoke far side. Blows up the smoke to see info on people walking up. They molly again. Make sure no one gets that ground.
MOUZ holding on for dear life.
Big island for Zershin.
Around that corner, up on Ivy, Apex entries.
They actually start to walk it back. Now, Jimmy was here as the second man. The rest of MONGOLZ are starting to flock over as well. And they seem suspicious about this slowdown. They flash Jimmy back in, and that sends him right into ZywOo. It's the Frenchman leading the charge for Vitality. 3 kills from him. And only Spinks and Brother left to get past this grouping over in
So 4 on 2, they know one's here.
To set their sights on an A play, and that's right as MOUZ move away.
Damn. Mouse predicts they would run into B.
Ahead, they've ended up
They're
3
right.
behind.
Oh my God, Vitality played them so hard with that.
Far away from this 2v4.
That was such a good call.
Too good to be true, think Vitality, but Apex has an idea. He's cottoned on. Roland walks in, and he does hit that shot. Opens up a chance. Vitality delayed on this bomb plant right now. Robs' position is potent.
2v4 like this would reinvigorate MOUZ. This would get them believing again, because it's been 2v4s against them at every single stage of this semi-final. It's Spinks versus his former team. It was his removal and Robs' addition that took Vitality to new heights. And Spinks.
Oh my God.
Now would be the time to show us what he's made of, but he can't find a thing.
So close.
Vitality lock him out. And it's all the openers from Apex and ZywOo leave that round on a platter.
Just so calm in these post-plants are Vitality. You just can't
It's a
get
crazy
them out of
entry.
position, even with a perfect Molotov. Messi dives in, dives out. The French find 3 openers. And Vitality looking to force the finish. MOUZ know it. Buying downfall
God damn.
for their own downfall.
I think there's no way MOUZ come back into this game.
MOUZ burn their final timeout.
You think MONGOLZ is going to 2-0 Pain?
No. I think that Pain is going to start slow, like they always do, and then it's going to be a serious game.
Vitality
I do not count Pain out at all.
Last
I'm a
chance to
Pain
stop the
stan.
bleeding if you're MOUZ.
Really? Do you have them winning?
Honestly, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to say I do think Pain is going to win.
Bro, you glazed MONGOLZ. I can't believe this. That's a cool nade setup. Double nades from mid on the E-box push.
Vitality go for a full grouped play. Left Messi on the extremities, but everyone else is going together.
Going inner.
It's a grouping for
Jimmy
this
Spinks
here.
inner.
This is where MOUZ, if they do want to stay alive in Austin.
Dude, Spinks needs a multi-kill right
this
near,
is the hit
right
they've
here.
got to stop.
Fuck, this is gonna be
3
so
players
difficult.
here. Torshi only adorning this scout. Spinks waiting in reserve out behind oil. And all of Vitality are ready
Triple
to
drop
come their
3-2.
way.
Nice
First
tag.
shot lands. But
Oh.
the first kill falls in Vitality's favor. Sight starts to waver, sight starts to crumble. Jimmy could have the round in the palm of his hands. There's the backstab. Doesn't get greedy with it, doesn't overstay his welcome.
3.
Always keeping
They
that
need this
pressure on.
next.
Just him being here is a problem for Vitality. Teammate starts to join. Missed opportunity on ZywOo though. And if you take a swing at this guy, can you afford to miss? Exertion will pick it up. Messi in the clutch.
MP9 challenging that?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
And MOUZ will withstand it.
Why does Mark sound like
Jimmy's always had a
Slasher?
real rough series.
They're related.
That was a huge moment for him in
No
the
one
round.
said
Didn't
that.
get overzealous, didn't get carried
Someone
away.
did say that actually.
Just peeled the attention away long enough for his teammates to
Mark
barrel
does
through
not
and
like
help
it when
out.
people say he sounds like
Enough,
Slasher.
right? That's how ZywOo gets caught. He goes hunting for Jimmy on over. Gets caught by the pop flank.
Send me your Twitter porn is crazy. What the fuck? This guy is so sick of the game.
AK on ZywOo, nothing else.
What the?
Even these rounds are scary.
Yeah.
Mark, why do you not like Slasher?
Double swing, Brolin.
Oh, they know.
Please
I didn't
no.
say that. What do you mean? I never said I didn't like Slasher.
Why is it so offensive if you sound like him?
I didn't say that either. Why are you making up all this stuff?
Walk away.
I didn't make up anything. What are you talking about?
You just said, why don't you like it?
Spinks and Brolin have been good at keeping the aggression up,
Why?
even though they were a little
It was a question.
you like they heard by the jiggle they saw. They've gone back and they've
Why are
really
you always
cleared
talking
the
shit
upper.
about him behind his
So
back?
Mouse are that much more prepared for what lies ahead of them here.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. This is not fun, huh?
Doesn't want to get caught on a reload here. A very awkward way for this round to
Fucking
start
hell.
off. We've been waiting all this time for Vitality
Get
to
this
finally
kill.
play their hand,
Thank
and here
you.
it is. It starts with Apex falling down in Ivy. There's the spot from Jimpat, and the rest of them are back in main. Mouse have all the info, and that hero gun is kicked aside. Done now by Robs, who opens it with a clean tap.
What? Okay.
Wow.
Jesus.
But they'll slow his roll. They'll stop Robs in his tracks.
Sigh of relief
Oh,
in that
God.
because he's feeling it there. 2 taps to make that 1v4 interesting.
That was literally default NPC fan rawing.
For Mouse, it's a question.
Put him in the
is this
B-roll.
just a commiseration round or 2?
The crowd's back. Boo him.
Or a true comeback. 4 out of the 5
Sean
rounds in
BM?
this half.
I game with him last night. Mark, tell chat what happened to Sean BM. Give him the honest truth 100%.
Vitality's destiny is to be in the grand
What do you
final.
mean?
They have
What
been the
happened
best
to
team
him?
this year. Unquestionably, the signing of
I don't know.
players
Someone in
taking
chat
them
said
to
what
new
happened to him.
heights.
I'm like, I don't know. I was playing with him last night. So
But the skill that Mouse have
I
been
can't even-
showing and improving is their
he's still
and
gaming.
calmness under pressure. And if
He just
there
got a
ever was
job,
time
yeah.
to show it, it's in this major semi-final. Still streaking together these rounds are Mouse. The gap starting to close in a game that felt so far gone. The second half could have already been over. Vitality could have already been in the grand final.
Arguably should be, but Mouse cling on. Again, this crunch. No one's
Double
supporting
pick
from the
Ivy.
inside, though. Spinks just chilling.
Nuclear coming in.
Put it all on these 2. So we're coming in for the clear. Back turn though. Swings around, spots that first, but he doesn't know that there's more in store.
Big
Brolin
win by
gets
Brolin.
found. Flames, Nothing to worry about. Spinks swings up for it, and that's another kill for Vitality. They even block the next play. Mouse can't make a move.
cooked.
Mouse are forced back.
Oh, he almost got that kill on a ball.
Scary. Vitality get the ducks in a row in a 4v3. This is their opportunity to stop this before it starts. To derail this comeback.
It's over.
Apex walks right out.
2 of the heaviest hitters gone for Mouse as well. It's Torshi at 4 kills. Yimpat left in this with him. Torshi deleted at his first turn out into the A site.
No chance.
Jimmy trapped on the other side of his Z-Smoke, having to come to terms with it. If he doesn't win this 1v4,
Nasty, to be honest.
the finish line is right there for Team Vitality. And it's a 1v4. You're not even supposed to attempt these. You're not even meant to entertain the idea, and so Jimmy won't.
Decent save, yeah. That's rough, dude. That was a really dominant
Jimmy plays
fucking
for the
round.
save, hoping that this gun can be their golden ticket in the next round.
Yeah, your stomach
Fuck.
sinks in this moment. You don't want to give it up, but you know you have no chance. Vitality too entrenched in the site, too entrenched in this series. 6 chances.
He never had an op this map. That's a good point. Given how last map went, he literally controlled everything last map.
And to the tune of the bomb.
Maybe their T sides, they don't
Feel
really
that grand final.
enjoy that.
Jimmy
But
even
they also never really had
dies
the econ to do
at
it.
the end
So
of the round. That gun is not saved.
So that's just brutal. You spent, you know, the last 30 seconds looking for a good
This
place
guy
to
right
hide,
here
coming
on-
in terms of the fact that you had to be the
Let's
hero.
go. Pop.
Had the one gun
Oof.
in the round that your team were going to have to try and save
Bro, he
themselves.
one
and it's gone.
bulleted
It
him.
gets removed
Crazy.
Jesus.
right as your opponent hits 12. And so Vitality, they've got all the chances in the world. The
Look at
grand
this
final
buy.
is within sight.
Fuck.
It is within touching distance. 5 kills
Feels
away.
bad.
And even though there's been a bit more fight in MOUZ since getting onto this CT side, even though they've taken 4 of the 6 rounds played.
Oh yeah, that was the round they've been boosting them across, right?
Aggressive moves having to be made, trying to squeeze all the value they can. And it's exertion on the board first. Vitality grouping for this B hit once more with Mezzi on the extremities. Leaves them a man down over in B compared to when they've done this in the past. Pop being held. That's Zaiwu waiting for the reaction. Robs has opened up the back door.
Oh, bro, he needed that.
It's that Rob Zaiwu duo.
Zaiwu's just been so fucking insane this map.
He's amazing.
And MOUZ
He can do everything.
Position. They've lost B. They're so far away from making this retake happen. The question of the day was, can they rise to the occasion, finally overpower Vitality in this head-to-head? And we have got our answer. In spite of these few rounds down the stretch, there's not been love for MOUZ here on Train. They say that hope dies last,
1 on 3.
but hope still dies. MOUZ are done, and Vitality.
Damn, what a line to close it out.
Grand final secured.
Say hope dies last, and he just set it up perfectly for the kill.
There is every Counter-Strike team in the world, and then there is Team Vitality, a cut above the rest. A flawless head-to-head, a grand final, the first grand final in a major for Mezzi and for Flames. And favorites every step of the way, Team Vitality dominate MOUZ.
That last map was kind of lame considering I feel like the first 2 maps were close. Obviously the second map was super dominant. But even Mirage, I think MOUZ played better.
Yeah, I agree. The major trophy.
They were totally out of this map the whole time.
That is where the target lies for Vitality. Anything less than that would have felt like a failure.
Both of their wins were like stomps.
So finals secured.
All the
they
wins
do
were
it
stomps.
handily.
All 3 maps were
That's after an
stomps.
embarrassing second map. They dig deep, and that Train gamble does not pay off.
Fuck, Apex tallied him.
More like totality, because it's all them, all the way into the finals in Austin.
Oh, I hear a bunch of woos, and I'm pretty sure that's a good thing. Zaiwu, how do you feel?
Woos or boos? I don't know about that.
Great, guys. Yeah, we just won against MOUZ, so perfect feeling.
Yeah, and it is exactly that. Let's talk a little about what happened in this series. You're in the semifinals of the BLASTTV Austin Major, and by the numbers, it looked like Inferno probably would have went your way. What happened?
We just fucked up. Obviously, they play good, but we missed so many rounds. We could play better, so obviously they have good Inferno against us, so we just fucked up overall.
And you get the Train. I lost count of how many smoke frags you got throughout the whole duration of the thing. Tell me about how this flipped on its head on Train.
Train, we were so, I think after the Inferno loss, we were so upset over that, so we wanted to show like we fucked up before, and we just, on Train, tried to play our A game. I think we did it really well.
Yeah, I think you most certainly did. Look, you eliminated MOUZ today. You took Spirit, or excuse me, they took Spirit with them. Navi gets sent packing.
Mark, who's your GOAT? This guy on the screen or this guy I'm about to show you? Hold up.
Who knows? Let's see tomorrow in the final, but it might be a gunshot for us.
Who do you want? Do you want Pain or do you want the Mongols?
Doesn't matter.
You dumb as fuck. Best regards.
Best regard.
Who's the GOAT for real?
And on the other end, unfortunately, there is MOUZ
That's crazy.
just of the grand final. Torji, after such a spectacular Inferno, why did you think you ran out of steam on Train?
I don't think we ran out of steam. I think we just didn't play correctly on Train. I think we did
there's a
lot of
while before the
mistakes,
next map, right?
Also
I'm a Torsi fan now, bro.
yeah, we just didn't play as a team, and yeah, it was not enough. It was not good from me today. I played really bad, and yeah.
There's like a long time now before the next map, right?
Really disappointed.
Yeah, it should be like 30 minutes.
Yep.
I think it's longer than that, too.
Maybe so. They got to switch the teams, do the walkouts. Oh, bro, fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop.
Oh man.
I'll be back later for the match if you want to do the call, or we don't have to if you don't want to.
Okay. Bro.
Alright, I'll see you later.
Alright, peace.
I just checked because, of course, we understand that this is
Man, I'm a huge Dorsey fan after this.
So I'm just going to open the floor. What is it that you would like to say?
I will just say thank you for cheering for us. Yeah, it means a lot, and yeah, we just want to get better for next season and beat Vitality, because I feel like that is on my mind at the moment, you know. And maybe they will get a perfect season. We will see, but yeah, thank you for everybody. It was amazing to play here, and yeah.
Chat, hearts out there for Torzy. I love this guy, man. He's given some amazing interviews. Holy shit. I literally have nerd chills right now. I told you, these loser interviews are so brutal. Really on the spot loser interview.
See the emotions that leaves Torzy and the rest of the guys with a crushing blow.
Love that his teammates are there to hug it out. Hell yeah, bro. What a team.
Fate's call. 7 grand finals in a row and a chance to match that with trophies.
I don't think I could have ever done an interview like that as a player.
Up here on the desk, first of all,
way too emotional.
Congratulations. That was a crazy series. Can you just tell me what's going through your head right now?
Well, that Mirage was really controlled by us. They only won by rounds, so everything went smooth. But that Inferno,
true, false. That's true.
We like fall apart. Lost all duels that we should have done. Didn't respect like our plans in a way, and yeah, everything fall apart. And sometimes it's tough to come back. At least I got my shotgun kills. That's the most important.
That was a sick round, dude.
And we won. And last time we won the last round against them with this one as well. So, and Train, yeah, Train was once again controlled by us. We just knew where they were. We were always have the advantage situation. Play the clutch rounds perfectly. Yeah, I'm proud of the guys. 7th time we win against them in a row. 7 grand final in a row.
Wow.
But yeah, it will not matter if we don't conclude it tomorrow.
7 grand finals in a row.
We've been a grand final before. We won a major before back in Paris, which was also a blast. So that we got something coming here.
I'm a blast merchant, mate.
Yeah. No, but obviously what you guys have achieved throughout this season has been incredible. And right now you find yourself in another major final. What's gonna stop you guys?
Yeah, it's a meme.
I don't know for now. I just want to win that major because the sure thing is no respect for you guys, but it will be the best 6 months we ever seen in CS for sure. Like 7 out of 8 tournaments. We have a long road to beat these guys, but we're proud of
trying.
We want to try,
really
but you never know what can happen after. It's only 6 months, you know. It's not that much. But yeah, I'm super proud of the guys. We have an amazing team, like role-wise, mood-wise, work-wise. I know like everyone is grinding their way, the shit out, and that just feels good to have people like me. And yeah, the addition of Robin. What can we say? This guy is just.
Can't go wrong.
I love
Props.
And do you feel there's any weakness within your team? You know, one may argue that Inferno during this tournament has been a little bit shaky. Legacy game now today as well. Is that a weakness of yours, or?
It's weird. It's weird. It's been our best map. Like we had 17 wins in a row, something like that. And yeah, today we fall apart like against Legacy. Legacy was a bit different, but today, yeah, I don't know what happened. Usually T-side is like we have more than 65% on T-side, something like that, for the last 20 games, and there we fall apart. I have no idea. I need to rewatch that. I need to talk to the guys, because we never know. Tomorrow might be a pick. I think it's going to be both picks if Pain or MONGOLZ win. But we're ready. It's fine. Once again, that's what I told the guys. It's not one map that defines us. We fucked up, but Train is also a fucking good map for us, and we didn't want to give up and give our best on the city side.
You didn't seem like you were actually that upset on the Inferno.
Bro, I love how you just say what they want.
On the Inferno thing, but you didn't. When we listened to your comm, and it was like, forget about this map. Try and come back. Let's just try and make this competitive. Let's start thinking about Train already. Felt like you were already kind of like mentally in your head, just be like, I don't care. Like this map is, who cares?
11-1, mate. you have to. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to release the pressure, because if we do a crazy comeback, it can happen like 0.1% of the time, but it's fine. But we wanted us to be fine with it. Like, it's okay. It's a best of 3.
My workout routine.
We fucked up, but
I'm honestly super loose with it.
We did. So for me, like this month,
I know it's disappointing.
Has to happen in this moment. It's key, because if you fall apart of the dots,
some weeks I'll do like upper, lower.
We've heard like all your
splits. Some weeks I'll do push pull.
X has say it as well.
Just depends what I'm feeling.
Like a mantra you guys are
I try to be
consistent.
consistent.
The whole it's a major.
Helps my mental.
Match history doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter that we beat these guys 6 times previously, 5 times previously. It's a major. It's a whole different game. It seems like an idea that you're trying to spread throughout the team. So
Fuck me, Apex is over here. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I repeat it a lot. Like last year, FaZe never won the map against us except in majors.
Yeah.
And we knew how painful that was, even though the team was different and in different mood. But that was painful to lose to them twice in the major because we were not ready, because maybe we felt it will be too easy. And I just repeat the guys, yeah, 6 times it's crazy. We have a mental edge for sure, but we need to show up today. We need to show up, because if we don't show up, the sure thing is we can lose. And I don't want to lose. I want to win that major. And we came here to win the major. Like, a good job has been done, but one more game, one fucking more game.
Dan, I know you're a man who's always thinking one step ahead, and we already heard you saying that Pain, MONGOLZ, you know, Inferno could be in play. If you had to choose one of the 2 teams, who do you think has the better shot at giving you guys a fight?
MONGOLZ
I don't know,
for
mate.
sure.
I don't want to say anything. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
that's he can't jinx.
I keep repeating that. I'm not, whoever, mate, whoever.
Whoever.
Would have been FaZe, I would have said whoever. I don't care. I just want to win. That's all I want. And I want to prove that we are so far the best team in the world. Even though we lose tomorrow, we will still be the best team in the world. But we want to create something crazy. We want to create something that's
What a good leader, dude.
maybe never been done. It's going to be tough once again to beat what my dear brother did on my left. But
it's so
everything is
insane
possible,
how
and
good.
if we work hard and with the talent we have, I think we can achieve to the stars.
Yeah, you'll be one
Dupree
of
is so good. On the desk.
That'd be nice.
True that.
Okay, I will be
energy.
honest. I think at some point I might beat Peter, even though we lose tomorrow.
fine.
But beating his major record will be tough, and I hope I'm gonna get carried again and again. And that's what I told Zawu. Zawu, if you don't perform anymore, bro, I will go to see Donk.
To go see Donk is
I think there's a case that he's going to break my trophy one. I hope he will stay away from my major one. That would be very nice. So you can maybe call them a little bit for the next season.
Yes.
Maybe also tomorrow.
Let's see tomorrow first. Will be my 3rd major. Will be amazing. But yeah.
Dude, I saw
let's
this
think a
yesterday.
bit, about the final, because it's not win. We're big favorite. We know that. If we once again,
See this
as
one?
said from the beginning, if we handle the pressure, if we play our A game, no chance.
If it happens tomorrow, Apex, I know we keep putting this in your head. If it happens tomorrow, it will have been 10 years since you
Bro,
won
Euros
your
are too good at
first
soccer
major.
and shit.
Think back to young Apex back
young
then.
Dan. Peter was in semi, probably at this major as well.
They used to do this shit before the games.
You probably choke.
Yeah, you choke back then. Yeah, you were the biggest one, the biggest chokers. And yeah, we.
Kind of crazy.
We are ready. I know you. I don't think we were in semi in this one, actually.
I don't even remember. It was
right? Yeah, Cluj-Napoca, because Navi played NIP,
and
we
lost NIP.
Yeah, they were like a
quarters, yeah.
Dead NIP.
Because then Navi beat NIP and we beat G2 and we
Yeah,
beat
it was Chris.
Navi.
Yeah.
But what would have young Dan thought if you could fast forward 10 years? You've already won another major in that time, and now you're part of one of the greatest teams to ever touch Counter-Strike 2.
I would not have believed it, because first of all, I changed my role.
Yeah, it's IGL now.
And I always loved the tactical part of the game. That always been my thing. But I never thought that I will be a IGL first, and then a really successful IGL. Because if I win tomorrow, and anyway,
He's
I think,
amazing.
yeah, I get into the really legendary IGL, and for me that's important, because I was with this guy in the best entry fraggers back then, and now I change role and I also can be the best. So I just want to put my legacy, and I want to make it grow. And yeah, at some point, being the guy that won the most trophies in CS, it will not last maybe too long, because really young guns win a lot. But at some point in my career, I will, and in the world, I will have the most trophies ever.
MONGOLZ winning this shit.
When we talk GOAT game leaders, you're already up there.
Thanks.
Ooh. I got one last question for you, for me personally at least. I just want to know, can you give us some words about Xtaz? Because I know when we've spoken, you've mentioned...
bold.
Yes,
He's bald, it's crazy. That's their coach. That's crazy to Moses.
We are to you, Dan?
Yes, that's it. Like some minions running around.
That's insane.
You hand chose him to bring him back into Vitality.
I did choose, actually. I said yes, but I didn't choose it.
That's crazy.
Well, Remy has been fucking criticized last year, because everyone
What
said
an
that
interview.
we should have done better with this lineup, which is true. I think he has also like his fault in that, but overall, I don't think it was the biggest problem. What he's done with his team is amazing, but I will not only pick about him. It's just the staff. Matt, Peter knows him.
Yeah, I was about to say, you cannot leave out Matt.
Is I worked for more than 5 years. I played with Matt in 2013 on CSGO, and now he's my assistant coach. He's the best human being, a hard worker.
Yeah.
He's there for the team.
Dude, Apex a real one.
Team before before him.
Yeah.
I mean, in front of him, I don't know how to say, whatever.
What a leader.
He's the best guy I ever met in my life, without a doubt. The
He's
best
glazing the
human being,
background actors.
And it's such a lovely guy to be around. And Jack as well. Jack has been our Monster coach for almost 2 years. And also going into Lars' boots is not easy. Lars is known as the GOAT there, but Jack is a lot different than Robert.
Bro, trying to do bunny ears. So
he's
crazy.
also like working super damn well and help us to have also this mental fortitude, because it's not like growing in ourselves, like it's a work of every day, and it's been good. And of course, manager as well has been good, but it's a different story because it's not like impacting directly the Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Apex, I wish we had another hour, another 2 to keep you.
Yeah, bro, this is a goated interview.
Celebrate the win and prepare.
No celebrate, no time to celebrate.
No celebration.
Tomorrow there is a final, so
straight back to the practice room.
Yes, straight back to watch the game first.
Dude, his mind's in the right spot.
Talk about Inferno maybe, and then just
What does
actually,
that
I'm
say?
sad because we had a fucking super nice plan.
What does that say, bro?
But
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, but it's different teams, so it's not the same plan, you know. Okay. But yeah,
That's crazy. He's upset he couldn't.
I will be back here to.
He couldn't do his CTF.
Just letting Mouse know for next time. Like, we got something already ready.
We are ready, Mouse. If you let us win a few rounds on T-side, we're ready.
Already thinking about next season. Dan, thank you so much. Congratulations. See you tomorrow in the grand final. Guys, give it up for Apex.
That was a good interview. That was a hella good interview.
Might have been a hell of a lot of FU Apex chants in the arena, but of course they're happy to see Vitality go through on the precipice of building their dynasty, cementing their era.
Getting Robs is such a fucking steal, by the way, Chad.
About the mentality, the fortitude.
That's busted.
That's what Vitality have in buckets and spades to be reversing that series.
Yeah, we can almost go back and make the comparison to Astralis back in the days. Whenever you're playing against Astralis back in the days, you never really believed you could win. Even if you went into the game and it was 1-1 and you were maybe leading on the third map, you always had it in the back of your mind that somehow, some way, we're gonna lose this game. And I think it's the same thing right now when you're going up against Vitality. I think Mouse felt that as well. Even though they won Inferno, they kind of knew in the back of their minds that they were about to do something or try to do something they had never done before. Beating them on train, beating them in a series. For Mouse, it just seems impossible, and that was the same feeling you had when you were playing you guys back in the day, Peter. You almost knew that you lost the game before you even entered.
Bro, listen to this guy.
Smoke next time.
Flames is 3-13.
Char, even though you whiff, we love you. Merci, madame. Let's go.
Merci, madame. That's such a fire listening.
That is, I don't know how to explain properly how much of a luxury that is. Players would
The IGL telling his player that.
Have a leader like that on the team, like that is such a rare thing to have in Counter-Strike, and that's one of the things that makes him so strong.
You say rare? No one has ever done it before, Peter. He's the only one who's made that transition from a great entry fragger into becoming an in-game leader.
I should have done that back then.
Not too late, is it?
No.
That's true.
You couldn't have done it.
That's true. He did turn it around after that.
But regardless, I mean,
The
there's
con
so much
rounds.
quality inside of Italian. If it's not Saiwu strong arm, it's just going to be one of the other guys. And they have so much depth to their playbook, so much depth to their play style. And as you mentioned, Jacob, like sometimes when you go up against the guys, you beat them at one map, and then you go into the next one, and you feel like, oh, they're right back at it, right? They're just going back to the top level that they know they can play. And then sometimes you feel like you have to be lucky to beat them. And obviously the mental blockade that is within the matchup of Mouse and Vitality is obviously something that Mouse has to
Dude,
overcome
just
at one point,
staring
but
and smiling.
Today wasn't the day.
Dude, respect to Apex as well. It took him all of, 2 sentences to bring up the fact that he wants to surpass your trophy record, take down the Astralis dynasty. Of course, a long way off of, cementing that era or that length of an era. But I love how focused he is. Like, did you feel that back in the day when you were playing with him in Paris? Like, I feel like when he has a goal for the squad, he's going to do everything to achieve that.
Yeah, but he's just such a hard worker, and he's so determined once he's here, and then when he goes back, he just leaves Counter-Strike behind. You know, we had this saying in Vitality that we live and breathe Counter-Strike whenever we turn into the tournaments, and that's the only thing you focus on. You leave everything behind, and that's just what you feel when he's here. Like, he shows up for the interviews, and he has a lot of good answers, and whenever he's inside the server, if they're beating them, then he praises his players for it, but if they're not showing up, then he tells them that they're not doing good enough. Apart from that, whenever they get beaten inside the server, we heard that he tells them that we just need to focus on the next one. He always has, at least it always seems like he has the answer to actually get them to play better. So he's a huge asset to Vitality, and it's been that ever since. You know, and his transition from being an entry fragger and to become an IGL is something that
Dude,
I don't
Dupree's
think
goated
we're
at
going to
this.
see in a long time that anyone can replicate.
On the flip side, obviously we saw the heartbreaking images of MONGOLZ exiting the tournament here. Obviously, a huge amount of emotions going to be going down on their side because they
like everyone in Denmark and Sweden has like perfect
so
English.
Convincing. The fact that I don't know what happened with the veto process, but letting Train through is just
Danes have
like,
amazing
man,
English.
another map that Vitality are just going to be dominating on. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you know, I think if you look through Vitality's map pool, I think you're going to find that with a lot of maps that might have been available in the third as well. And I think at some point, if you're a team that's played them this many times, you just make a decision the night before and you stick with it, and you don't second guess it going into the games. I mean, this MOUZ one, this is really tough.
Like I'll never forget the first time I was boot camping at Inferno Online in Stockholm. It's my first time like going over in that area of the world. I don't know, this was early in CSGO maybe. And I came out of like the subway and I was lost and I didn't know like which way to get to Inferno Online. And just not thinking, I just like asked some kid passing by that was like 12 in English, like, hey, do you know how to get blah, blah, blah. And he just responded back to me in like perfect English. And then after it happened, I started to think about it and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, that's actually crazy that that just happened. Like, first, I'm ignorant for even trying that. But yeah, it's like everyone over there just speaks English. I took it for granted because, yeah, we would go out to dinner and stuff and you just talk in English. Like, everyone understands. And it's not like they're struggling. Like, their English, their vocabulary is probably better than mine. Because it's like proper English.
Yes, it's rough for them to lose against Vitality over and over and over, but if you're MOUZ right now, you can also excuse yourself with the fact that everyone is losing to Vitality. And had they not been here, they would have hoisted a lot of trophies in that period. They've been in the final every single time almost versus Vitality. So as much as it sucks right now, I think if you asked MOUZ coming into the season...
How incredible is it that how they're filling this time, by the way, between series, Shop? They didn't throw to a break yet. Like, no countdown, nothing. Bro, they're just rolling. They're rolling. Interview, desk, content piece, interview, desk. It's just like, bro, we're not going to a countdown anywhere.
Very up and down major, taking to the stage in the semi-finals, got up against Vitality. That is where the journey will
Another loose interview. Fuck, dude. He looks rough.
Saying, you guys have had a crazy major. The way it started, going into playoffs, it seemed like you were coming back into it. Mirage even started off pretty well for you guys. Then it quickly started to slip away. What is it that you struggle to adjust with? Because obviously you guys...
IGL of the team, by the way, chat.
How much you played against Vitality.
Ex-star player.
Why was it not ability that you could climb back into that game some more?
I think we were, especially on Mirage, we were kind of sloppy in the defaults. We did not execute as we usually do, and we had this season we had a really big problem of like executing well and do as we should do, for example, versus this team. Yeah. And I think it's just much in the head basically that we have lost so many chances to them.
Sweet, by the way.
Maybe it was just for example, on Mirage it was maybe a little bit of a warm-up game, but it's not. It's just an excuse, of course. But yeah, I think it was just really pure executed by everyone. I feel like, and yeah, I think the other. I mean, of Inferno, we know that they're gonna pick it, of course, and we're really confident on it. But I don't know. They are on the first map. We decided to go Train, of course. We are really confident on Train, but at the same time, they are really good on it. So
yeah.
I want to talk on this Inferno though, because I don't know how you guys went from what happened on Mirage into
James does look great out there, I'm not gonna lie.
Did you make some specific changes? Was it something you guys spoke about before going into the map? Like, talk me through it, because you guys were beasting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a really good plans on CT. We know basically we were thinking a little bit now compared to before we played on Inferno.
Okay.
We just did the reasonable things we should always do on CT Inferno, and I feel like we did it really good this game. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's, especially on Inferno, we just executed properly compared to the other maps, and yeah.
And then it was a very
there's one more game.
Train from what you wanted, right? Okay, yeah, you can get the initial rounds, and then it's Vitality doing what they do best. You touched on it a bit there. At that point, do you think it's a bit in your heads when you start to go down that you can't find the answers? You're kind of scrambling for ideas.
I mean, it was kind of hard to just. I mean, they executed our defense pretty well, and they explored us on some scenarios of the map. But I think they killed, for example, Jimmy after sometime, and we just had bad economy for the whole half.
Killing after time gives you no econs, yes.
It was really hard. I mean, obviously they are executing things pretty well, but of course we could have done it much better. But it's just they are just good at the moment.
They're fucking hella
the
good.
best team in the world by far. You've been showing it, right? And you're only struggling against Vitality. What is this season now like? How do you think of it? What are your thoughts on it closing?
I mean, obviously good. I think we could have won so many tournaments if we were not of them. But yeah, I'm really happy. It was first season as an IGL, and it was a huge step for me. And yeah, I'm of course happy, but now it's just really disappointment. But yeah, we were 0-2 in the group stage. We went to the SEMIS, so it was just a different. It was a good thing, of course, but yeah, the season was it was good. But if it wasn't for Vitality, we could win some trophies, of course.
Anything lastly you want to say to all the fans out there? You had a lot of love in the crowd today.
Yeah, I mean, really appreciate all the support. We are grinding our asses off for this tournament, and yeah, sad we couldn't succeed our goal to win the major, but it will come new chances. We are gonna be back for the next season and do our best as we usually do. Thank you.
Strong words coming up from
Great
Bruno.
interview.
Now the journey ends here.
Bro, James Banks is so good at these interviews. Because I can't tell you, like, the way Roland walked up, he looked like mentally checked out. But you can see, like, how Banks understands how to empathize with these players in these moments, right? He's focusing on positives and looking forward and reminding him of how insane that Inferno game was. You know, like, that was crazy. Can you explain what happened on that Inferno game? And just taking someone out of the mental hell that they're in that moment then opens up answers later. Those fucking interviews are amazing. Like, those are very hard interviews to do. Normally in esports, those interviews are really difficult and that they fall flat a lot. But Stunna and Banks have fucking crushed it on those.
MONGOLZ won't be changing anything heading into next.
And like, I felt so bad because I was just thinking of Liquid.
Those are very difficult interviews.
All the time.
Because if you put yourself in those players' shoes, and I know this from having been in these tournaments, you don't want to talk to anyone. You don't want to fucking do anything. You don't want to do a content piece. You don't want to fucking do an interview. You're so mad. All you can think about are the mistakes that you made and the mistakes your teammates made. You're ready to talk that shit out. You want to go back, maybe watch the demo. You want to fucking unwind because you've been grinding for months straight and you're tired as fuck. And yeah, it's amazing how they're getting these interviews.
I feel so bad. I've never sucked
Huge
that
props.
I can only imagine how they're feeling right now. Let's check in with the bracket to see exactly where that does tee us up heading into tomorrow's grand final. Of course, Vitality cementing themselves a date with Destiny, it feels like, in that Sunday grand final. But we do need to find them an opponent.
First Asian team in the top 4 of a major, dude. Pain upset Furia, by the way, to get in the semis. So 2 Brazilian teams playing each other. Pain underdogs beat them. Crazy. Oh, here we go.
Something that tests you to your limits.
Oh, Dan.
Shows you your limits.
I know that guy.
It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome.
I think MONGOLZ are going to be huge crowd
There's
favorites.
poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with. But then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic Envy rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With Envy, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities, with that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster where they didn't
Can't remember the 3-letter alias of their opera, but he's insane.
The mastery of how to mid-round as well. The
Like
AWP
NQ,
was obviously got
who is
nerfed
it?
thanks to JW and Kenny S, and so
NQZ
had in that rivalry
and
the
Snow.
best AWPers.
Those
The
2 are
AWPers that
fucking
understood
nuts,
how to
bro.
play
Oh my
aggressively
god.
with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry. I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change.
Oh no,
Liquid
yeah, I was talking
had
about
moments
Pain.
of much greater
Yeah,
success
910
than
is
others.
ridiculous.
Later on, you got this addition of the Twist lineup, where eventually they did beat Astralis. this, I think, elevated all of North America along with it.
Fair.
It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis were showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
That's sick. Good piece. Our first countdown, dude. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. That's kind of crazy. So this event, I believe, was like the one that kicked off Astralis' run, by the way, where they just were dominant as fuck. And I worked the desk this event. Let me see. DreamHack Marseille. Sure.
A master. With a team playing like they are.
Oh, I'm not there. Where am I? I don't remember. Did I not work the finals for this?
Let's go, Pain! Let's go! MONGOLZ! Let's go, Pain! MONGOLZ, let's go! Pain! Fuck MONGOLZ, they beat FaZe! Let's go, MONGOLZ!
Fuck. That's crazy.
MONGOLZ! Pain Gaming! Let's go, MONGOLZ! Pain! Let's go, Pain!
Oh, I think I got
Two
subbed
continents
in.
collide, and the weight of two nations resting on their respective shoulders. And you know what? I was worried for a second when we were getting that fan check-in, because lest we forget that MONGOLZ were the ones to eliminate FaZe yesterday. But we can breathe a sigh of relief. You know, there's not too much MONGOLZ hate in the crowd by the sounds of it.
No, I think it's going to completely switch. I think MONGOLZ is going to be the favorite in this one in terms of the crowd. I think they're going to love it, which is actually kind of ironic because I think the crowd's going to be cheering against themselves in a way when you think about the fact that having an America's team going deeper into the... Actually, they've already made the playoffs.
What's wrong with a little bandwagoning here?
That's
okay?
true. Yeah, it's
it's not like we ever really had a team to root for correctly, so...
Yeah, I did work this event.
Yeah.
Let's jump on the Techno
There I am.
bandwagon. We do have a few words with him before he enters the semi-final.
Techno, an incredible game yesterday against FaZe. How
Shut
good
it.
did that make you feel?
It feels amazing, you know? Yeah.
The biggest win you guys have ever had on the stage, and now you find yourselves in the semi-finals. Obviously, this is a big deal because, again, you guys break the record for Asia, for Mongolia as well. How proud do you think the community is of your achievement?
Sick.
It's a really honorable thing for our country and the Asia region, whole region. Yes, it's a very important win for us, and it's improving and getting better. But we cannot underestimate our today's opponent. Yeah, because not just because we won FaZe yesterday, and we need to be more confident and
Has to be so hot.
more careful. Yeah.
I like that Tego's just incredibly honest there. Just saying, you know, feels good to take down the home crowd favorites, feels good to make the crowd cry. It kind of reminded me of a conversation
Damn, we still got
with a
30
fan
till the
last
match.
night. Someone was complaining to me that all the MONGOLZ
So, at this event, chat, this is where I just learned how close that Astralis team was. Like, when I was working this event, like, they were always a top 4 team in the world, but they were known for choking. Like, they would get to the semifinals and lose every time. And we would boot camp a lot when I was like a player. We would always boot camp in Europe because that's where the good teams are. And that core with like Device and Dupree, holy fuck. Those guys would slaughter us in scrims. Like, we were in insane form too. Like, we were in the best form that any of my teams ever been on. But those guys would destroy us in scrims. And this event, Jennifer, my wife, came with me. And one day when I was working the desk, she like went down and like was exploring the hotel and said that all of Astralis was like in the pool and shit, like watching the game and like super attentive. And they were talking about strats while they were swimming and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? Teams do that shit? Like, they were bonding on some next level shit. And I just knew they were about to go on an insane run because they already had everything else. Oh shit!
Seems like you've now got the Brazilian crowd on your side and with you.
He kind of looks like Def a little bit to me. A little bit.
Means a lot. I mean, look,
Young
this
guy.
crowd in Brazilian crowd is always
That's
amazing.
crazy.
Always so intensive, and representing Brazil in the semi-final of a major is a dream. So let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Semi-finals, man. You did it in an impressive way against Furia. This was like a real battle for you guys as a team. How much do you feel you have grown and improved as a team?
Bro, the Brazilian fans are crazy.
At the beginning in the tournament, I didn't think that we could have made the semifinals. It was so far the thinking and all of this. But right now, we just feel that
What the fuck?
we did. So we are so close to the final. We are so close to get the trophy. And right now, I think just the sky's the limit, you know.
The sky is the limit, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Bro, try to focus nightmare mode. Holy fuck.
Today, yeah, the weight of a nation really resting on their shoulders, Jacob. They've shown up for it today.
Yeah, they have. They've earned their accolades. As Mao said, the best team to come out.
Bro, my ADD be popping off with that shit behind me.
As well. I think the whole team chemistry within that one is clear to see. They play as if they were a family. They speak about the game as if they have to treat it as were they a family. I spoke to Big Zero during the day off as well before the playoff, and he said that if the player doesn't buy into going to team dinners, if they doesn't buy into traveling together in the airports, etc., they're not going to be part of his team. And that's a very cut way of it, but also a way of making sure that everyone is buying into whatever the project is.
No, not the team dinners.
That makes total sense that Big Zero wants that kind of loyalty and that kind of familial bond. I mean, first of all, he is a father. Second of all, he's been with the Pain organization for about 6 years.
Wow.
That is some serious dedication to a team that was only sometimes making the major in general, let alone making a major playoffs for the very first time.
And sticking with them through like multiple rebuilds as well. Like he has just been that organization. When he leaves, I think they're going to be, or if he ever leaves, they're going to be
Not
like,
the team dinners.
Like, no idea
Anything but the team dinners, please.
You might as well. I mean, you asked who believed Plane could get to this
Not
point,
the
and
team
I mean,
dinner.
This isn't meant to shade in any way, but I'm watching that interview with Big Zero, and he's got like this 1,000-yard stare in his eyes as he's like considering the situation he's in. And we had him on the desk at the end of stage 3. They didn't quite believe they qualified for the playoffs. We heard him at the end of the quarterfinal win. Didn't quite believe they won that match. So I mean, I'm not even sure Pain think they can win today.
Well, speaking of dedication and loyalty, we have a hell of a lot of loyal fans
Bro,
waiting
the
outside the
Dragons.
arena. So let's check in with them, courtesy of Banks.
Okay, so before it was all the way for Furia. Now Pain has beaten them. You're cheering on Pain. You've come here to support them. How much do you believe that these guys can be the ones to do it and put Brazil in the grand final?
Yeah, for us as Brazilians, we always cheer for the one who's on top right now. So we are a Furia-focused cheering squad, but if Pain right now is the best team, we're going to cheer them to the end. So we are confident that can beat MONGOLZ today and to get the trophy on Sunday.
How proud would that make you if you see Pain get to the grand final of the Austin Major?
Extremely proud because they came all the way from the Brazilian team. They came doing a time
This is so fire.
Brazil itself. They didn't go to Europe. So we're going to be all the way from Brazil with a Brazilian team and our all Latin team to make us really proud.
It's lovely to see, man. Good luck. Have fun. Let's see you in the arena.
Bro. Crazy
Going
passion.
to be going on in the arena today. Just to go back to your point prior to that, Jason, you said, you know, Big Zero couldn't believe it when they made it through.
Wait, take us back there. I want to go back.
Like he couldn't believe they were actually in the
Take us-
semi-finals during that interview either. Do you think that's a blessing or a curse?
I think it's fine. I think if I'm Big Zero, those are the
Clip
moments
gets me
where I'm
every
expecting
time,
to have
bro.
those 1,000-yard stares when you kind of consider the enormity of the moment. But once you get into the arena and you start getting into your pre-match routine with your team, your focus is going to shrink down to just the task at hand. You're going to lose
The
sight
way
of
Hugo
the fact that,
laughs
you know,
is
you
what
should be in
gets
the
me, dude.
semifinals. Nobody
Hugo
believed you
just
could be there.
laughs.
Nobody had you. All those details go away. So once he gets into the arena, I think we're going to see a much
Makes
more
me
focused,
laugh,
more
dude.
confident
Shut
Big
the
Zero.
fuck up.
Provide a bit of context for
Shut
people
the
who
fuck
maybe
up.
Doesn't watch Counter-Strike every single day. Leading into this tournament, a lot of the notion around Pain Gaming weren't even gonna make it to stage 3. You know, some people even had them as the 0-3 pick in the
Simple's
stage
my
2
favorite,
pick'ems.
bro.
Maui being one of them. Other
I
people
need
said that,
more.
nah, we don't believe in them. They went into this tournament and have played a couple of tournaments with the stand-in, with the coach, not with the full roster, and people kind of forgot how good they were at the beginning of the year. Maui, we had them in top 10. We had them in the conversation in Copenhagen where they made the playoff at the very first tournament, and for some reason we just forgot that this team and these 5 players, now being brought onto DGT as well, were actually great, solid Counter-Strike players. So it's a big surprise, yeah, but it's not like it came out of nothing. They've shown before they can play Counter-Strike at a high level.
In partially cope and partially just greater context, I put them 0-3 because the tournaments leading up to this were not good for Pain.
Yes.
Stand-in, coach.
Exactly. 3 tournaments ago, they were playing with a coach and an academy player. 1 tournament later, they came in last place, and then another.
Chat, never forget. Never forget. DreamHack winner 2014. PTSD, Aware, Hellraisers. Easy team, right? Hold up. They just have Simple standing in. They just got Simple to stand in, and he just destroyed us. This was after like a 3-month boot camp. Like a 3-month boot camp. I've told this story a lot. For like 3 months straight in Europe, we didn't lose a single Inferno scrim. Like, our Inferno was untouchable in that phase. But for some reason, like, we just crumbled. I think we put too much pressure on ourselves. We couldn't hold a single fucking exec. Oh, I was devastated after this game. I was so devastated. This game fucked me up, dude. Hiko and Nothing, like, hated each other. It was probably like 2 months. Probably like 6. I don't even know, but our Inferno was insane coming into this. So to like have that 13-2 half, it was one of those things where like as the rounds were progressing, I could just feel the hope draining from my team because the expectations were that we would just slaughter. And when those expectations weren't happening, holy fuck. It was like we were too good in practice. Fucking hell. So when people tell me scrims don't matter, I'm like, oh yeah, trust me, I know. Fuck it, I really know. Fuck it, watch the demo. Bro, what the fuck? This isn't about my traumas, okay? We're not trying to fucking... What the fuck is this? This ain't therapy. This is a co-stream. That's crazy. A crackhead is a wild way to say it. Let's change the topic back to Simple and why this is the best.
Thank you for game, Dumas.
Thank you, sir.
Really nice to play with you. You're playing like fucking bitch.
User disconnected from your channel.
I love this clip so much, bro. The way he says thank you, Simple, right after, too. Like, thinking that's in good faith.
Thank you for game, Dumas.
Thank you, sir.
Really nice to play with you. You're playing like fucking bitch.
User disconnected from your channel.
Oh, fuck. Best player in the world does that to you live on stream. Fuck.
I feel like NQZ right now, he's getting his just desserts. He's already accomplished so much at this tournament. He's been such a great opper in general that he's elevated his name into that conversation. Of
dude, he baited him into thinking he had good intentions.
We got to see him keep
That's crazy.
If we want to find out if he's truly elite.
Well, and even
he immediately
proving it after this event. I mean, we highlighted obviously the difficulty of Pain, so there's some reasons why they're.
Oh, he's done way worse, but the delivery was amazing in that.
Teams have been weak for what, like 2 years now.
It's like comedy.
Conversation about who's the best Brazilian team.
It's
like,
perfect.
Yeah, now Legacy and Pain have shown that they're like a step above the rest at this event. But what happens a week from now? What happens after the player break? Is Pain and
finishing BCT? No, I was saying already. Like I honestly don't think I have perms even to co-stream BCT finals. I mean, it's a pretty sick matchup. I'm not gonna lie. I probably would. I'm rooting for PRX. Yeah.
As far as I know, this is the first time DGT has ever spoken Portuguese for a team. And so Big Uzero, we caught his ear actually after they were able to qualify for the playoffs. And he talked about that when he's speaking fast, for some reason, I mean, when he's speaking slow, they can understand it. But when he speaks fast, like when it's getting those hectic, like crossfire moments, 2-on-2, 2-on-3, they don't understand a word that's going on. So for Pain to actually be able to make it this far, even through an arena game where I'm sure DGT is giving really quick comms, it's a testament to the fact that sometimes CS gets a little bit messy, but if you can shoot your way out of it, it's fine.
It's a testament to how well
the
system is working.
No, he did not blow us a kiss.
Big Uzero have set up the team, and also a testament to potentially
crazy behavior.
You asked the question, Jason, can they be as as competitive after the summer break? Is it a team that's going to stick around? Well, one would argue if you take some Portuguese lessons and they figure that out.
Oh, the Don Cliff in NA.
At the end of the day, people at home have to understand that communication in Counter-Strike is vital for a team, especially on a stage when you can barely hear what's going on.
Dude, I want to meet Donk.
So it's very impressive they've gotten so far without it.
Well, let's check in with another player from the side of Pain. It's Snow with James Banks.
Snow's goated.
Snow, you are the youngest Brazilian player to ever enter the semi-finals.
What?
Is that crazy to you?
Yeah, it's so crazy for me because I was watching the Luminosity and SK playing the major,
bro, there's so many BR teams.
When I was so young, 10 years old, and now it's my time to play the semifinals from a major. Bro, this is insane for me, and the feeling is crazy.
The feelings are crazy, and I'm sure it was the same when you played Furia, because I've seen the video 6 years ago where Fallen was playing CS with you when he was teaching you, and you just beat him. What did he say to you afterwards? Did you talk at all?
Not too much, but yeah, bro, he's my idol. He's a legend from Brazil, and all the respect for him. And yeah, it's the student beating the teacher, you know?
Yeah. And that means he taught you very well, but I want to ask you, you are very young, you're on this stage, there's all this crowd, there's all this new stuff. You had a little taste of it back in Cluj-Napoca, but this is different.
No way,
I still see you
chat.
smiling. I still see you hyping and doing the same
Chat.
thing. So what does it feel like to you? Does it matter?
6 years ago.
Doesn't matter, bro. In
No
every
way.
moment, in every place, I will do the same. I will smile in the same way. I will hype in the same way, my team. And I love to play with the crowd, bro.
No
I
way.
always, when I do a good round, let's go, guys, let's go. Bro, this is awesome for me. This is incredible.
But it's crazy when I'm looking at this that you're doing this so confidently, and yet obviously you're very new to this. So you have this confidence, you're never scared, you're never worried?
Never, bro.
I love this kid.
His
His English is incredible.
That's a very good outlook that you should have on all of life. I'm impressed by it. Going up against the Mongols today, obviously they're coming in as the favorites, but they've shown you that they can fight even against some of the very best.
Bro's eye contact literally would scare me as the interviewer.
Toughest match here of your career?
Yeah, I think will be the toughest match and
This
the
kid
most important, you know.
is so confident, probably.
Being in the semifinals.
Go potential is right.
And we can make it to the finals, you know. And yeah, it's the dream to win. And
Great
yeah, it
attitude.
will be a tough match. They are, of course, a good team. They are the favorites, but we are Brazilian. We have a dream. We are here to play the major, and let's go, guys.
Bro, I love BR pride in these games, man. That I've always rooted for these BR teams. Holy fuck, man.
Favorites coming into this particular matchup. I think that is the correct analogy.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think this can be a close game and this can be a competitive series. But for me, in my mind, this is a must-win match for MONGOLZ. Like, I'll be so disappointed if they don't win this.
But
I'll be crushed if they don't win this.
But Snow will be so sad.
That's
and
fine.
I would hate to see that.
It's fine. We all have to learn tough lessons in life, Maui. It might come now.
I have to agree, though.
Yeah.
Okay, serious face on. The Mongols, if they lose this, it would be a travesty.
Yeah.
Okay, they're one of the elite teams in Counter-Strike that we have. They've got some players that are really vying for being top 20 in the world
Leaf
this
had it
year.
rough. Same with Hiko.
They've got a wealth of talent.
And
coordinated
FNS.
by Blitz.
Yeah, it's a cool team, you know, for many different reasons. SEMIS obviously have had a great
I'm not gonna lie, Brazilians dope as fuck, but it is a big FAFO culture. You fuck around, you find out real quick. You fuck around, you'll find out real quick. Show some fucking respect. Like,
I know, I'm very old, yes.
but their pride is fucking amazing. I love how BR supports BR. I'm looking NRG account. Do you remember when the Luminosity guys were like, they had that picture of them coming to the States to play, and they were like all sleeping in the same room and shit? I remember this picture from the subreddit back in the day. And then Fallen also had the golden ticket, which is how, oh, what's the team name with Henny that ended up winning that shit? Henny and Taco were on it, right? Like, the actual support for their scene is sick. I fucking love it. Games Academy. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, they're just grinding, man. They just had a level of grind in them that, like, no one in NA had. Like, they couldn't lose. You know, like, losing wasn't an option. And it was all they cared about. And that shot of them just all sleeping in that room, bro, I was like, bro, these guys love the game. The passion is so unreal. And then watching them play and, like, their coordination in game was just dope back in the day. I was quickly a BR fan. Obviously, I think I lost to Kaboom, right? Didn't I lose to Kaboom in MLG Aspen or some shit? Pretty sure.
All right, thank you guys very much. Cloud9 and Kaboom. This is going to be really exciting here on Mirage. First Mirage.
Pretty sure they beat our asses here, right, Chad?
On the terrorist side. Cloud9 counter terrorist.
Shazzy, Shroud, me, Sempus. Things look good. Let's see how it goes.
Have gone head-to-head with the AWPs, and ZQK gets the better. And we're trying to push middle at that point.
Yeah, we ended up coming back and winning. It was 14-4, but I think we won this game. Let's just skip ahead. We don't got to see it, but I'm pretty sure we won that one, though.
MONGOLZ represent the underdog, and they played very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike.
We got them, I think.
Can stand out, but Senzu and 910 especially, so I think they can be the game changers for both.
Yeah, that's how I remember it. 16-14, we won.
I think it's the lack of hours and lack of experience, but the pedigree in which he approaches the game. He looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer than he has, and he is in the conversation for one of the best AWPs in the world.
It was a very close game, yeah.
Baby steps in World Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS they bring to the server. It's well fleshed out, it's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair. It's just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get. If MONGOLZ continue on this trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike of all time. They continue to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team. They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike that this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8, the playoffs of the major.
Final countdown. Not the song, though. Who wins this match? I got MONGOLZ, but the energy that Pain are bringing, like, the energy I saw right there from Snow, how I know Big Azera is in these interviews, I don't know. MONGOLZ didn't fold in that arena, though. Like, that arena with FaZe, that Anubis game, they were up against it. Like, FaZe was in control of that Anubis game. And the crowd was so fucking against them. That was a big win for me. Who you invested in? What do you mean? Wait, you're swaying to Pain or what? The death segments are so goddamn good. Like, I honestly cannot believe it. I'm like glazing it left and right. Like, the production and the analysts are really fucking good. Obviously, the casting is phenomenal in Counter-Strike. It's a very different game to cast. I'll say that. The casters can, like, input a lot of their... They can input a lot of, like, humor and relief from the game. If the games are blowouts, you can kind of treat it a little differently than Valorant. I always find, like, when I watch Valorant, the hype level from like the casting POV is kind of like the same for certain group stages as it is like the grand finals. The only thing that's different is like the crowd. Just because the pace of the game is like so fast.
Of course, I want to make the grand finals. We still have the semifinals to play.
The pace of the game, and let's listen.
Whoever comes next is going to be a really tough match.
Right now, MONGOLZ, they're not backing down. The major is where they find their stage breakthrough.
Let's see who the crowd leans to. This guy's insane with the ult. So is 910 though.
Well,
Oh.
hey, our
Abrupt cut.
It sure as hell looks like it. Let's give a goodbye to some of our teams we've already said goodbye to. How about a na 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 na? Hey!
They're so good at working the crowd. Bro's eating a chicken wing? What is that shit?
Here at our last semifinal, and yeah, one more team to get their spot in the grand final. I did just get the cue that we have to wait just a little bit longer for our players. I get it. They want to be ready, you know, and I'm sure they're looking forward to being right there, being lifted to the ceiling, and to walk through this arena. You guys have been absolutely incredible, and I think you're going to be fantastic in this moment as well.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. Austin, you surprised me on Thursday. You blew my socks off yesterday, and you keep showing up. I want to say thank you to all of you for coming out here and sticking to the major process. We all came here for Counter-Strike. We're going to keep that one going. Speaking of the Counter-Strike, Efya, what we have on our hands is Pain finding the place that they maybe shouldn't have been, but they're here now.
Absolutely, and we heard there the storytelling from Maui about NQZ already, the fact that he's been doing this, but nobody really expected them to oust Furia and Fallen as the chosen one. And now that does mean that all of the pressure is on their shoulders, because Brazil was looking at Furia. Now they are all looking at Pain. But we heard it from Snow. He's just so excited to play here.
Yeah, and you know, we look back just a little bit further, and again, we are waiting to get these teams on the stage, so in case you're curious what's going on, if we do look back just a little bit further, all the way back to this little city known as Cluj-Napoca, where the Mongols would win to advance 3-0 into the playoffs. So, in historical fashion,
for that,
the Mongols have won this one before.
It's true. You've already witnessed the elation on the one side, the heartbreak on the other in our previous series, and that's what it's all about. That's what Counter-Strike is all about. The emotions aren't going to become smaller in this next one. The hope of a nation on the shoulders of Pain and Mongols.
Yeah, which is what we want right here, right now. Austin, somebody make some noise. Let's get this semifinal going.
Let's go. I can't wait to see the walkout, see where the crowd lies. Here we go. I think they decided MONGOLZ. Bro, nails. Holy fuck. I love that slow-mo. Dude, that trophy is 77 pounds, Strat. Bro, who's lifting that shit?
The Mongols. They've thrown down the favored sons of this arena. But now, can they steal their power and take it to a trophy?
That trophy weighs more than Donk and Snow combined. It's pretty even. Let's go. Banger. I'm surprised they don't have a flag with them, bro. The BR flag on the walkout? Oh, these nuts. Okay.
Pain. They've already cast down
they banned it.
Their region.
Oh,
but
fuck.
Now, there's another hurdle to overcome. Can they continue?
Makes sense, I guess. everything. That's kind of lame though, but I get it.
The grandest of stages, the deepest of runs. This is the furthest that either of these squads have ever found themselves in a major playoffs. Dupree,
The BR teams are always so prideful with the flags. Quick scans, make sure no one's cheating.
What emotions do you think are going through these guys' heads right in this very moment?
As of right now, they will only be focusing on one thing, and that is just go in and play the counters that they know as a team they can play. They know that the pressure is there. Obviously, sitting down right now is them to determine whether or not they're going to go forward to the grand final. And both teams are going to be putting them a fight. There's definitely going to be nerves on it. You know, it's teams that hasn't been playing them like this many playoffs, and obviously major playoffs is still uncontested territory for a lot of them. But both of them stood out the things that went on for them in the quarterfinals.
Dude, that color rails it's kind of cool.
So for them to move on now, there's a lot on stakes for both teams.
Yeah, well, especially for MONGOLZ,
Everyone's so
that's the big thing in the quarterfinals yesterday, right? That phase win has to be the talisman that ignites this team because all the struggles themselves, having to learn how to play the game, rise through the game, coming out of Mongolia.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
That didn't have a whole lot of support, and all the struggles you've had failing on stages in the past, and individually and as a team. That win over FaZe has to be the launching point for them, where finally they're ignited and they know they can win these matches. And now you're the favorite in one against Pain. This has to be a win for MONGOLZ.
And we can't understate how much pressure you experience when you walk out on this stage, right? Sure, you've done it once in the quarterfinal, but when we look into the side of MONGOLZ, sure, we may have seen them as an underdog if Pain weren't here in this situation. Being the favorite, that's a whole nother kettle of fish, right?
I think that MONGOLZ are taking on the favorite hat here, right? You know, with walking into this stage, you know, seeing that there's many showing up to watch them play Counter-Strike. You know, that is the dream coming true. As a Counter-Strike player, you want to be making a name for yourself, and MONGOLZ has already done that, not only as a team, but also as individuals. So the MONGOLZ, they come in with a big thing to do. They have what it takes, and I'm sure that they're going to bring the fire to this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side, it's going to be a big test as well, because Pain, I think they're massive underdogs in this, but they've got firepower, and they've got players that can catch you off guard, and they are playing with that luxury of, yeah, we're not supposed to be here. We've already kind of won in our minds. We've already kind of made it as far as our goals were set. Everything from here is house money. So Pain, I mean, they should have no fear, no pressure whatsoever, and if you can bring that style that they have out into the game, they can actually be a huge issue for MONGOLZ.
Oz, very much going in that same vein, Jason. You said, you know, it would be a massive loss if MONGOLZ were to stumble here. You think they're taking it?
Oh, absolutely. MONGOLZ, they should be taking this one. They should be sweeping it as well.
Well, it is time to get this show started. MONGOLZ versus Pain in our second semi-final.
You ready to spend your Saturday night watching some Counter-Strike, Austin? I definitely am. We have a server, a semi-final stacked full of next-generation Counter-Strike talent.
We've got Dark Horses taking on underdogs. MONGOLZ, a top 5 team in the world against Pain, trying to salvage a disappointing season.
And these very players were inspired by events, moments, and stories just like this one. Mongolia versus South America. Guaranteed 5 fresh faces in the major grand final. And it starts on Mirage. Always starting on the attack are MONGOLZ. No exception here.
This is where they started the series yesterday against FaZe, their map choice.
We're in,
Slower
we're in.
start, not straight into
Oh my
A.
gosh.
Flash forward on ramp. Contact
What's
taken.
up?
DGT and Senzu. Exchange a glance. 9-10 out mid. P250 in hand.
Oh, of course,
Perfect weapon for the
Vitality
job,
won,
but could
man.
get blindsided
Shame.
opening exchange.
Ooh.
Testing his reactions there. Davideus pulls his
We have a
crosshair and
pred
gets
chat?
away unscathed.
Fuck.
A split and spread attack to start.
Looking for info in mid. Might be able to find the bomb here on the back of Blitz in no man's land.
He has another look, and that's
Ooh,
a
nice
great
shot.
find. Blitz is down. They've lost their bomb. They've lost their captain.
Out holes, out holes.
Head of the
Palace.
snake taken off, and immediately you see them rise
Lazino got it.
awkwardly
He's
in
in A.
response.
They can still win this. 3-on-4.
Scoring one back, but look at
Oh,
this from
bad that.
Davideus. He just puffs up his chest, says, let's fight, let's go.
P250 for the X Factor now. Senzu, can he win a 1v3 to start the campaign for MONGOLZ?
That would be
Off
a
ahead of him.
very big statement, Chad.
Good off-hanging window, first contact. That's a really good first contact.
Cautious yet aggressive. 3 targets on his
Holy
screen. It was
shit.
just a matter of time.
Oh my god.
The youngest Brazilian in a major semi-final, Snow, lets them know early.
We got 2 of the 3 youngest players in the major in the server right now. Mazinho on one side, Snow on the other, and this started perfectly. Big U0 against Blitz. These are 2 in-game leaders who take up star positions, star roles, and have to deliver. So seeing the 2 locking horns immediately. Bit of a mirror matchup. You got the young bucks, Snow and Mazinho, they're anchors.
All right.
Other sides of the map for this one, sure, but will need to deliver under the
5
pressure.
minutes for the pred
major
chat.
semi-final. Eco now for MONGOLZ.
And all bets are off in this one. Saw them yesterday against FaZe with some bangers on the Deagles, looking to replicate that. Top mid, dual take, and NQZ, the opener. This time not with the AWP, just the MP9.
Barman,
and just
MP9 money.
Push the issue top mid, so this one should be swept under the rug.
It ain't much, but it's honest work, chat, getting these MP9 kills. Ain't nothing but a humble farmer looking for an AWP, you know? This is my role, by the way. I want to be the MP9 eco killer and the AWPer and the lurker that Rops is all at the same time.
A test for DGT.
I'll make it happen. Don't worry. I'm the IGL, so I can figure it out.
No man's land.
They've done it before at the Mongols. Their Deagles, especially 9-10 up that ramp.
Oh!
9-10, a second one.
Good
Seriously
shot.
good output. A couple of $100 into some pistols, and they'll take two. They'll force two down.
Okay, at least it wasn't flawless if you're looking at it from the positive side of the Mongols' perspective. That was an eco. They do some damage now. They're able to find the punish. The AK's invested upon.
Trumpet. Yo! Yeah, bro. Yes!
Bravo, game on, round 3. Let's get the guns out.
Looks like an A split with pace.
Yes, dude.
He's quick with this. Look at the pathing. So
Ooh.
aggressive, and NQZ arrives.
That was a
just
sick
in
strat.
time. Crossfire
Good awareness.
established. He's gone aggressive and unchecked. Big pressure onto A. NQZ unchecked onto the stairs.
Damn.
Techno crumbles. And Mzinho just a one clawback kill. A second is lovely.
Wow.
Quick tap to the face
1
of
on
Big
3.
Uzera. Blitz
Low
links to
HP
the
on
party.
DGT. He's gonna try to get the second kill on Khan. Whip around. Oh, you get it.
MP9 not playing scared, and look at that, veins popping. As the
Oh.
underdog starts strong.
And NQZ not stopping with those openers. He has just had a phenomenal output for this team in their major campaign.
Right.
Stage 2. Well, now they're in the playoffs, and now they're just a couple of maps away from that grand final. The next gen of Brazilian Counter-Strike with that South American flair, Chile and Uruguay on display as well. But look at this team go. You've come this far. Who says you can't go the whole way?
Best casters, by the way.
Beautiful start
Oh my
now
god,
into the
Sponge
partial. Mongols.
machine,
There's
so
some
good.
upgrades. Utility in the mix.
Yeah, these are those rounds though, Chad. You can trip over your shoelaces and all of that momentum can be sucked out of the room.
Well, this one doesn't look like it's going to have pace. Just going to feel things out.
That's
Getting over
spread.
towards B
2A
amps.
ramp, 1 mid.
Blitz out top mid, bomb over towards A ramp. Suppression now from Mzinho looking for the fake.
Little fake here.
Yeah,
Gonna slip him with bomb.
Actually,
Ooh, they needed that. They needed that. Still rotating off.
DGT though at range, he ain't
kill.
playing scared. There is that con slip.
Dude, they look good.
Not a problem.
They look
Thought
good.
he caught him off guard, a little side swipe, but DGT handles it with poise. And yeah, this partial investment has got Mongols nowhere.
Are they so good this major? I feel like these youngins just found their confidence, you know?
Over towards B to help sell that fake with a flash forward. DGT, it's a messy spray.
He knew he had to keep moving.
He's done the hard work.
Don't give Senzu an AK in space and an opportunity
Ooh,
to take
wait a
Jules
second.
Staffordaius.
3
Loses
HP on
his
Big
head. Now
Azera.
Bogdan's Law has put the AWP on Bigu.
Bogdan's
Should be fine.
Bro, there is no way he said Bogdan's Law in NA major.
Quick one.
Ooh.
I'm telling you now, though, Senzu's not feeling that playoff wobble anymore.
Well,
he's looking like his old self.
Let's see if we can bring life to this game. He was the fire starter against FaZe yesterday. It's a couple of nice shots. They're getting into things, starting to warm in, but this is still a 4-0 start.
Yeah, they're looking very calm, very composed to start from Pain. A CT start feels very leisurely when you pick up the pistol.
Well, when you look at it, Mirage, it's a map that both of these teams haven't really played an awful lot of in their major campaign so far.
For the Valo Frogs, he kept moving left to avoid that trade, by the way. He just thought he would kind of like connect 3 bullets and get the kill. So it looked a little sloppier than it probably could have been, but I get why he did it.
It's a nade instead. He breaks the smoke. Davideus, actually, no, excuse me. He actually sails past it.
That's a cheeky little offhang behind the smoke in case someone does a fast mid. Yeah, he backs away. Ooh! What the fuck?
Start. He brings that second round or the previous round energy straight into the round 5. An opening kill. Mongols
This guy was
must convert
insane with this off, by the
We saw
way.
against FaZe, right? They were getting the mid control, then the second wave of utility, blitzing through the underpass, smoke and deep con, window smoke as well, but the NQZ AWP over towards B.
Smoke blocks
could be the
con
difference
vision, but you can
maker.
tap through it if you want.
Sure, it's not going to be an opening kill this time, but it definitely could be a closing double.
2 by con. They're rotating fine here. See? See through that a little bit.
Solo
Let smoke.
the smoke.
Worried about cap. The slip is
All right.
in.
Yeah, and they're going to see that as an invitation. They're actually pushing straight through that smoke. NQZ, they're past his sideline. He's feeling so much
Nice
pressure.
shot.
Relieves a little.
Oh my god, he ignores that guy. Holy fuck! Oh! Oh my god! Holy fuck, bro!
From every angle, and he hits him.
That was crazy! The actual idea to target select to the cat guy right there was insane. Oh, bro. You're him. You're actually him. Holy shit.
Semi-final matchup up against favorites, Mongols.
Mara's going to take the tactical timeout. There's been quite the pace to this.
That was
the first default round,
crazy.
only the second rifle round. Sure, it's 5-0. But the next gun round, make sure 9-10 can get that AWP in his hands.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Took on Simple yesterday, won that head-to-head.
Holy shit, man.
And you need something to counter this NQZ explosion. Let's see this one again. Senzu gets a lovely opener.
Felt like a pre-fight.
Yeah, that's my face too. And then this
That
one,
was so
when he
fast.
slips past,
This
Zinho screaming, "Careful
ignores
shot,
that guy.
careful shot, it doesn't matter. Oh, and the third is just mwah, chef's kiss.
Pins 9-10's head.
That's sick.
For
Yo.
Brazilian Orpas.
Yeah, and the
Yo.
heart on display today. They are going to buy in, so there'll be no AWP come next gun round. They're going to fight for this right now, Mongols. They're going to put their firepower on display.
We like them.
Smoke and a leg shot through. Unconfirmed damage.
Yeah, Senzu limping, but still with Blitz up in mid, there is a little bit of a window of opportunity.
Timing.
NQZ,
Oh,
he's been
fuck.
spotted. 9-10 anticipates the push though, despite the flashbang.
Beautiful
he's not going to get
play.
a thing. NQZ sets
Out
it
Halls,
off.
though.
Zinho slips out the palace, needs a quick one tap. There's two on his screen.
Flash.
And Techno there in support, forces him away. Mazinho in combination makes it a 3-on-3. A smoke
Maybe
to play
3 low
around,
HPs
but
on
Mazinho
2.
pushes through. Big
Fuck.
slips past. Where did he go? Nobody knows. They can't find him.
God,
Senzu's
bro.
on the crawl. That leg shot doesn't seem to stop him because a blindside headshot.
Wow.
There's the fade. That's the frag.
Maybe 2.
And a clutch for Davideus. Oh
Oh my god, what a flick. Ooh, he dinked him. 1 HP? 1 HP. Ooh.
They put a stop to the run with their brute force, their aim on display, light on YouTube, but hit and
Bro,
shots,
this game is
taking a
insane right
pause
now.
and adding around to that tally.
Chad, this is such a brawl.
This is what we want to see. All bets are off in this one.
1 minute 33.
Crazy
went by
response
in.
out of Palace.
Oh, and a dink as well.
Dude, 1
Techno has
HP.
secured Mongols their first.
Holy fuck, that dude's so into it. I love that.
Many.
Let's see. The
He's holding his bro's arm.
Right now. Money already wavering. NQZ cannot get out the AWP.
Exec A.
Back
Holy.
10 for 9-10. A execute.
Feels like there's a lot of
What's the
bodies
counter?
to receive this. Senzu
Good
is gonna
flash.
be the spare.
Really good flash in the
Clears
open.
through. Trying to see what they can find at long range. Mac 10's good success to start.
Might be considering the save.
You might be, especially now with the smokes
Bro,
completely
the
obfuscating
pace is
the sight. You're already
insane.
a man down. Cut your losses.
And get out of dodge. And a moment for us to reflect. The crowd knows what that means.
Holy shit, the pace of this game is crazy.
Go back to Cluj. Towards the start of the year, Coware still in that Pain roster. These two teams locking horns, the only head-to-head between Mongols and Pain in 2025. 3 maps, 2 of them went overtime. This evening could be a bit of a delight if we keep this up. So far, Brawly Counter-Strike, individuals on display.
My favorite.
And the hunt isn't going to net 9-10 anything, so straight in towards an A execute. 5-2, 3-round gap.
Damn, bro.
That's save.
Why are they
Keeps them
broke?
threatening into the
CT
next.
Econ. Change title? Oh, I thought I had both teams in there. I got it. I'll just update it.
Don't invest anything with the loss bonus getting injected. 2,400 to follow up.
I'll just
There's a
update it.
clear
Yeah. All
intention
good.
off of the rip here, Chad.
Well, okay, from A to B. The Alexi V special.
Good spam for
Blitz
info.
not mid, selling this pepper down. 2 HP. Blitz needs to stay
B
alive.
exact. Good call. No one B right
execute.
now. Double
There's no one
cat.
home apart from this double on
Boosted.
short side, so no one can get close enough.
But it's the 5-7.
Yeah, it's not
This
the weapon for
offhang,
the
we've been
job.
seeing this
Blitz
offhang.
through mid, but Davideus has had
Timing on
his attention
Cattler.
draw. He
Timing on
turns
Cattler.
around. That's the snow test, and the 5-7
Got
doesn't
him.
connect. Hold
Cat.
on, hold your horses. We're losing Mongols.
Cat's dead.
9-10 and Senzu half health. Good
Ooh, bad
overextension from
2v2.
Snow.
Low HPs
Senzu
though.
will dispatch of him. Suspicious smokes onto the site. Big Uzera trying to time his next engagement.
Delicate situation at 2-on-2. I'm
Looking for
like,
answers, and that might be his
oh
the
my
end of
god.
him. That's what 9-10's hoping for.
Holy fuck, bro. Oh, what a clear!
And 9-10 just hits a cracker.
See you later, DGT.
What the?
Oh, he's coming back.
Is he?
Looks like he's getting away. What's the fight? DGT
Shit.
not giving
That's
this
the
one over
bomb.
just yet.
Yeah, he can back his aim on this one. Senzu likely to
They're
give
gonna
him
double
that
peek
quick
him.
flick.
3-2.
Gets info.
Oh wait.
Still alive and
can't
kicking.
believe I
Does he
just
want to
single peek.
reposition? Does he want to give it up? He ain't
He's
having any
saving?
of it.
Really?
Calm down, save coming through, but the crowd was just chanting Senzu's name.
Wow.
He's the one with the superstar status, or meant to be.
I feel like
Senzu Fable. Let's see if it can deliver today.
This game is
Not only
fucking
Senzu,
fire
but
right now.
9-10 is the
This
one
is
that I feel has
insane.
never been in the conversation for disappearing in playoffs. Maybe an off game.
Bro, these guys are shooting
But
right
this guy
now.
just doesn't seem impervious to pressure.
And that shot right there bailed them out of a tough 2v2.
Yeah, really not easy. You're not pre-aiming that on the jump up. That's just reactions.
Holy
An
shit.
off angle from Big Uzera, but it doesn't work out. 2v2 goes 2v1, goes 3-5.
Yeah, Snow under a lot of pressure here. I agree with
I
your
agree. I think the game
sentiment
could
of
go either way right
overextension.
now. Both teams showing up.
This one.
Yeah, he's really just overplayed his hand there. So a great shot, and there's that adjustment from 9-10. So getting it done on the
Fucking
rifles, not
crazy
using
kill.
the AWP just yet until now. Orp out for 9-10, not the same for NQZ.
Okay. 9-10 up. He's gonna take that shit.
This one has had a quiet tempo about it. Will we continue this type of pace?
Mid?
Or now that
Mid.
the Orps in the mix, will they slow things down? Now they're aware that they have the sniper advantage.
Double in air.
Rash utility towards mid. 9-10 across the island box.
Hiding
Posting up for the
sandwich.
short fight.
Cat player could re-smoke bottom con.
Standard CT hold right now. The only difference is the
First
Orpa
smoke in.
NQZ with a rifle playing Joker towards A. Highlighted here in Sandwich. Mago overlooked with the execute. Techno through ramp, Mazzinho through Palace. The other two still parked in mid. With a minute 20 on the
Behind the
clock,
smoke.
plenty of time to reroute. The key for this,
Just
Payne,
re-smoke.
how long can you hold on to your block utility? 3 smokes, a couple of incendiaries and flashes left over. With a minute left, you might want to start
What's up,
spilling
Colin?
those forward to make MONGOLZ time for map control a little bit harder.
Very late smoke ramp.
Take no block.
58 seconds.
Davideus from Cat could be a round winner right now.
Moves
Oh,
up.
Davideus not a
Oh,
round winner
shit.
at all. He's actually an opening death. Significant damage.
All on
Oh,
DGT.
they all collapse. Yeah, DGT left on
What
his
a
own.
fucking split.
And Mongols, that's the most convincing we've seen out of them so
Damn.
far. Just a flurry of frags in unison.
4 straight right
Save
now
their
for
favorite
Mongols.
four-letter word right now for Snow. Has to save again, but the loss bonus is starting to build. 2,900 into the next will mean a partial. You have to get that NQZ AWP back out. Set it for both teams.
Yeah.
Mongols
Dude,
broke through
Mongols are
without it.
hella explosive.
There's that love that they were getting back in Dallas just a few weeks ago.
Dude.
Carried through to Austin. Slayed FaZe yesterday, sent Elige home, but still enjoying what this underdog or dark horse, they've been a top 5 team of the season, has to offer.
I really like actually Blitz in the interview saying that he was confused as to why they weren't seen as the favorite in that FaZe affair, claiming they've been top 5 all season long. But playoffs has always been a different kettle of fish for the Mongols. Not today, taking down their biggest stage scalp in FaZe in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, breakthrough match, and right now the pressure is on Payne. Ricks on the mic. A coach that throughout this season has had to stand in. Payne have had their
Ricks,
woes.
PTSD.
This has not been an easy season whatsoever, one that I would frame of disappointment. Roster changes, medical issues, visa issues, academy players, and the coach having to get on the mouse and keyboard.
That guy is convinced birds aren't real,
It made it
bro.
hard to place them.
Definitely so. But this late
He's
resurgence,
convinced.
this pop-off, this first time in the major playoffs for Pain.
I think it was Jane who said it best, is just that if you want to win a major, you just have to play the best
Excellent.
Counter-Strike every single game. And Pain have played an awful lot of them, as well as the Mongols to get hit.
Yo, Kyle, is that you?
It's about peaking at the right time.
One of these two. With 5 fresh faces in the major grand final tomorrow against Vitality, but this is just a partial. Couple of upgrades, another M4 in the mix. Pistols, SMGs, enough goodies to trip
I'll control
Mongols
that
over.
cap push. Does he clear this? He's definitely gonna clear this shit. Oh, he's going.
A little low. 9-10
might as well for
is just through
contact.
that top smoke, and Senzu crawling
Crosshair
towards that
placement
jump and angle.
goes
The short
up.
side spots out the booster. Gets out.
Okay.
NQZ safe.
You're dead.
That's what 9-10's waiting for.
Yeah,
Snow
bro.
wants up.
He doesn't
Gets
miss
the
those.
bullet into his chest. Orp draws first blood.
Smoke to go up.
Already the potency
Cat, I
of
mean.
this half by has wavered.
He's been able to salvage that M4, so picked up by Big Uzera. Bit of a playmaker himself, the in-game leader, but they're going in towards a B split. Up Cat into Davidash and
Timing.
QZ.
Oh, I missed the timing.
Big Uzera will be there from market. 3 to contribute.
Any bait?
DGT pushing T-Spawn.
Any bait in the chat?
Gamble.
Oh, NQZ's cleared. He's fucked.
Oh, wow. And Zinho's clears. They thought it was covered, and I think Davidash is going to be a bit upset. He didn't communicate that gap.
Safety net a blitz.
Yeah, it's perfect. The flank comes in. Big Uzera gets absolutely
Perfect,
nothing. Empty hands as Mongols definitely returning to their form we saw in the quarters. It's been a run now of 5 to match the output of Pain.
So only 8 kills in the last 5 rounds. There has definitely been a momentum shift. See if they can keep it flawless. It's 7 into the halftime break for the Mongols.
Man, 5 straight for both teams
So the
right
jersey's sold out.
now. Really?
Not surprised.
Jersey sold out his base,
Taking on the hunt
actually.
with the Glock. So look, you're going to gain
Holy
nothing
shit.
other than
Mongols
some
fans.
kill bonus from this frag. And Techno isn't going to get out of there. Grabs his gun. The scouting mission complete. And the best you have, Mr. DGT, is just that MP9. Likely to see Snow drop the AWP to NQZ right now. Had that impactful moment earlier in the piece over towards the B site. Right now, let's see if he gets stuck into the mix and looks for a fight. Can't even get a head-to-head against 9-10, who found the opener in this very round.
I mean, this clear. Look at the timing. He just turned
$20
away.
nachos?
And Big Uzera, he was
Oh,
looking in the right direction.
are they
but
good?
Blitz just too quick on the trigger.
Damn, the full Mongol
I
side.
love it. 10,000 Americans cheering for a group of Mongolians.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'm
This
surprised I
double
missed.
AWP again from Mongols, this time on the T side.
Double
We've
up
seen it
T
come out a
side?
bit. On the T side, I think this is
He
the
dropped it.
first. Let's see if they can
Wait,
stick
where'd
the
it
landing
go?
this time. It hasn't really worked for them.
Switched.
Because of that, could be poor info, right? You think, okay, he's taken a few shots mid. Well, that's 9-10.
Because he just
No,
has
he's
the
over
op
towards
over here
B,
at
searching
ticket.
for that push, seeing if there's a jump spot, trying to catch something.
Just a calculated manipulation of the expectation.
Trying to get
And when
this
the funds
util
are there,
out.
you know you can buy into the next
Really good
round.
job
Why
by
not
Snow to
take
hold
that
on to the
little bit of a
smoke.
chance? Now pivoting back, NQZ's AWP has been at ticket this entire
Damn,
round.
Snow still hasn't used this smoke.
On trash collection there for Techno. Good man. Bet he has a tidy room. Smokes are being deployed. DGT up on the balcony. Davidash jungle. Big Uzera at window. And the aforementioned NQZ over towards ticket. The stack is in the right place.
Yeah, it's a really good
How
four
good
stack.
is the util? 50
Late
seconds.
smoke.
Walk on ramp. Going to play behind this.
That smoke, playing someone
No
close to
smokes
smoke
left for the
allows this
CT
opper
side.
to take this line, which is
Feels
super
like they've been
powerful.
well-timed. DGT is going for an all-in positional. He's going to be exposed. Oh, he does well. Dips away, and in combination, actually
Good play.
draws blood. Catches Techno on the advance. They're spamming at him
Fuck.
through that ramp smoke. Spots the head of Mazinho, pushing
no.
through, misreads his reposition. Mazinho breaking
No
into
help
the side.
meme.
Forces
Oh,
the
no.
angle.
Ooh.
HZ, perfect. Doesn't
How the
overreact,
fuck?
doesn't panic. That's an overextension, and he peeks in as well.
Man. Mongols are so fucking
Snow,
good.
He had a little look, showed his face.
Holy shit, bro.
Quickly turns tail. It's asking a lot of young Snow. Woof! Senzu, top form.
Sit, bro.
They keep this running. From
Wow.
5-0, they now take the lead.
I think it's a great demonstration of the time to
shit,
kill the
what's up,
Mongols
Anders?
players there. We catch everything from the death of the CTs. Yeah. Bang, dead, bang, dead, bang, dead. No chance, no opportunity to get into the mix. Yeah, the firepower on display, but it's not just about that right now. Blitz outmaneuvering this CT side. 6 straight rounds. Can they make it 7? The momentum has shifted.
That boost lets you see over a deep molly ramp.
Try taking Jules. If you want to find
Bro,
a window, let's go.
Mongols are fucking insane.
You're right. Just a little
Yeah, they shoot fucking hard, don't they? Although Pain they could have won like 2 more rounds already. This could have been like easily like 7-4, something like that.
That round in B was kind of a toss.
I like that he showed himself. It's going to make it a little bit more treacherous for Blitz and 910 to take this.
These oppers, I haven't seen anything like this since me, to be honest. Andrews, no?
Let's go. You're right. I agree. I was going to say the same thing.
Bigger goes down and now
go.
a 4-on-4, and it's looking rather tough with a back exposed. What a gap!
No, it is like.
That's the B-hole.
I just hate. I feel like everything I want to say right now about Counter-Strike, so much of it just comes down to like, you know, it's about like the mental side and the momentum and the, you know, it's like it sounds like the laziest kind of breakdown of the game, but like look at the teams that did well this major, and like how many of them could you have predicted? Like who thought Nemiga was gonna play like as well as they did? Who thought Legacy was gonna play? Like nobody did. But like they just had like all the right chemistry, like total like great mentality for the game. They were like, I don't know, it's just I think it's sick. Like it's good for the game, but it's just also. It's interesting, right?
Yeah, the game is still like, I don't know, people are playing kind of scrappy, but all these little micro plays are fucking awesome. And I agree, like, ooh. Wow. I think in stuff like the major where, like a team like Pain, right? And they said they didn't even boot camp in Europe. They get a chance to literally be in an area to boot camp for once and like grind, and all the top teams are there, and they get to watch how these teams are playing. They don't have to worry about any distractions. They don't have to worry about anything. And they have these young fucking players. And if those young players hit a stride and they're not scared, like the way Snow in that interview was like, man, Snow in that interview was just golden. I don't know if you saw that before the game.
No, I didn't.
Holy shit, dude. His confidence and just like joy and gratefulness. Like he has a lot of gratitude for being there, and he's not going to shrink in the moment. He's like going to do it for Brazil. And his mind's just in the right spot. Like he's in the sweet spot as a player, and he has like immense talent. So in my experience, like those young players, they often, they like color outside the lines a little bit more than like a veteran. Say like when you watch like Nico these days.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't know the downside to a lot of the risks they take, but they do it with so much fucking confidence that it's catching these teams off guard.
Well, I wrote a fucking article for a sponsor thing yesterday or some shit, and the whole article, the idea is based off, like, I bumped into Devil Walk basically back at like the Paris RMR in like a hotel lobby bar, and basically he said to me in like a slightly drunken state that his idea of like how to like, you know, get people to be really good at like, you know, high level Counter-Strike was that you find people who are like at the top of FPL, and then you take them and you basically unlearn all the FPL stuff, and then you teach them real Counter-Strike, you know, what you and I would consider to be real Counter-Strike. And then you unlearn the real Counter-Strike, and then you teach them FPL again. And I just totally get what he means. Like, I absolutely, and I think it basically speaks to what you just said. It's like, there is something about being able to play like that kind of Counter-Strike. Like obviously you still know the real Counter-Strike stuff, right? But it's like having that flair to like, and it's not about playing FPL, obviously it doesn't really matter, like the platform's irrelevant, right? It's just about, it's about having the extra like something to be able to go for some of those fights and do something that's a little bit outside of the usual or whatever. Like I totally think he's right.
I agree completely. I do think though, something that I kind of live by, even in like Valorant, like before Valorant CS and Valorant, it's way easier to make Freakazoid into me, like an IGL, than it is to make me into Freakazoid, or like me into Simple, right? Like, I think...
Yeah.
You know, like,
I know what you mean.
Because naturally, like, when I played the game, I'm thinking, like, very supportive. I'm thinking about, I want to throw the smoke at this time and do this and do that. And even when I practice, I'm not going to be taking the fights that someone like Simple takes. And what makes him so good in these moments is like the sheer reps he used to get in these scenarios of taking these aggressive ass fights. Oh, I love this fucking trumpet.
It's sick, isn't it?
It's amazing, bro.
What a high for this guy as well. Just like one dude.
Accept.
That's amazing, bro.
Sure, Payne is struggling to accept the way that first half went. A flying start, 5-0.
Yeah, but this is the thing though that gets to me, because I think what you said is correct, and
Techno with 1 HP wins
I don't
that
know,
clutch,
like,
and then Mongols
man, somebody
for
like
7
Nico.
straight to come into the
I was
second
trying
half of our
to think of
first map
ways
of the
to try and
semi-final
explain
with a
how
2-round
good somebody
advantage.
like Nico is. I genuinely think that if you took like 1 million people off the streets and tried to make them Nico, there's a really good chance none of them could be.
Yeah, exactly.
You would just find 0 people who could be Nico. Like, even if you pressed a button and gave him his hours played or whatever, like, they just still wouldn't be. But obviously, so the thing that we are criticizing it, like him for or whatever, or even Monacy or whatever, it's more fun with Nico at the moment, right? Because he's just played for so much longer. Like, it's not that we think he can't do it, it's just like something else is missing, right? Like, there's that passion or whatever, like the love of the game that's like, you know, being crushed at the moment, which is super annoying.
And without the plan, 7 becomes 8.
Like, that was back to Simple this major, right? Like, that's what we all enjoyed. Like, even if, you know, in the end, like, yeah, sure, like, there were some problems, but like...
The best part about that Simple era was, like, the juxtaposition of him versus Astralis. It was like, holy fuck, bro. Like, the rules on these teams couldn't be more different. Like, just watching a Zeus-led team with Simple and then watching Astralis in the same era was incredible. It was incredible. And that's what made it so special. It seems like right now a lot of teams play like similar styles. Like, no one's willing to take like too big of risks. I do think Vitality looks fucking insane though. I love all their like CT aggressions that I just saw. Apex is impressed the fuck out of me as an IGL.
It's also, it's because they have such like, they have such disgusting resources, like in terms of just having somebody like Robs on your team.
Oh my god, that bro, that's
like
busted.
He's going to spend so much time, like just an enormous amount of time finding shit.
Yeah. By the way, 8 straight right now for MONGOLZ. Well, that's kind of crazy, you know?
Disgusting, yeah. So, well, like, just to say, like, right when Train came out, like, and was added to like the active map pool, like, I spent the first 3 days or whatever it was out. I spent, I don't know how many hours a day, but like probably something like 6 or 8 hours a day, just looking through like ways that I thought like the map was going to play out and try to come up with a bunch of grenades for it. And almost all the grenades that I was able to find in one way or another, Robs had already found. Like, so I messaged him. I said like, what about this? What about this? Whatever. And he just like, he's just such a hard worker when it comes to these kind of things. It's totally insane. Like,
his workflow is goated, probably. He just has a really good workflow, and yeah, it just comes naturally for him. I love that. I love to hear that.
Yeah, he's like, and you can I don't know, you can just tell. You can tell that there's a lot of that going on when they play the game. It's fun. It's really fun to watch, though.
Any hope for Payne from here? 9 straight after a 5-0 lead? Oh.
I don't know, like, there was that one round they almost won in the first half with...
Bro, that's the biggest cope. You can't say there was that one round.
I know.
Why?
I know. You're right.
You're crazy.
You're right.
You are not selling me here.
I'm just saying that, like, that, I think it was Snow who ended up, like, running towards the truck and then he got Molotov and died. That's one of those moments for me where I'm like, ooh, like, that actually tells me that, like, something is kind of up, you know? Like, with the team, because that was such a weird, there's no reason to make that move at all, as far as I'm concerned. And it makes me think that, like, there is actually a lot more stress in the team than there should be, you know? So, has me worried.
I don't know. I just have always found, like, a lot of those, like, young BR teams, they play with so much fuck you energy. And with that kind of lead early on, it's a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, yeah, I just think he's feeling the game maybe too much. But you could be right. I'm not gonna lie. You very well could be reading that right. Nice kill.
Okay.
You can see that standoff behind the
it's all on the big 0 timing here. Like, that's the only thing that matters.
Dude, you found the initial train smokes, right? Whoa.
Yeah, a bunch of them at any rate.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You yeah, that's a, I don't know. There are a bunch of grenades. There are a bunch of grenades on a bunch of different maps that I found that, that no one's using. It's the most frustrating thing for me because, like, I try to message people. I'm like, okay, you should do this. Like, you should totally do this. And, like, I just can't get anyone to fucking do it. I have the most insane Molotov on Ancient that is just, like, totally game-changing for how to attack Cave, and I just can't get anyone to do it. Like, it's so annoying.
This is a statement now.
You're just trying to sell them some shit.
Yes, like, I've showed it to people, like,
me when I'm
showed it to a bunch
missing
of people. I'm like,
that smoke.
what do you think about this? And they're all like, yeah. But then they never do it. Because this is a thing for pro players. Like, I don't know what it is, but, like, the best way to get a pro player to do something is to basically have it used against them by another team. Like, once they feel the pain of it, they're like, ooh, now
including a player that is under their team beating them. The best way for them to recruit a player from tier 2 is to have that tier 2 player beat them.
Hold on, I'll find the one. I'll leave it in your chat and people can watch it if they want.
Oh god, this guy doesn't miss, Sanders. And you don't walk into him like that, bro.
9-10, he's pretty fucking sick.
Will it settle? Absolutely it will. Blitz gets another one onto Davideus. Just a consolation couple from the two of them. P250 Tech 9 for DGT. Big Uzera needed that one. Comfortable for Blitz. A triple kill from their captain.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's. Honestly, I just think this is like there's such an impressive turnaround for the Mongols. Like that should be appreciated. You know what I mean? Like they could have been, because they're a team that's known to have some trouble, obviously, on the big stages. So fucking cool story.
Plenty of damn reps throughout 2025 for the Mongols.
Do you think Mongols can beat Vitality?
Made the playoffs of the major last year in Shanghai.
I mean,
running with it.
I'm sure getting to the playoffs felt like an achievement in itself initially.
Now the conversation yesterday was those losses in
playoffs. You're not selling me, bro. You gotta say yes with confidence. Come on.
There's no fucking argument you can make that should be happening. Like you ask, could they? Like, yes, like mathematically they can get enough rounds to, like, it is technically possible, but there's nothing you can, like, no one could make, like, your argument is gonna have to be based on just a lot of hope and, like, what if they all play like their best game of their life and Saiwu just loses the ability to see for like a day.
Saiwu trips on the way in and breaks a finger or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Guardian final. Right? What did he have to change his sense or some shit?
Back to everybody's favorite.
Yeah, probably. Fucking Guardian wanted to become a pro Dota player half his career. It was so stupid.
That's crazy. I didn't know that lore.
I spoke to him like some events and he was like, just literally one, like, you know, it was like him and Kenny and that was it, like, in terms of warping pretty much. And he's like, I've been thinking a lot about maybe I should just, you know, become professional in Dota as well. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you saying that?
Shot turn, Techno, he puts the cherry on top, puts Snow on notice, 4 HP for the young gun. Bench angle, impossible to get past, but Snow and NQZ, they'll knife out and retreat.
In fact, you're saving right now, and it's about to be the 12th
Oh,
round.
this is brutal, man.
Wow.
I'm putting my fucking Brazilian barbecue coaster to red right now. How about you? You're getting cooked out here, bro.
Yeah, but I mean,
They are
Mongols
getting
didn't
cooked, yeah.
disappear. They didn't cower in fear.
They've had enough. They're getting those meat sweats you get when you're at the
meat sweats, bro. No, no.
It's got worse.
They've got absolutely nothing. A couple of ball caps, a pog in their pockets.
That's sending you out the door. Get ready to have your discussion for Anubis. There's the flash, and here's the swing. Big Ysera just
That's crazy. What a flash swing.
Yeah.
I was actually glazing that lineup for that molly earlier in the tourney because he did it with the window smoke out. But he waited till it faded.
Stew in that. Take your tactical timeout. This is only their second in this.
Yeah, I got a new. I listen. I'm not like a YouTuber, okay? All my YouTube content's pretty trash. I do it for the love of the grenades, okay?
Wow.
Okay, I see what you did there.
But you're not wrong.
The wordplay, the love of the grenades.
Full team effort from the Mongolian side, and it looks
Let's
the
go.
Mirage, their home territory, has been a very comfortable start in their
Do people
semi-final
have people
campaign.
seen your shit?
Yeah, I mean, some teams have like. So there's one.
I mean, the public.
Oh, I don't know, not really. Like I said, like there's nobody watching my YouTube channel who cares. Like I genuinely just do it because I think it's interesting. But I've shown so there's a bunch of grenades on Anubis that I showed some teams, and I think there are like 5 or 6 teams that use them now. Like slowly, I've converted some teams. Fury was doing it at Astana, and I know like at least 3 or 4 other teams are. So slowly, I'm getting there, you know. But it's a lot of work to try and convince pros.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I feel like if I had your program. Oh, wait. Wait.
That's a difference.
Is it 13 in a row, Anders?
I mean, why the fuck not at this stage? Like, they are. Like,
Let's. What if we met in the smoke and kissed?
Oh
Still pulled the trigger, still did some damage. DGT brings him down.
Come on, Pain, just do something. Anything.
Ekno versus NQZ. This is a big head-to-head, and NQZ doesn't even pull the trigger in time. Evzinho dispatches
Yeah, they're cooked
Amadeus.
13 in a row.
A
Jesus.
13-round run.
That's so sick.
That is eerily similar to what they did to FaZe, by the way, at Mirage.
6 rounds straight to close this one down on the CT.
It's not the same, but it's close. Copy the homework, make it look slightly different type beat.
Yeah, pretty much. Holy shit. Wait, you were saying if you had my software, what?
I mean, that shit would have went crazy. I wouldn't have stayed watching demos all night. It's fucking. The thing you showed me with the box in mid was crazy. I tried to explain that to Jennifer at night. I was like, and then this happened. And it was like that meme where like the dude is talking to like the chick in the baseball game or whatever.
Yeah.
She has no idea what I'm talking about, bro. I'm trying to explain it to her. Like, and then the program, he drew a box and it showed the line.
Mongols doing it right here, running
Well,
back.
you've got access now, so you can fuck around and do what you want.
Tell me how you feel, buddy.
You know.
I'm feeling good. We are up to 1-0. And try our best at second map. Yeah.
You guys think you can close it out here, though? Can you tell me and make us all believers that the Mongols can do it right here and right
Dude,
now?
Anders' program chat is seriously so crazy.
Can you make us all believers that the Mongols can do it right now?
I can just think.
He can't hear a thing.
Yeah, we will
Poor
win
guy.
here. We come to here to win. Yeah.
Damn, thank you.
Oh.
You guys are so nice. It's not holy shit.
They're getting
Can I
the
play
one
a
thing
song?
and one thing only, and the Mongols are doing a damn good job of it so far. We talked about it.
No, dude, you crushed the cast with Dan in this fucking event. I loved listening to you guys. I'm not gonna lie.
I
It's
had a
nostalgic
really
as
great
fuck.
time. I was.
I didn't get to listen to any on stream, but like, yeah, I was watching it leading up to streaming this shit. I was having a great time. You crushed it.
It's just like I don't know. I spend so much time. Like, I think every night. So this is the only problem with like when you work events, right? Is that generally speaking, you don't know exactly what you're doing next day until like all the games are finished, right? Because like you're on the early
your call
shift, you don't
time.
know what. Yeah, like you don't know what games those are. So you get told like let's say like 6 or 7 o'clock or something like that in the evening, and they're like, okay, these are the games. So then I would just spend like more or less like from 6 or 7 or whatever to like midnight. I just spend on just trying to watch like as many I mean, not watching like the whole games, but just like trying to figure out like, do I actually know roughly how these teams are going to be playing on these maps? Like, do I have it doesn't have to be like a full fucking breakdown, but just like, do I have a sense of what is it that this team likes to do, or like what works for them, or what are they good at, or whatever? And just I noticed that having that somewhere in your mind before you do get into the casting is so much more interesting to me. Like even just personally for me, like I have such a better understanding of what what I expect. But I think even more importantly, it's so much easier to know when the team isn't playing like they're sort of supposed to, and whether that's good or bad or whatever. Like even if they're still winning but they're playing differently, that's so interesting to me, because like, well then damn, like that actually meant they had like a real a significantly different plan for this one team.
I actually this is what you're saying. I love doing this show with Dan. Like I mean, you know me probably from working those events. Like I was the fucking broadcast talent that wouldn't go out and shit. Like I'm a fucking loner.
Sure. Yeah.
And I would just, grind VODs and stuff and watch how these teams play. And a lot of times, you can predict what a team is going to do because they'll do similar strats or similar plays in certain portions of the game. So in Valorant, it's like ult plays. In CS, it's like first gun round, pistol, shit like that. But it's even better if you set the expectation for what they did prior and what you think is going to happen, and they do like the fake off of that. So they fake you out. And then the viewer really is like, holy fuck, they're cooking. Like, I actually like getting faked out in that regard on the cast, because it creates a storyline that I feel like that is missing in a lot of casts. So yeah, like I know what you're saying. Like you definitely do that a lot.
Yep.
That's fucking sick.
It's also like I just think it's important to be like you should have the space or like the confidence or whatever to be wrong in certain moments.
Yeah.
And I've always thought this. I used to watch like a lot of StarCraft, even going back to like Brood War and all the rest of it. And something that I noticed in StarCraft 2, like when it came out, was that like obviously Tasteless and Artosis just have their own thing that they're doing, which is like just legendary all on its own, and it's been going on since forever. But a lot of other StarCraft talent, I realized, they were so scared to make what I would consider like strong, like they wouldn't take strong stances on the game as it was unfolding, right? So like in StarCraft, you got like the build orders, and sometimes early on you can kind of sort of guess what build order is coming, and maybe you even have an opinion about that. You might say like, ooh, I don't know, like against, between these two players, like against, Protoss versus Zerg, I don't know if this is the right build order. I think this should be, the early timing is going to be weaker than a later timing, or whatever the fuck, like whatever. Just tell me something about like what you as a commentator think about what's going to happen. Like, and if you're wrong, then that doesn't mean you don't know the game or you're not a good commentator. It just means now we have another topic to talk about, right? Which is totally fine. So like if I go into a game as a commentator and I say like, yeah, like I totally think, the only way that they could ever win this is if they, get double up really early on, and then like, I mean, I don't know why that would ever be the point of analysis, but if I thought that and I said it and then it turns out they just win with, nothing but MP9s, then it's just an interesting thing to talk about. It's like, it was like, oh my God, like I said double orbs, but it turns out like the SMGs were, the winning. Oh, that's super sick. Like that's so interesting. Like I just think you must have enough confidence to just be wrong sometimes. Just say, okay, cool, like that's it.
Yeah, dude, that's like an amazing point, and it's something like all of you guys from CS taught me so much. From obviously, dude, that first finals cast that we did, me, you, and Tosspot, I think.
Oh yeah,
holy fuck, dude, they just threw me out there. That was crazy. Like,
yeah. Here you go.
Bro, I could hardly even speak a coherent sentence back then. And the stuff that you guys all taught me over those years working the broadcast is ridiculous. I learned you have to tell the story how it fucking is, in my opinion. Like, you can't pretend that the big underdog is on the same playing field as Vitality, because then if the underdog actually does win, it means nothing.
Yeah.
You actually have to tell the story correctly. And CS casters do that. They don't fucking lie to you and tell you that the underdog is the same as this other team or that this region is the same as that region. I have always respected, and like on the analyst desk after, bro, these guys were down to cut all 5 players from FaZe after that game. I was like, holy shit, no one's safe from this analyst desk right now. Like,
no, it's sick.
It's just so cutthroat and crazy, but they're giving their true feelings as opposed to like saying what's safe. And that is definitely something I think CS is insane. Like they're just so confident. Like the broadcast talent are confident in their opinions because they've been there for so long, and they're willing to like go out there and say those things. I think you guys are crushed. Like everyone that works the broadcast, so good.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously, that's almost like the issue that we're having these days is that there are actually just too many good people. Like it's kind of crazy. Like we have like we don't have enough tournaments to sort of fill out and you know and make it sort of a reliable circuit for everyone. Which I mean, it's obviously an amazing position for the game as a whole to be in. It's just also a bit crazy.
EJ College suffering from success type beat or what?
Yeah, but I think basically so, right? Like, it is wild. But I mean, I remember there was some discussion. This was in another game that was like, I can't remember what the fucking game would have been, but it was some like somebody was having a discussion about like commentary in another game, and they basically some commentator had said, you know, this is impossible to win, and then the team that he said that about ended up winning. Like it was some team fight, might have been a Dota game or something, I don't know, but like basically it's like. So this caster was being sort of hated on. People were like, "Oh my god, like it's so unprofessional that he's saying it's impossible," and then they won anyway. It's like that's totally bad casting. And I just thought like, no, fuck that. Like like if I see somebody in like a 1 versus 5 or something, I would love to be able to say, yeah, this is never gonna happen. He's never gonna win it. Like I would even say I would actually rather overplay that and say, like it can't happen. There's no way. Like you're not gonna see this 1v5 here today. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Because if it does happen, like my reaction to that moment just has to be so wild, because I just explained to you that this is an impossible thing to win, right? Like call it a 1 in 100 trillion or whatever. But if I say, oh yeah, anything can happen, sometimes you win 1v5s, like it just sounds like it's a normal thing, which obviously it isn't, right? Like that really never happens, right? So I just think it's important to say, yes, it's impossible. If it happens anyway, like again, it doesn't mean that I don't understand the game. It just means it was sick, and we just all witnessed something historic. That's super awesome.
Yeah, dude. Actually, it's funny you say that, because in the start of Valorant, DDK, myself, Pansy, Van Silly, several of us did basically a casting workshop kind of thing that Riot put on for a lot of the upcoming Game Changers talent, which are now like super prevalent in the scene. Like Mimi, Dryad, Ash, Sierra, like basically like the people like, what the fuck, what just happened? The stuff that came out of that was like crazy. But in my deck that I was like presenting, because I took this shit really seriously, I have the 1-on-4 that Cadian won. Like I think that is like the best casting ever.
Yeah, it was super sick. Yeah,
it was amazing how they like set that round up. And then I have your 1-on-4 from Simple. It was just, and then obviously I felt like I had to put a clip in from Dan and myself, since
of course
there's a question about it. But this was really cool. I liked actually doing this because I felt like it also helped me learn a lot about casting at the time. Because, yeah, there's a lot that goes into this shit. Like, you can't just go out there and hype up everything. If everything is great, nothing is great, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of, like, another thing that I noticed someone in the chat was asking about, like, whether or not people think it's, there's such a thing as, like, the correct sort of, way to look at a round. And I think this is something else that the community in general, like, has a really hard time with, which is that, like, people seem to think that there's like a Counter-Strike machine that we're all watching, and it's like if you just with a certain predictable input, you get like a certain output, and it's like it's not a solvable game in that sense. Like if you ask 10 different pros to analyze a situation, you're probably going to get more or less like 10 different answers. Like people have different opinion on what they like think is more valuable. They'll make a bunch of assumptions, or they will say like, yeah, you know, this was okay, but you know, I would have done this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, it's not like there's just one right answer to everything. So I think that's kind of freeing as well in a way to say, so just give your answer. Like, don't worry about what the right answer is, because probably nobody else is going to agree on that anyway. So just don't even worry about that. You know, just.
Like I said, like I literally constantly give you guys credit for the shit you taught. Like the event I worked with Pansy in CS before I went to Val, the cast I did with like Stunna, and most importantly, like I think you in the finals and Machine. I did a cast with Machine or two in like the Katowice major. And before the cast, he was like, yeah, I know you never casted before, but here's how I'm going to do it. Like, I know I know the game, but when we get out there and I'm doing play-by-play, I'm going to ask you questions. And I'm going to ask you questions I know the answers to, and I'm going to look stupid. And I just want you to give me your thoughts, and like I want you to talk to the viewer. And like just him saying that to me in that moment like changed my perception of casting. I was like, whoa, he's actually just taking an L like this willingly. Like his casting,
nice.
There's like an art to that shit.
Yeah, I think so. And it's also, I think it's, if you listen to like all the different casting duos or whatever, like the people who are, you can just think about like the people who are casting the playoffs now, you know, you just notice that there are so many different things that they like. It's not like they just all do the same thing in different ways. It's like they have very, very different sort of skill sets, and I just think that makes it super interesting. You know, even with casting, right? It's not like there's one way of casting that's the way and that's the best one. It's like, no, everyone's kind of like competing on you know, their own terms, which is kind of interesting.
That's my favorite part, is like obviously Machine leans into Sponge as like an ex-pro player, but like Harry and Hugo don't really have that. And then like Launders has been around forever and has like different access to different parts of the scene and like so much weird knowledge. Like, and then like you and Semler were like your own thing from the start, and you had like so many storylines you referenced, things like that. And then Bardolph and DDK were like kind of goofy-ish a little bit and funny.
I
loved
so
it all.
For me, one of the things that like I think is like, you know, when I listen to casters, like I have things I like about I think all the current duos pretty much at the moment, but whenever I listen to like, like I said, I spend an ungodly amount of time these days looking at like, just spending time in Skybox looking for trends for different teams and how they play and what they do and like all this stuff. Like the kind of stuff that Danny is doing here, Mahone, right? It's like I spend a lot of time looking at these kind of trends too. And I think it's genuinely like interesting. It's just fun. Like it just is a fun way for me to spend my time. So I like doing it. And sometimes I think, like, how many other people sort of, you know, who work on these broadcasts, like, actually, you know, will do this. And for me, the person that I always, whenever I get a chance to, like, listen to other people's casting, the person where I'm, like, so sure that he does is Sponge. Like, holy shit. Like, Chad just lives inside of the game. It's like
he does. He always has.
It's really, I bet you as well, like, because you have to remember, like, he doesn't get a chance to talk too much about that stuff during a live game, because it's just the nature of being, like, a color kind of caster, is that you're not going to get, like, you're not going to have the microphone that much at the time, especially in big games or whatever, but, like, if you ever sat Chad down to, like, elaborate on a lot of stuff, like, I guarantee you'd be fucking mental. Like, he's got, like,
he's got crazy ideas at this point. Because he was so knowledgeable back then. He's so locked in.
He is like, so basically like I'll give you an example. Like, so the reason I know this is because at some point I almost felt like Chad was like, I was like, is he just reading my mind or something? Like I genuinely was like, I feel like we must have watched like all the same shit. But go back and listen to like Chad talking about the evolving meta of Ancient in like the last 3 or 4 months or something. Like there's a bunch of games that he's casted where he will basically every round, like Chad will sort of give you like an update on like what's the newest thing that's happening in terms of the grenades. Like now they're run boosting over this Molotov. Now they're throwing these flashbangs. Now they're throwing like 4 flashbangs from CT spawn or from T spawn instead of just the 2. And like every week, because that meta just was evolving so much at the start of the year, and like Sponge would keep on essentially like just keeping everyone up to date. Now I don't know how much the audience recognize like that's happening. Like that's my only fear is that he's doing like what I would consider to be super crazy work, and he like I don't know how much of it just is falling like right past people, but it's sick. I appreciate it anyway. Like it's super sick.
I think even if like a casual fan isn't catching on to that, the diehards are, one, and then two, it basically makes him constantly evolve and keep his edge, like as an amazing talent. I mean, Chad is so good.
Yeah,
obviously, I think Machine is incredible. I think Machine is like.
It's just to say like it is the resource that
fucking 5-1
that Machine has for that kind of thing is just super crazy, right? Like I think they will obviously work insanely well together, and I fucking love Alex anyway. Like he's one of those people who's just, you meet him at an event, it's always nice as fuck. So, no, but it's just to say that we have like there are all these different ways of doing it.
Oh, he's talking to us.
At home, watching this
Counter-Strike
match, I ask and call upon you. This is a legendary moment for all 10 people on that stage. I guarantee that new faces walk into the grand final tomorrow. And all I ask is you put yourself in their shoes, you pick a team, and you make some fucking noise!
Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck.
We're witnessing a dream realized before our very eyes for just 5 on that stage. Let's go, Austin!
Bro.
Super sick.
That tech pause, by the way, at the end of the FaZe game yesterday when he had everyone pull out their cameras and pull out their flashlights, I mean, that was so sick. He just plays the crowd so well.
Yeah, and that could be hard. That could be really hard to do.
This setup is what
strong start, right? I mean, it was on Mirage as well, but this feels compulsory with the momentum Mongols have. Okay,
they countered this so hard already.
He'd like a whole lot more. Chip in from DGT, puts Techno down, gets that belated trade. Info from Senzu, spots 2 doing the flashbang dance on the A site.
Bombs pivoting, Blitz cutting them off with the pass here, through towards middle.
Their Blitz in the middle, it makes so much sense to move around.
Interesting sound cues. Payne got their secret weapon. The drums
One
back
for
in the building.
for the round.
Yep. And Senzu denied. 9-10 and Blitz in combination.
Oh, Blitz. He wanted to be the late piece, but was forced by that catch from Snow.
Dude, winning the pistol round on a noob is just like on the CT side is so huge, isn't it? Like if they don't lose the second round, it's already like then maybe not half of where they need to be, but it's close. Like on the first half, it's insane.
I don't know, bro. Watching what MONGOLZ did to FaZe. No one's safe.
Yeah,
no.
That's true.
Distance, your map choice now. Flash.
These guys are fucking hired shooters. They're fucking people up in these fights.
Set up, sticks the landing. Bomb doesn't go down, but we are about to see a force fight out of MONGOLZ.
I need a trumpet pop off right now. Get me back in it. And a Brazilian lemonade.
Not with immediate pace. They'll take their time on this one. 2 towards A, Davideus mid, Big Zero and Snow on B. This is the traditional setup. DGT's the A anchor.
What's up, man?
He'll be here, there, and everywhere. Another baskets play. DGT not playing anti right now. Has NQC
oh shit, let's see if...
with the M4. Block smoke.
It's not impossible that Payne are going to end up throwing my Molotov on the T side. Because the other Brazilian teams are doing it, so why not Payne?
The atmosphere is fucking insane.
Just the one, because Mzenia was already passed. He removes DGT.
What'd you say about not losing that second, bro? What did you say?
Flies into the site.
This is real bad news. This is really bad news.
That familiar discomfort on this big stage. Short-lived celebration party crashed immediately by the Mongolian horde.
Just can't come that
Anders,
easily.
I have a question.
Too easy.
Go on.
In the Hiko "Are You Kidding Me" clip, you remember?
Yeah.
Why didn't you give me any credit for winning the round?
Dude, I know, like you know
I did a lot.
You know what? I actually thought about this myself. Like whenever that gets replayed, I always think to myself like, it's because like
See,
I really don't like. I really kind of. It is really interesting, isn't it? Though, like because I think, to be honest, I think the reason why that happens is because the, you know, not to push all the blame onto the observer, but I think it's because the observing is so weird. Like in that whole clip, like there's so much like
he's scrambling
shifting around, and I think probably what I'm just doing is
shifting around, huh?
I'm like already basically locked into telling a story about something related to Hiko, is my guess. Like I don't remember the full context of that. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that like that's probably what's happening, and then even though we end up seeing basically that you are like doing all this work, it's like I'm just still in like the mode of doing that. But it's funny that you said, because I have thought about it since. I was like, what the fuck? Like this, we're not even talking about this.
No, I actually, you know, when I sold my chat yesterday, I was like, yeah, actually, you know what? Anders, he's saying, Heek, are you kidding me? Because he's just going for kills. Like the whole time, he's just going for kills, whereas Sean's trying to win the round, you know? Like,
yeah.
That's what you're actually saying. It's just, it goes over the viewer's head, you know?
Yeah, yeah. There's another thing that happens a lot. Like, this happened way more. Like, Semler and I did this way more. Like, it's not, I guess it's not embarrassing. It's just like a sign of the times or whatever. Like, we just weren't educated enough or whatever the case may be. But we had, there were so many times when we came into games with, like,
sweating.
Like, really, really preconceived notions. Oh, wait a minute. Is he going to be pushing through the smoke? Is he going to be flashed in from... No.
He dead.
Yeah, they tried.
Stop.
Fucking hell. But yeah, like, I think we'd come into a lot of these games with like very preconceived notions about like who were like the big players. So like Hiko, he's gonna be fragging. Sean, he's gonna be like the fucking IGL. So we don't really expect anything else out of him, you know?
Wait.
I see, like this happens all the time. Like I bet if you went back and looked at a bunch of like NIP games that were casted, we would have been like, in our minds, we would have been like, okay, Get Right and Forest, they're fucking sick. And then, you know, Fiflaren and Freiburg, they're like more sort of the supporting casts, like most of the time. And Exist, he's like the fucking, you know, IGL genius kind of moment. Like, it's like, we just had these like hard roles in our minds. And I bet it biased the casting that we did a fuck ton, you know? So, yeah, 100% that happened a lot.
Yeah. There's the
funny thing about, like,
you don't know about the role I've created for myself in CS2. You ready for this?
Go on.
Okay, so we're watching this MP9 right now. I'm going to be that guy, the entry MP9 on these rounds, because I need to farm for my op. I'm also the team opper.
Fucking hell.
But when I don't have an op, I'm ROPS. I'm lurking. I am lurking hard.
Okay, you're playing basically without roles, basically. You're the
no,
hybrid,
it's a flex. I'm the flex. And the IGL too, so.
Dude, I genuinely think like that being the entry like SMG IGL, like, you know, Chopper or Carrigan or whatever, is actually sick as fuck.
It's so fun, bro. It's the best part of the whole game.
Yeah. It's like if you do if you get even one kill or whatever, like you're just a hero to the whole team, right? Like
MONGOLZ little teamwork, by the way, like these little flash peeks.
Yeah.
Pain can't do anything right now, bro.
No, they're in trouble.
They came up for like one quick gasp of air in their drowning in the ocean moment, and then fucking MONGOLZ just dunked them.
I have a real life kind of story from, like, you know, because like we would say that Exist, like we really, if anyone ever bothered to go back, you in the first couple of years or whatever, we'd spend a lot of time talking about like Exist as like, you know, he's like this tactical genius kind of thing. And like one immediate challenge to that idea should have probably always been, how many tactics do you really need when you got Get Right and Forest on your team? Like,
that's crazy, bro.
You know, it's like you are just out shooting everyone in the world, right? Like, so really, like realistically, like it's that in itself is like the tactics are probably always going to look good no matter what, because even when they aren't working, you're probably winning the round anyway, right? Like that was just the fact of how things were at the beginning. So that was one thing. The other thing is then I remember talking to Fiflaren like years later, like after the whole like you know thing had come to an end, and he basically said that like a lot of like the tactical work in the team, especially like in the later stage of the you know team, was basically done by like him. Like he took over like you know, the IGL stuff, he did like so much work in it. Not to undermine Exister at all. Like, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that, like, as commentators, we just powered on. We had our narratives, right? We're like, oh yeah, this Exister is like the, you know, he's the fucking tactician and the genius behind all of this stuff, you know.
Let me interrupt one thing real quick, because you can continue. In that interview with Apex, he said, we're about to win 6 out of 7 tournaments, I'm pretty sure, right? Vitality?
Yeah.
Didn't that Fnatic team in like 2016 win like 6 in a row? Didn't they win like 6 tournaments in a row or some shit?
Did they? I can't remember that shit. Holy fuck. You might be right. You probably are right.
When he said that, I was thinking that. Obviously, I know Astralis was dominant as fuck, but there was that Fnatic team that went on an insane run too, I think.
Yeah.
Someone in chat surely knows.
Someone's gonna know, yeah, I was gonna say.
But what a shot.
That's it, yeah.
Fuck, dude.
They just have no money as well on Pain. It's fucking brutal.
In combination with a pick from the AWP has already put Pain into a tailspin.
Dude, this feels so over. It's like the slowest bleed right now.
That's it.
Here.
That is such an insane risk for DGT, but like it's also one you have to make, right? You don't have a choice anymore.
Yeah, really
Somebody
no
has
choice.
to.
I like the stack. They're bringing the third over.
Yeah, it's really smart. I just don't think it'd work anyway, but it is a good idea.
Stop.
This is the issue with this fucking bomb site though. Like, have you seen this? Like, how often you have like 3 people on this bomb site and it's just a full-on B execute and you just lose anyway? Like, oh fuck us then.
It's just flowing, isn't it?
Yeah, dude. I watched Simple peek that left side pillar like twice or 3 times with the AWP. He just got like clapped by some guy like just waiting for the repeat after the first guy swings out. Like, dude, he can't do anything. He's literally just fucked. And meanwhile, there's like scaling in with like 1 pillar smoke. It's so difficult.
And the bomb, well, still got a few seconds left before it goes off. So will they be able to track him? 910's the only one who feels like he could peer in and deny this. Bomb goes off, round secured.
That's when Flusha was cheating, right? Yep, that was the time. God damn it, bro.
Yeah.
They take no prisoners.
Oh, come on.
MONGOLZ know how to accelerate an advantage. This was a nasty death for Damadeus. Usually probably gets away with that one, but not against the AWP today. And 3 in the round for Techno.
These kills are filthy.
Yeah, good swing, gets that info.
Yeah.
Look at these two just peeking together in sync.
Crosshair's a great understanding of the situation and a map that they haven't played an awful lot of, only twice at the major. Both against FaZe. Looking comfy right now, and the acceleration into a This is risky. Shows the confidence though.
There is, yeah. I mean, no absence of that. Sends
Well, B's lost. 3, 2.
Escorting the AWP in, another jump spot. Not the same Damadeus in the previous. Snow gets to live on. Throw a smoke. Confirmation of presence. Knows 2 are towards the con position. A little bit of a walk on that bridge. 910 just tucked around the corner in time, but there is a gap.
Big gap.
They're so confident in just waiting MONGOLZ. Like, they're applying so much pressure, but they're ready for any kind of aggression. I say that is about to get thrown in the back, but in general, like at the start of the rounds, like they're so good at doing that.
Yeah, crouch surge, but they're into B.
Yeah, she in the crowd.
Hold on to this or why give it away? Go fish and see what you can find. You're still trying to piece the round together, but now that you're blocked.
Anders, what started the whole CS crowd?
Woo! So another opening kill, 5 consecutive.
I don't remember exactly which tournament it was, but there was literally one tournament where everyone just started doing it, and it just became like this thing.
Yeah, I remember it when it started. The talent was like, this is so stupid. And fast forward, literally 10 years later, it's still happening.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's because the talent behind the scenes didn't like it. I guarantee you.
It's not as bad as it was, like, you know, for sure. But it was just one of those things.
It was Australia?
Was it in Australia?
I don't remember.
I feel like I was at the event. I've never been to Australia, so I feel like it would have been something else, but whatever the fuck it was, like it definitely just kind of like became an overnight thing.
It's an important juncture of the game here. Timeout's been
It did become an overnight thing.
Good time for it. Not really a smoke spam, was it? Just caught him on the cusp there. The
I mean, it's not the worst that it could be, you know? Could be worse.
Oh, it could be way worse. What was
the,
it?
the fucking World Cup in South Africa when they had the Woo Sailors?
Oh my god, dude. That was the worst.
That makes me laugh every time I think about it. Every single time. Like, fucking
I don't even watch soccer, and that shit is burned into my brain.
I know, yeah, I don't know what did either, but like, it's great. Great times. Oh, pain, come on.
But it's also not a secret. Mongols know.
You know, Brazilian Counter-Strike is in the weirdest state that it's, I think, been in for a really long time. Like, for a long time after, you know, Cold Zero and Taco and Fallen and all the rest of it, right? Like, and for, it's like they just had, like, they just didn't have players outside of that seemed interesting, and those players weren't playing good anymore, so it was just like, okay, well then what's left, you know? It's just weird as fuck. Now they just have so many good players, but they're all on like different teams. Like, it's impressive what Pain had done here, but it just feels like if you had an unlimited budget and there were no, you know, contracts in place, you can just put together like the perfect team of, you know, Brazilian Counter-Strike. You could make like at least one super team, like maybe even like 1.5 or something. Like, they actually have like so many good players all of a sudden. The only thing they don't have for some reason is AWPers. Like, NQC obviously he's good, but like, but he's not Monacy or Sanwu or somebody like that, right? Or Shiro, you know? Where's the Shiro of Brazil, is what I'm asking.
All he can do is tell them when camera is under threat. Oh, Flames, awkward. Walking, David, clothesline,
Oh, he needed that, bro. Yeah, Shiro hits that. Maybe DGT is him. This whole time.
No.
No?
But this is no holiday.
This angle from 910 is also almost unbeatable, isn't it?
This guy's crazy.
A well-placed nade. Do you really want to have a go, or would you rather keep what you can?
You can only save for
I'm a big Torsi fan after this event, by the way.
He's really awesome.
Yeah, he really is. What's up with the hate on Apex? It's amazing. First of all, it's amazing. But what is up with it?
I don't know. He's just, I don't know. Like, I think it's just like, you know, he shouts a lot and everything. Like, he's kind of playing the villain a little bit. I don't think it's like genuine like hate. I just think it's.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
You know, it's just a thing.
It is just a thing, but it's also crazy to hear it from like the IGL of the team that's just so fucking dominant.
Yeah.
Like, normally that player is pretty loved.
Yeah.
And for that player to get that kind of hate is just wild. Even if it is just a joke.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious. I think it's amazing.
Well, you know what I'm so excited about? I'm so excited that we are getting that kind of personality in Counter-Strike back, because, you know, I remember you were probably at some of these LANs, like, you must have been at some point in the beginning, like, you've been to, like, Copenhagen Games LANs, right? In, like...
Actually, never went to a CPH. No, my teammates did, in some, like Quantum Gaming or something like that, when I took, like, a short break.
Okay, fair enough. So, like, I just remember specifically, some of those LANs I went to, and I watched, like, Taz. You know, like, those tournaments always had, like, 100 million Danish, like, teams that nobody knew who they were. Just, like, totally random Danish teams that showed up and played the qualifier or whatever. But it was all on LAN. So you've got Taz, who's this, like, giant Polish dude. And you've got these little, like, 14-year-old Danish kids that are, like, trying to play Counter-Strike. And Taz, like, every time he'd shoot one of them, like, they'd win a round or something, he would, like, stand up and just knock
That's crazy,
like,
bro. That's crazy.
He's just towering above them. He's just laughing at them in, like, broken English.
That's crazy.
I kill you. And you could just tell they're, like, so uncomfortable. And I loved it. I was like, this is fucking sick, you know? And then when, you know, we started getting, like,
Flusha played it for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like but then you get like social media stuff, right? And then everyone's like scared to make a mistake because they're scared, like, oh my god, like if I, if I play it up the way that Apex is doing, then maybe the whole community is gonna hate me, And then everyone just became like non-personalities. But now it's back again. Like now we're actually getting people who are like genuinely like, fucking Dumao or whatever in the group, in the player, like playing into the tournament, right? And
Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up, bro. I want old simple back.
No,
Oh,
yeah, who wouldn't?
Bro, old simple went crazy.
Similar, Yeah, like we need that. Like I think the counter community, like I think people really love it. It's like yes, be, if you think you're the best or whatever, like yeah, be a little bit arrogant if you want. Like it's fine.
These guys are crazy. They are showing no mercy, bro.
Yeah.
How insane. I couldn't believe that no Asian team had ever made a top 4 at a major all this time.
Yeah.
About to make the fucking finals. Sorry if I jinxed them.
Does that...
What?
Was that a 9-11 sign that he had instead of 9-10?
Stop.
There's no way.
It went over my head, but I think you might be right in hindsight. There's no way, bro. Surely not. There's been some insane signs, by the way. I love it. Dude, they can't get anything, bro. God damn.
Well, I mean, if I was casting this, I would right now what I'd be saying was 1, they have a double up setup. 2, if they can even get 4 rounds on this first half, they can still win. Like, so it's not good, but like,
Bro, he turns that and gets that, and they get a molly kill also. Rip.
They're even flashing and it doesn't matter. That was DGT late to the punch and now just Big Zera. The Mongolian
1v4. Mongolian Horde. Fucking hell. Techno entering this site is so different.
Here's just as a, just as a by the way. Here's also how you know that like Chad and Alex are really good casters, because this is actually a hard game to cast right now. Like, you obviously want a semi-final like this to be fucking close, epic, like, a real showdown where it's like all 3 maps and like, oh, where it's, and the fact is right now it's like very one-sided, like since the fucking first half of the first map, it's been pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
But you don't notice that in the way that they're casting the game, right? Like this still feels really intense and really like, oh my god, like they're fucking the Mongols doing it, and that just is good casting, right?
Yeah.
You're not noticing that this could also be, in another way, this could be almost like a sad story of like, my god, it's the major, we got a semi-final that's kind of one-sided, like, oh my, that's so upsetting, Instead, it's just like, oh my fucking god, the Mongols are winning, and we're just enjoying every moment of it, which is great. It's what you should be doing.
Fucking cooked, dude. What do you think happened to like Liquid and Falcons?
The momentum since those first 5 rounds of Mirage has completely shifted.
Putting you on the spot. You don't have to answer.
Right now, I really am analyzing a lot of this through the frame of like Devil Walk's, crazy Counter-Strike philosophy, right? Of like, you've got to, at some point you have to unlearn some of like that hardcore structure, and then you have to like, you have to sort of learn to enjoy the game in some sense, right? I know it's like the worst kind of analysis that you can give almost, but it's like, I don't even care what strategies they run or whatever, but like, could you imagine Falcons team winning when they, like, I guess I'll ask the question, like, how many of the Falcons players right now show up for like any day of Counter-Strike and say, man, I fucking love Counter-Strike. I just love the game. Like, I'm just fucking excited to be sat down and playing this game for like, the next 3 or 4 hours or something, like just even on like an off day or something. Or is it more like this is hard work and it's my job, so I'm gonna do it, but like, but really like it's a fucking grind. And I just like, if that's the like, it's great to have that mentality to be able to grind even if you're having like a a bad week or a bad month or something. That obviously you're a professional, you should be able to do that, but not forever, right? Like at some point the joy has to return, and I feel like it's just not, it hasn't returned for a really long time. So that to some extent is like, at least for Falcons, like that's one of the big things for me is like, is there any enjoyment here left here at all, you know?
That's a good point. Yeah, when it starts to feel like a job and nothing's enjoyable, like, what a fucking swing, bro.
Yeah, that's for me. That would be one of those things that I would be like, because there are probably other things you could look at. Like I'm sure there definitely are like that. Like in that infamous now 3v5 fuck up on Inferno, right? I went back and looked at I think every single frame of that from like the point in time where they plant the bomb, and there are so many signs that they don't communicate correctly, like on that team. Way before Monacy and Tessa start missing shots on Banana, like way before then, there are like so many signs where like that's an issue. Yeah, he's
this guy punishes everything, man. He's like always hyper aware.
Yeah. Well, it's also like that smoke that they throw to the one that's behind them now.
Yeah.
That's such a big indication that there is going to be CT aggression, right? So he's like, he's always going to be thinking about that, or he should be.
5 Mongolians with hot hands and pain on ice.
Like it's the thing that Mahone was talking about coming into this one, right? Like I think he was using phase as an example because Carrigan does this a lot, where he'll push the connector behind that smoke. So.
He's not giving this one up.
By the way, Mahone's breakdowns have been incredible. Like the way he just like, he shows like no shakiness on camera, and that's just like a, you know, a solo bit. Like he's just out there. He does great in those segments, I think. He's fantastic.
Just needs it to show up on the radar, but pressure towards A main regardless, hoping for movement on B. Snow and NQZ burrowed down on the platform. Davideus and DGT dealing with the other side of the map. So right now it's about to be a 2v3 fight on this site.
Damn, Hats, why don't you DM him? I'm just kidding. Wow, unlucky.
Look at all the U2 left. Smoke, Molly, flashes.
Yeah, it's going to force NQZ into a different angle. Worried about main, understandably, but won't open himself up to that angle despite them all channeling him through con. 3 coming in.
Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, yeah. So like, yeah, like Danny is fucking unbelievable. Like, he's such a great guy. Big fan of his work. So Mahone's done analysis for a bunch of different teams, like as like a pro analyst. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. 9-3 still possible. That's the kind of clip that we need.
I feel like the ops have been crazy good, by the way, since I started watching. Like they've been very impactful. And early on in CS2, the op was pretty shit, right?
Yes. Everyone was angry. Yeah.
They're doing the same trick again with all that extra cash.
Looks like a sweet spot for it right now.
They just buy extra orbs on the T side. They have the money for it.
I never got a chance to say it earlier, but you know how you were saying about the whole like Devil Walk FPL player into Shrouded player back into like FPL shit. So I've been playing CS2 like Premier and shit, like fucking around. I have all these accounts I'm following for nades, like on Twitter and YouTube. Like I know how to find it in a server, but I'm not doing any of that. Like I'm literally just playing like I'm fucking fighting shit and just playing like dry nades, because I feel like that's almost how you have to learn the game. If I did like the nades first, then I would never take the fights that I can't limit test. And that's something I learned really well in Valorant, is like how to limit test before I like, ooh. Okay, wait, a 9-3?
Yeah.
Wait a sec, maybe.
They went to pistol, I mean.
For just a little bit of hope amongst the pain.
30 seconds. This one's just
yeah, but I think
for the Mongols. They got to get something going and quickly. They're not even grouped up to trade.
Like I definitely think that another way to think of it also, I think, is if you go into a game and you're like, wait, I've got to remember like 10 different smokes and all this different stuff. It's like that's fine, but it can also easily take away from just the raw enjoyment of saying, I'm just gonna enjoy like the mechanics of the game first, and that'll be like my fuel for the start of it, you know?
I feel like yeah, honestly, with pistol, this might be doable. I think like when you look at a player like Donk, the only way he knows how to do all these different styles of peaks, like crouch peaks and shit like that, like his slides, is he's not all in his head about all these nades. He learned this shit, like how to win fights first, and then he learned how to be a really good teammate, and then he probably starts scrimming more. Like, but you have to learn what fights you can and can't take. You have to learn how to jiggle angles, how to wide swing angles, and if you're playing the back lines, like throwing nades all the time, you'll never learn that. It'll like never come to you. I see it all the time in Valorant when I watch like certain util players. Like, it's really obvious in Valorant if you watch like I don't know if you watch Valorant at all, but like someone like a breach player, or like a heavy util support agent, because the people that actually like take the fights in ranked and shit will know how to create winning moments for themselves. Yeah, Sky is another one in Valorant. Yeah, it's like you almost have to learn the limits of the kit, and if you don't, it really limits your team's potential, because then you don't know like what you're capable of in certain scenarios and around, and you don't control those scenarios. The other team does with you. Like, you're always reacting to them; they're reacting to you. This guy's really impressed me, by the way, as an IGL.
Yeah, because Zero, I'm a really big fan of like everything that he's kind of like tried to build. Like, it's hard to explain how this works, but like there are a lot of people where like I don't know. When I watch like a Big Usira game, I know that like I can tell that there are like there's a thinking behind what they're doing. Like, there's always some reason why something is happening on the map. It's so rare that I'm just like, oh, that was just like a random round where like they just got shot down and there was not, even if it doesn't work, like I can always tell that there was some thought behind what was going on. So I just really enjoyed that.
True. His answers in these like interviews always show like he's a really good leader.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just observes all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike, you know?
Big Sarah, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
Just leaves Counter-Strike on the server. My man.
Did you want to the IGL? I'm not gonna lie.
History already written with this mere attendance in this semi-final. Austin, you having a good Saturday night? Vitality need a challenger for Championship Sunday, and it's a very strong case being made by the Mongols. Just 3 rounds, all Pain have to work with, but a T-side bias. The Pain are going to have to cling on and prove to be true.
Those are decent odds. Holy shit, bro. 15-1.
It's a fake. Bomb wants to head A.
Let's round that up. 16-1. Fuck it.
Commitment from the A defense is another smoke now dotted in.
Oh, Bigu would love to have gotten a little bit more.
Oh, they're rotating away. They just moved. They hit the steps now.
9-10 tucks one cake instead. He was falling away from the
I
side.
got
Now
this.
Amdinho. Oh, hang on. He's at
Okay. Okay.
9-10's gone. This is compulsory for Pain.
Damn.
They cannot let
That
it
is
go.
so
What?
Another would be crazy. DGT puts him in the dirt. Blitz, however,
2v2
comes in from heaven.
Uh-oh.
Finds that headshot. Blitz
Oh, he's so open, Techno.
This semi-final in the palm of their hands. If they can take this away from Pain.
Oh my god. No way.
Let's go.
So this game is not done.
It's like,
Didn't look like the fake had worked.
the dualies are like some of the funniest weapons to watch, because like I said, even if people like hit good shots with them, it just always looks like it's some silver player who's out of control, you know?
I've never liked using that fucking gun, bro. I cannot.
I don't do it either,
Well
but-
done from the young gun.
Some self-respect, no?
About to find out how quick this gap can close. Eco from the Mongols. A fifth should be a certainty. It's a guaranteed type
DLG stickers? Wait.
Chance of bringing this back, pushing it to the third and giving us a 3-match series. Taking the A main control without any worries. Nobody baskets, nobody fountain.
We are starving.
Okay, like how many rounds here before they regain some of the mental, you know?
And Mazinho goes down. They can scoop up that bomb.
Gotta be rough.
Join the party on this A side.
Yeah, when do you believe, by the way, in this? 9-7?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good number. Like, I think around that 9-7 mark, probably when you start to say, okay, this is looking real good. Also, probably on the other flip side of it, right? It's also probably where the Mongols start to think, oh my God, like we might just have to play another map here.
Yeah. It's the moment that the team that's leading starts to feel it.
Yeah.
And I think that moment's like 9-7.
It's not much, but it's something.
That's it, right? The T-side bias on this map, it can really cascade out of control. The decision Mongols makes on their next buy round is going to be hugely impactful to how this game.
I knew you did the cartel in CSGO. Have you done anything like that in this game or no? Like lately?
I think I've had a couple. I've had my hands involved with a couple of different skins. There are so many different ones I really want to make, but it's just the issue is there's such a lottery, isn't it? It's like you just throw stuff out there, and like at some point you're like, okay, well, I don't know if this is ever gonna get, you know, like nobody knows. So there are some different skins I really wanted to make, but
the Danish cookie box.
Danish cookie, that actually sounds
the Danish Christmas cookies. Don't you guys have those? Some shit.
Yeah, of course we do. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This entire semi-final, all of the players here.
Yeah, fucking gross ass black licorice MP9. You keep it. I don't want it.
You don't like licorice?
Fuck that.
Yeah, so like Semler and I joined with some artists to basically make the cartel skins. Yeah. So good times. This is early on. It's so hard to explain why licorice is. Guess what? One of the things like you grew up with it, you're like, oh, it's fucking sick. But
like trying to explain to me why eating my feces would be good.
That's what I mean, like.
That's
That's
what I mean. It's crazy.
Players having to deal with this over towards B is outside of Mazinho and 9-10 bunkering down. They're not worried about a mid progress. Take a look, the map.
I've got some fucking.
There's nobody home.
I've got some fucking ideas for skins, all right. Maybe I'll try and get something pushed out there.
Yeah, look, this is the thing. If you're gonna get that util through, now you know mid could be a bit
I'll
of a
push
problem.
it, dude.
How do you respond?
The cartel is actually sick.
Push out.
That was a really cool design.
Can't go down in a moment like this.
Was that your idea, or did you just work with a designer?
Like the boost.
Ooh,
We
nice
just worked with
boost.
it. We had a couple of different conversations going into it, and we were like, let's try and like get that working. So yeah.
Does the designer think of the name? Like, did you guys think of cartel? Because that's a fire name too.
Actually, it might have been one of the designer dudes I think who came up with it. I want to say, yeah. I think so. Yeah, it is a good name.
Good bait setup.
That is.
Oh god.
Yeah, what a hero kill for TGT.
Oh, double swing this.
They get him here. If they get it, it's on. It's so on if they win this round.
Saving? No,
it buys him so much time to relocate.
There's a kit on the ground as well, so.
They have no idea. He's creeping. He's crawling. And he is deadly.
Okay. He's trying to play with the crowd. That's crazy.
Yeah.
This guy knows. He's a knower.
Yeah, he's fucking sick. There's the kid. That's a fucking HE. That's not gonna help. Oh wait, he's got it. It's such a deep defuse. Oh, he's got it. He's won.
Cinema, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's sick.
The nade kind of slowed that guy down on the peak, no? I actually fucked with the nade idea right before.
Yeah, it at least probably made him a little bit worried. Oh, that's so crazy.
This kid had the biggest drop-off for his team once they made it to playoff games. And now, In the semi-final,
again,
making Pain look silly.
that's like one of those stress of the moments things where, like, on the Pain side, you gotta wonder, is anyone calling it out saying, hey bro, he can defuse like behind the cake? Probably nobody is, right?
You have to pull up your socks and
Crickets.
get back in. Can't let that round linger in your mind. Block smoke, they're playing into it.
Oh no. Saw that shit coming.
Yeah.
Snow's got some space to work with.
Still got a chance here.
It was the AWP that did it. Doesn't want to play with the smoke.
Dangerous enough. That's too risky. Be walking straight into your demise. The Techno's cross.
They pushing B main here?
Left A completely. 9-10 now pivots.
Yeah, they probably will.
Info once more. And the reround.
It's like a call.
So few grenades as well on Pain. Yeah, this is
huge.
It's the woo noise.
Does free up the rotation again. Another block smoke dropped.
I didn't even notice, to be honest. Like, maybe I'm just brain fucking damaged from being at too many events.
Rotation point. They are reading this perfectly again.
They will be in the right place.
Holy fuck, 3 here is crazy.
Just set up. Oh, they got incendiary, so it should be over every time.
God.
Shit, what a counter.
What a fucking play. Pushing through B and having 3 on that A. Molly out. Jesus.
Under the pressure, Pain crumbling.
Here's the question you have if you're Pain right now. 2,400 is the loss next round. If we do not force in this moment, we give them 12.
Yeah, that's the question. I was thinking of something to do with like the flight time home, Anders. Because, bro, this shit is cooked.
Dude, there's a Brazilian barbecue spot right next to the hotel, so they can go. At least, you know, you can have a great dinner. You know.
You don't think barbecue? Normal barbecue?
You could do that too, yeah. Texas, you're right.
Did you get any good barbecue while you were there?
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I had a couple of different, there were a couple of different places I tried, but I didn't go out that much because I was just fucking watching more Counter-Strike demos every night. You know?
What a
I was in my room.
True.
Oh.
Sure, they've taken a couple of maps, but can they be the team to stop Vitality's near perfect season?
There's been a lot going on, but like, I feel like I want to see Pain try to go for a lot more mid stuff when they have rifles. Like, there are some teams that are so good at like putting pressure on mid on this map.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Anders. The Asian team beating Vitality in the finals. That's cinema. That's fucking absolute cinema to me. I need to root for that. Even though I love those Vitality dudes.
I mean, it would be such a shock, right? Like, actually, it would be an.
It's Cloud9 beating FaZe type vibes. That's what it feels like to me.
It would be. It very much would be.
There is no fear on display when you watch the Mongols play.
God, it'll be so amazing if it happens. Oh my God. I can't wait for tomorrow. This guy's insane. This guy is so good. Holy fuck, 910 is insane. What's his alias mean? Do you know?
I actually don't. It's a good question.
I'm gonna start calling him 91-0 then. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Just to be unique, you know? This guy doesn't miss. Holy fuck.
Jeez.
They're so insane, bro.
That is so brutal.
They're so good, bro.
Yeah, that is just
Dude, you know what's crazy? My friends that have been watching CS, like, you're gonna love MONGOLZ, bro. They're gonna be your fucking favorite team. And then they played FaZe, and I was like, nah, bro. I gotta root for FaZe. Now here I am. I'm rooting for fucking MONGOLZ to win this shit. This team is my favorite team. They're so sick.
No team that has come from this region has ever made it this far. The major grand final. A dream of every single one of those players on the stage today, but only
Spiritual
one could
growth?
walk away victorious. And the MONGOLZ, the way that they've held themselves, the Counter-Strike they play.
They're underdogs, but they walk like they're favorites, no?
has earned this final, and Vitality awaits.
They're not like pogging out or anything. They're like, they're expecting this shit.
But never destroyed.
Oh man, if the Mongols if they actually won it, I just imagine how sick it would be. Like, I am kind of rooting for that, just for the fun of it. Fuck it.
You guys did it. You're going to a major grand final. How do you feel?
Let's go.
Of course, it's feeling amazing for us, and it's a grand final, you know? Yeah.
How does it feel to get up here on the stage and find success? Something that the Mongols haven't always done.
I think right now we're playing like our, how to say that, their own play style, I guess, yeah, every game. And it was working, it's working well, and I think it is.
So let me ask you this, man. You guys have met Vitality in Katowice, in Malta, in Melbourne, Dallas, and tomorrow you're going to meet them in a grand final right here in Austin. Are you going to beat them, and how are you going to do it?
I think it's revenge time for us.
Let's go, bro.
Revenge. Austin, Texas likes some revenge. You want to talk to these people?
That's it. Great.
I love the swagger on this dog, bro. The underdogs are so sick.
Make some noise for the Mongols!
They move like favorites. They talk like favorites. They fucking shoot like favorites. But everyone has them as underdogs? Nah, this team is insane.
A semi-final
It's
exit,
revenge time.
NQZ. Let's talk today first.
Yo.
After that unbelievable result versus Furia. Why
Dude,
do you think
it's so
it didn't
cool
go your
when
way
people. I
today?
mean, I know they probably are contractually obligated to do these loser interviews, but I fucking love it.
Changed the rhythm, and we could
Amazing. I keep complimenting.
It turned into a snowball. So credits to them. They're playing really well, but yeah.
It's gonna be so hard to do as well, right? Like,
So I would have never been able to do this as a player.
Sacrifices along the road, you've been working towards this and a result like this for a very, very long time. Are you able to see?
I was devastated for like a week after every loss.
To get even
Like I guess that a major.
those wins for yourself, for Pain, and for Brazil.
The way Torsi cried, I would definitely have cried.
We will have another chances. I'm really
yeah, of
proud
course,
of everyone
like.
and how far we've come.
Dude, I would
We're
fucking wreck too.
more, but all credits
I
Mongols,
only
they deserve it.
I competed in like 2 lands,
yeah, that's
like
it.
back in 1.6 or 1.5 or something. But I played a bunch of online Counter-Strike back then, and even losing online games fucking sucks.
Yeah. I was giving mad credit to like everyone doing the loser interviews. The way they like, that's a hard interview to do. I'm not gonna lie. Like Banks, Shocks, and Trace. Sana have all done such a good job. Oh, that's cute.
In the process, no pain, all gain for the Mongols here tonight in Austin, Maui.
What a game.
That's been unbelievable, the run that we're getting from the Mongols. I mean, whereas they are really writing the history books for how far East Asia has gone in CS2 or CSGO, Pain themselves, I think they got to be pretty happy about this run. I feel like things for them have gone well above what anybody expected, including themselves. They'll be the first ones to tell you that.
100%. Pain should be nothing but proud, and so should the Mongols. As you said, Freya, history are being written right now. The Mongols taking it all the way to the grand final. I don't think even themselves would have imagined that in their dreams. And to add on top of that, the youngest team ever to be in a grand final of a major. 20.4 average age, I believe that is for the Mongols. They're just a bunch of kids playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level.
It was amazing to witness just
20.4.
the absolute dominance, particularly when we go back to that first map of Mirage, Pain starting 5-0 up, but then the Mongols, they were just able to flip some sort of switch into this one and submit the Pain.
They can't even drink when they win, Anders. What fun is that?
Season long.
They just woke up in the series. I mean, okay, we got Blitz coming in. Actually, this is the fanfare.
There we go. They found somebody.
Right now, and I mean, he deserves it. Whatever he did to wake up his team on map one, they never look back. 26-5 in terms of round differential after that point. Just unbelievable. They really did just.
Here's our finals for tomorrow, chat. Damn, bro.
Congratulations, Blitz. I hope you can hear me over this wonderful crowd.
The head-to-head that they were talking about right here.
How's the video going to be for that game tomorrow, though?
Yeah, it's like a dream comes true. Yeah,
Oh,
that's it.
fuck. It's a brutal video, isn't it, though?
I know you
Apex
played
said they're
with
probably
Tecmo for
going
a
Inferno
really
again.
long time. What is he like to you?
Yeah.
He wasn't even hiding
He's
it.
my younger brother, and like we have been together for 5, maybe 6 years. Yeah.
You said it's.
I could see it being Mirage Inferno. I don't know what the third is though.
Even dream about the fact that you could be in the grand final today.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Like third map's probably always going to be pretty heavily favored towards Vitality, right? So it's like a win 2-0 or you're in trouble.
And it's
for
like
the Mongols.
100% thrill. Now it's 50-100.
Okay.
How hard do you think Vitality are going to
No
be
BO5,
tomorrow?
yeah, guys. No BO5 at the majors.
Can't have nice things. The BO5 final is the one thing I wish. I don't care about the double limb, but the BO5 final would go crazy.
Yeah, I feel like the whole community is in agreement with that. But I think
Bro, the crowd is so Mongols pilled for tomorrow.
Yeah, they're into it.
The crowd absolutely love you.
It's a fucking cult out there.
To say in this camera anything to the people supporting you at home.
In my Mongolian language.
Yeah.
Not single in.
Дэмжирсэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Одоо ингээд мейжрийн финалд одоо яг үлгэрийн юм шиг ер нь тоглолт маргааш болох гэж байна. Тэгээд марга биднийг маш сайн дэмжээрэй. За тэгж л хэлээ да.
What a great fucking scenario. Like, it's not that long ago. Like a month ago, we were all just saying like, yeah, the Mongols are like stuck, you know, being just like, you know, choking on the stage, like blah blah. Like that was just the community sentiment.
Many fans for the
weather. It looks like we got traffic on the I-5. The weather is looking sunny out there today. Thank you so much. And back to you in the studio, Jenny.
It just feels completely unbelievable. Mongolia was not on the map for World Counter-Strike.
Fuck Flom in the back. It's crazy.
Up here and there over the past 10 years. People like Zilkenberg, Machine Gun. But really, there was not even a fledgling Mongolian team that was putting themselves on the map. Like, what, one IEM, I think it was a Beijing event or something like that, like Taipei. It was Taipei, like 9 years ago or something.
Yeah.
That's like the one time we saw a Mongolian team in international competition. Now, the Mongols, they're a mainstay in terms of what they are accomplishing in consistent playoff runs, the fact that they've been
All right, I'm gonna go to bed.
7 out of 9 of their last events, playoffs, like what they're
Thanks
doing,
for coming on,
just
bro.
feels like it came out of absolutely nowhere, but where
Good
it came
talking.
from, you have to give a lot of
Yeah, man,
credit
we'll do it
to
again. We'll
Blitz.
catch up more. Yeah, let me know if you let me know when you get a chance to actually, mess around in Skybox and see what happens.
Let's do it. I'll do it.
Tell me what soon you think,
They're playing aim-heavy counter.
Jennifer's dad's in town, so it probably won't be tonight. Just saying.
No.
Maybe after the tournament ends, I'll do it.
Fact of the matter is that you always see players
peace
go
out,
for
dude.
duels, you always see players go toe-to-toe against some of the best in the world as well, and when you do that and you play with that kind of confidence, despite the fact that your average age of the team is 20.8, you are attractive, you are fun to watch.
How much are you reading into, Blitz coming up here saying 50-50 game he sees versus Vitality tomorrow? I believe this is going to be their 5th head-to-head this year alone. Obviously, goes without saying, Vitality have won every single one of them. They've only lost to 2 teams this season so far. Where do you think the odds are looking?
He's down as
though. Going into tomorrow.
I love that Blitz says that it's a 50-50 game, but it's not. I would give them more like 1 out of 4 times they would be winning this one.
Okay.
Maybe on the pessimistic side, 1 out of 5, but somewhere around that range.
Chat,
okay?
these
like
numbers.
Every map is going to be a battle, but
These numbers hurt my soul right now looking at them.
Popping off because if Senzu can
I will say the numbers are getting bigger.
The odds have been so skewed in Vitality's favor.
The numbers are getting bigger.
Usually was the one that would fall off in these big playoff moments versus the best teams.
We're trending in the right way.
Efforts from Senzu where he's just dominating, like taking over rounds completely.
This is very close.
Really smart plays in a very loud environment.
I do want to say, though, a month ago in Dallas, Maui, they played each other, the Mongols versus Vitality. I was watching that game, and the Mongols should have won that one. They pressured Vitality on every single
Stonks rising, chat, or what?
It felt like the Mongols in that game were the better team.
This
arguably, I agree
right here.
Vitality coming in tomorrow, heavy favorites.
Are you buying, chat?
Mongols camp, you have to
Surely you're buying with
and
me.
I think they believe in that feeling they had in that game a month ago in Dallas, that in that particular game, they were the better team. They lost a couple of ridiculous clutches, but outside of that, they kind of outplayed Vitality. So in that sense, maybe they feel they stand a chance. Maybe they feel revenge is coming, and I don't blame him for believing in that.
Man, I'm just getting reminiscing to when we were back at the Shanghai Major, right? The fact that we saw Mongols going to the playoffs. People were riding the hype train just a little bit, right? Because we obviously had the Major in Asia. But now, like, the Mongols being this close to a trophy, that's already a massive win for them. intrigued to whether you think they can take a map off of Vitality. It
Bro.
depends obviously how the veto is going to be going
Freya.
down, but do you think they have what it takes to maybe be testing Vitality's map pool at all?
Totally. I mean, we've seen this Vitality team look mortal in these playoffs. I mean, the way that Mao's dispatched to them today on Inferno, the Mongols can do something similar to that. Like, with no doubt in my mind, can they actually have a puncher's chance in this one? If their players are not going to just shy away from the moment, and again, they're so young, so you never really know what's going to happen until they actually get onto that server. But if they've been playing even 80% of what they showed today or yesterday, they could even with that take a map.
100% agree. I think we saw Na'Vi pressure Vitality to the brink on one of the maps. Even Mirage that looked one-sided on the scoreline. Na'Vi in the first half remained very competitive. We saw Vitality today come under a bit of a pressure as well, losing in the fashion they did against Mouse. And then the Mongols. I know Blitz couldn't hear the question, but I asked him, do we play the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen the Mongols play? I would say so. I've never seen the Mongols play better than they are right now. And if the Mongols a month ago in Dallas could almost beat Vitality and they're playing better today, then of course they can make the game competitive.
Well-deserved spot for Mongols in that grand final versus Vitality tomorrow. That does unfortunately mean Pain mark their end in the semi-finals. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Bigazera and Banks.
Pain are the best in Brazil right now, and they certainly showed it with the performance across this entire major. I got Bigazera with me here, and I'm sorry, man, this was a tough loss to take for you guys. I know how much it meant to you. Just tell me your initial reactions at the end of this game.
Based on what he said.
Actually, my interaction was like, this is not the Pain game that we know, that
I hate that feeling.
Mostly I know. And was a difficult match, we know about it, but at the same time I was feeling that was not us there in the server, you know. Was so hard, everything, not just talking about aim, and I don't know, everything. Seems like they were like a step ahead. Yeah.
And you were actually a step ahead at the beginning of Mirage, though. It was 5 rounds, and I'm thinking, okay, Pain's really in this game. You guys are doing what you need to do, but then nothing, and that's what I was worried about. Like, what were you saying to the team? What were you trying to fix, or did it just feel like nothing was working?
I think our brain just turned it off. I don't know, totally. I cannot explain, but I felt that. I was telling for the guys all the time, guys, we have to communicate more.
They shrunk in the moment.
To give more energy, and we have to be better and better, you know, to win the match.
Vibes.
And we just, I don't know, we just was...
MONGOLZ was crazy good.
I don't know.
It's a very hard loss to go through. On Anubis, it kind of continued as well. You weren't able to get going right. You win the pistol, you think, okay, start. Then you get slapped straight back afterwards. I'm just wondering, do you think it was also a bit of mentality, a bit of pressure? Did you feel some more nerves? Maybe you saw something?
Whoa,
yeah, I think so. I think mostly was... I mean, it's a semi-final of a major, right?
Where they all popped off.
Everyone.
The 25 to 28 spread is like insane.
Some people is not don't take don't know how to deal with,
it's
and
new to you guys,
it's new for everyone, but I don't know. We just had to keep our mind clear all the time, but. Was difficult because in front of a big crowd, and I understand the fact of that, but we are professional players, so we have to deal with all of this pressure and this kind of things, you know.
Well, let's try and turn away from this because I know it's sad right now. Let's focus on the positives. Your first ever major playoffs. Still a team that has not had massive amounts of practice together.
Silent.
Ending the season like this.
How
confident does this make you feel for when you get some time off, then you come back
good,
next
Hysteria.
season?
You've been
watching.
watching?
Really strong looking Pain.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you said, we just had 14 days of practice. It's so crazy.
Depends which version is CS.
For 14 days, and we are in the fucking semi-finals, so it's crazy to think about it. But at the same time, we just want to go through. But we knew it was so difficult to go, of course. But at the same time, it was difficult to go to the playoffs, to go to the semi-finals. But we're still here. So, of course, we want to go through. But at the same time, we had to think that we made a lot already.
You really made a lot, and you made a lot of people proud and cheering for you, supporting you guys. So lastly, anything you want to say to your family back home, all the fans supporting around the world?
Yeah, can we português?
Yes, man, of course.
I love it. I love this part in português. Agradecer a toda a torcida brasileira.
I love how
que
Brazil fucking loves
suportou a
talking
gente,
to Brazil.
mandou muita mensagem, acreditou na gente. A gente ficou muito feliz com todo o apoio da comunidade, do CS brasileiro. A gente quer muito botar o CS brasileiro de volta no topo, muito. É o que a gente mais quer. Não só brasileiro, agora é sul-americano, né? Porque a gente tem dois sul-americanos no time. Então, só espero que na próxima season a gente venha com o mesmo fôlego, com o mesmo gás e que a gente possa fazer mais e mais e trazer mais resultados bons para o Brasil. Um beijo para todo mundo que torceu pela gente, apoiou. Beijo para minha família, para minhas filhas, para minha mulher, meu irmão, meus amigos que estão em casa. Tamo junto. E hashtag GoPen, esquece.
Thank you very much, Big Zero. It is a sad moment for Pain
Huge
right
props.
now, but I'm excited
Huge props to this guy. He did a great job IGLing. Crazy run.
Yeah, obviously it's going to
big win over
in
Fury,
this very moment to lose out in this fashion to the Mongols, but I totally agree with that sentiment. I feel like Pain, they should be proud of what they managed to
appreciate that, Hysteria. Elite, thank you for the primer, 15 months. I appreciate you. Yosemite Bear, thank you. I missed that. Branted, my only sub on Twitch. Dude, thanks, Branted. I appreciate everyone who's kind of been watching with me. I'm not going to lie. It's been really fun for me to get back in CS. I obviously watched the first CS2 major on stream, but this is a little different, right? I know a lot of people are definitely like not very happy that I'm watching this because Masters is on. I kind of give it my reasons for that. Yeah. I'm someone that definitely looks at like the optimistic side of things, and I've loved every second of this. And I know some people aren't gonna like that, but I mean, yeah, I mean, CS is where I was for like 20 years.
And it's something you see, you know, often when you go to a game where you have overachieved already. Being in the semifinal, it feels like a victory for Pain.
I have a very all-in type of attitude, and I hope to not have that and be able to support both scenes. But like I said, there's a lot that I know that's happened behind the scenes involving the whole match fixing thing. That video that I released, like it, the first thing I did when I found info was went to Riot on May 7th. I escalated it internally a week later because no one reached out to me. And yeah, I am not, yeah, there's a lot that happened at that moment. Again, I'll probably end up like talking about it one day, but it's just not the time and place. I don't want to deal with all that drama. It's very disappointing how that's handled. And yeah, it's just disappointing. I don't know. It's disappointing. I feel like I took all the right steps, and I would do it again, by the way, if I had to. Just because there were no other options in my mind. Yeah. But I know people are pissed. I've been like reading like random shit like in chat. But I'm not going to co-stream Toronto and get a strike on one of my channels. You guys know that like months ago I said I was going to Toronto, and to have that like get canceled on me like really pissed me off. To see like all of the other content creators and people that got to go, it's just tilting. Like, I'm not gonna lie. To be a whistleblower and be treated like shit is just very tilting. And I don't know. I have done nothing but praise Riot publicly for years and years. And I just think it's unacceptable. Oh, I don't know what happened with it, but my activation in Toronto got canceled before I released the video. So there's a lot that I know. Like there's the lack of action that I've seen. Yeah, I don't know. It's just disappointing because, like, I haven't been that person for like 5 years. There's a lot of things that have happened to me over 5 years that I've kept inside. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. Because I love the game, I love the esport, but holy fuck, man. The shit that has happened is... It's like, why? Anyway. Yeah.
Convenient. Well, we'll just have to see how that goes down. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been one of my...
I was in a weird state right now. It is. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot of really questionable decisions. Like, honestly, on the esports side of Valorant, like, I love the game. I love the esport, but I don't know how you can rationalize playing 10 games, 12 games a year at the professional level. We're playing fucking video games. Like, you look at any traditional sport, even like Major League Baseball, bro, they're playing like over 100-something games a year. Basketball, you know, they're close to 100 a year. We're playing fucking video games. The way the scene is conducted from the top down just doesn't seem right. Like, this major for CS isn't run by the developer. They don't have infinite money. It's actually not even fair to compare Blast to Riot. And like, I don't think people understand that, how the economics actually flow in this industry. Yeah, I just... That now we're on a different wavelength, though, altogether, of like, why I'm pissed. But I think a lot of those decisions actually affected... This is insane, by the way. A lot of those decisions actually affected what my video was about. The collapse of the tier 2 scene and the lack of opportunities. It's like... Those decisions are like micromanaged from the top. This isn't like Counter-Strike where you have a bunch of independent companies basically running shit from the grassroots. This is like one developer running everything, controlling everything. They decide the calendar. They decide when the tournaments will be. They decide when the tournaments won't be. They decide the prize pools. They decide how much money they put in. You know, like... And... They decided that there would be franchising in LA, and every game broadcast would cost probably like multiple $1 million to run out of a studio in LA with a live crowd. I don't think I would run the scene the same way. Truthfully. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of missteps as far as like how they're managing things from the top. That's my thoughts. I don't know why they do a lot of decisions, truthfully. But yeah, again, that's like, I could go into detail about this for like hours, and I don't want to ramble about this right now. Yeah. I'm going to just do me. I'm going to do what makes me happy now. And like I said, that month and however long it was, like the few weeks before I dropped the video, where I was in constant communication with them, that was very eye-opening. It's That's what I'll say. But again, I'll leave that for another day. All right. I'm going to end here, though. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. And anyone that continues to support me, I really, really do appreciate it. I really enjoy it, but it also pains me to, like, say these things. Like, I can have both, you know? Like, I'm feeling both things. Like, I have loved watching this major and, like, seeing the NA crowd. And, like, the production value is crazy coming from a company that needs to turn a profit, right? They're a tournament organizer. They need to turn a profit. Riot is a developer. They can use their tournaments as, like, marketing for microtransactions in their games. It's a very different ballgame. So I'm just blown away by what Blast has pulled off here. It's really cool to see. It's fucking really cool to see. And yeah, with that said, I'm out of here. Thanks, guys. I'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals. Be sure to tune in. Peace.